My sister, I recall, always used justice as a tool to condemn others. I confronted her about the tin of sweets our aunt had brought for us. Incensed, I called her cruel for disregarding our aunt's kind gesture. If she was so worried about waste, I suggested she eat them herself. Her face hardened into a mask of stubborn, silent, cross-armed refusal. She was trying to guilt me into eating the sweets she herself disliked. This was her way, planting guilt in others to get what she wanted. From that young age, I knew I wanted to live a life without her. Years later, in the car, she sighed with boredom, asking if we'd arrived. I gripped my seatbelt tightly, frustrated by her constant, childish complaints. Our friends were waiting, unable to help with the driving, as they had no licenses. We finally pulled into the temporary parking lot for the fireworks festival. As I opened the trunk, she stretched languidly, complaining of being tired. I began to sort through the bento boxes and drinks we had brought along. A single, heavy thought washed over me. Late, I felt perpetually burdened. She charmed her friends, asking about alcohol, while I carried the heaviest cooler. One of our friends kindly offered to help me with the heavy luggage, but my sister just waved, saying they would go ahead to find a good spot. I was left behind once again, burdened with all the remaining bags. At least they took one bag with them, I thought with weary resignation. Just a little more, I resolved, gripping my backpack strap. I'm almost there. Next year, I would escape to a university and finally be free of her. But in that exact moment of decision, a piercing scream cut through the air. The world twisted around me, and I could only gasp in profound shock. Suddenly, I was standing completely alone in the middle of a dense forest. This couldn't be right. This was supposed to be the festival parking lot. The familiar asphalt and cars had been replaced by dirt, leaves, and trees. I looked around frantically, but our car was nowhere to be found. The only sound was the chirping of birds in the unfamiliar forest canopy. Was this a bizarre dream, or had I somehow ended up on a camping trip? I pulled out my phone, a useless talisman displaying no signal on its screen. I forced myself to calm down, thinking I could just walk to a town. My footsteps were the only sound as I pushed through the dense wilderness. Soon, I came across a clear, beautiful river flowing through the woods. It was a surprisingly pristine river, a small comfort in my growing confusion. Recalling basic survival knowledge, I decided to follow it downstream. The river path eventually opened up to a vast, shocking, and endless sight. After a long, exhausting walk, I had reached the wide, open sea. I had walked for so long without seeing a single other person. My deep confusion was punctuated by the loud, insistent growl of my stomach. Thankfully, the cooler box contained water, a cola, snacks, and a bento box. I sat on the desolate beach and ate, profoundly grateful for the provisions. I realized with a growing unease that the beach was unnaturally clean. As dusk approached, I knew I had to prepare to spend the night here. I returned to a more sheltered spot to begin setting up a camp. Using my multi-tool, I began preparing tinder and kindling for a fire. I was glad I had brought all these supplies for the fireworks festival. I recalled binge-watching survival shows to escape the thought of my sister. The work of making fire with a bow drill was difficult and exhausting. I pushed through the pain, drilling faster and faster with frantic energy. My hands were in agony, trembling as I started to lose my strength. I had to get a fire going before the sun disappeared from the sky. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, a thin wisp of smoke appeared. "Smoke!" I cried out, a surge of triumph cutting through my fear. I carefully transferred the glowing ember and blew gently, coaxing it to life. I vowed to protect this precious flame and never let it go out. The darkness of the forest was absolute, pressing in from all sides. My small fire crackled, a lone beacon of warmth in the immense darkness. I was so tired but glad I had my jacket to keep the cold away. Exhausted both physically and mentally, I finally drifted into a fitful sleep. Surely, I thought, clinging to one last hope, this dream will be over. The next morning was heralded by the cheerful chirping of unseen birds. I awoke to the cold morning air, my body stiff and sore. A wave of despair washed over me as I realized it wasn't a dream. My heart leaped into my throat as I saw the fire was nearly out. I quickly revived the embers, sighing with relief. That had been too close. I decided to explore in the opposite direction from the day before. My skin was covered in itchy insect bites, a constant, maddening irritation. I pushed my way through the dense, unfamiliar undergrowth, hoping for a road. Breaking into a clearing, I stopped dead, my eyes widening in utter shock. Before me was a sheer cliff, and beyond it, only the endless ocean. I finally understood the terrible truth. I was trapped on an island. I couldn't see a mainland, only small islands dotting the distant horizon. The hope of simply walking to safety was extinguished. I collapsed in despair. Hearing a rustle, I called out desperately, hoping someone was there. But my desperate hope died as I saw nothing but the empty woods. My feet felt rooted to the spot as I whispered to no one. Why? I was just an unwilling tag-along, dragged here by my selfish sister. I didn't even want to go, and now I couldn't see the fireworks. I shook my head. I needed to gather more firewood to keep the flame alive. This simple, tangible goal anchored me in the terrifying, overwhelming present. My search for what led me to a magnificent and completely hidden waterfall. It was a place of stunning beauty. I couldn't believe it existed here. At the edge of the pool, I saw water bubbling up from the ground. It was a spring, a source of clean, fresh water close to my campsite. A small, hopeful smile touched my lips. Was this a sign of good luck? I headed back, thinking a constant plume of smoke might be seen by a ship. I knew this would be a long wait, so I started building a proper shelter. The work was arduous, but gave me a much-needed sense of purpose. I decided that if I was stuck here, I would build a proper home. The foundation was simple but sturdy, a good start for my new shelter. I considered the structure's strength, planning to reinforce it with more posts. My days developed a new rhythm of building, foraging, and just surviving. With my last bento finished, I knew securing a new food source was critical. A sudden noise from the darkness outside jolted me in a high alert. Peeking out, I could sense the presence of a wild animal lurking nearby. It was likely a boar or a rabbit. I had to reinforce the walls. Exhausted, I lay down, my mind filled with a longing for a hot bath. Another day began. The sounds of the forest a familiar, constant backdrop. In the clear river, I saw a large school of fish swimming peacefully. In the pristine river, he prepares to strike, his eyes fixed on the teeming fish. With a triumphant grin, he holds his catch, a large and healthy fish. He realizes the fish are plentiful because this place is untouched by humans. The day's prize sizzles over a carefully constructed fire pit, roasting perfectly. He takes a large, hungry bite, savoring the taste of his hard-won meal. As he eats, he finds the flavor bland, desperately wishing for some salt. He must ration his drinks and get used to boiled water before they run out. Exhausted, he sleeps on the hard ground, vowing to build his house tomorrow. He kneels, beginning the arduous task of laying a stone foundation for his hut. He methodically plasters the wooden walls with a mixture of mud and grass. Wiping sweat from his brow, he sees he has made significant progress on his shelter. He plans to cover the roof with branches and leaves, and the window with plastic. The sun shines through the dense canopy of the trees surrounding his new home. Inside his hut, a small fire crackles, providing a small measure of warmth. He thinks about the stone ditch he dug to protect the hut from the rain. He feels the warmth from his heated floor, a rough but treasured comfort. A determined glint in his eye, he decides his next project will be a bath. He surveys his finished work, a small, stone-lined pool by the river's edge. Using branches as tongs, he lifts a glowing hot rock from the fire. With a great splash, he drops the hot stone into the cool river water. He notes that the hot stones can crack, reminding himself to be careful. He sinks into the steaming water with a deep sigh of pure, blissful relief. With fish and crabs available, he begins to dream of making a proper stew. He looks at the autumn leaves, realizing the seasons are changing around him. A sudden shiver reminds him that the air is growing colder with each passing day. His first earthenware pot bubbles over the fire, a sign of his growing skill. He sips the hot stew, wishing he had more knowledge to expand his diet. The first snowflakes of the season begin to drift down through the forest. He stands before his completed hut, a sturdy shelter against the coming winter. Though it could be improved, he smiles with pride, declaring that it's done. Time passes, and the nearby mountains are now covered in a thick blanket of snow. He trudges through the deep snow, shivering as he searches for any food. He spots mushrooms on a tree, wondering if they might be safe to eat. The risk is too great. He decides it's better to leave them be. Night falls on his small, lonely hut, a single point of life in the wilderness. He drops a small bundle of sticks, his meager supply of firewood for the night. Huddled inside, he tries to absorb every bit of warmth from the small fire. His breath plumes in the frigid air as he notes it's cold enough to snow. The fish are harder to find now. He relies on his stores of dried food. He has survived so far, but he wonders how much longer he can last. A sudden, unfamiliar sound makes him look up from his fire, startled. Huddled in the cold, he sees a strange light appear inside his hut. His face gaunt, he whispers to the darkness, wondering if this is where he will die. He despairs at the thought of dying here, utterly and completely alone. A brilliant orb of light zips toward him, crying out an apology for his situation. He stares in shock as the light continues apologizing for getting him caught up in this. The orb then announces that he has been involved in a hero summoning. It explains that this world is not the one he knows. He stares back, utterly bewildered, questioning what he just heard. He repeats the words to himself, trying to grasp the impossible idea of a hero summoning. He lunges at the light, demanding to be sent home, but it says it cannot. The orb explains it summons those near death, and that his lifespan remains. He struggles to process the fact that this is not his world at all. His mind races as he wonders where in the universe he could possibly be. The orb shows him a vision of a fantastical world filled with magic and monsters. He argues that he's seen nothing of the sort, and asks if the orb is a spirit. The light explains it is a god, its status lowered after a botched summoning. It puffs up with pride, saying its power returned quickly after the ritual. The summoning's purpose, it explains, was to momentarily connect their two worlds. It offers a confusing lecture on cosmic balance that he cannot begin to understand. The ritual had a strict limit. Only 3 humans on the verge of death. He realizes with a jolt that he must have been caught up with them. He asks who the hero is, and the god confirms the unthinkable. It is his sister. The numbers align, and a horrifying thought dawns. Was he also meant to die? He recalls the god's words about his lifespan, thinking he just misses other people. Suddenly, 3 beautiful goddesses materialize before him, taking him by surprise. More divine figures appear, a pantheon of gods now surrounding the bewildered boy. The small orb of light, Vavin, flinches as one of the goddesses approaches. The goddess Rurdile sternly tells Vavin that he is late. She decides to hear the boy's wishes first, as Vavin pleads that it was an accident. A small wolf-like divine beast appears, and he stares in surprise. Vavin explains the beast, Rish, failed, causing the summoning to go awry. As the gods bicker, he retorts that it's clearly Vavin's fault. Rurdile silences them with a glare, telling them to deal with it later. An old goddess turns to him, asking the traveler from another world to make his choice. Rurdile explains that since he cannot return, he must choose a guardian deity. They will grant him his remaining lifespan and any power or tool he desires. The god Vavin introduces himself, representing power, fire, destruction, and rebirth. The goddess Rurdile is the master of earth, silence, and magic. The bearded god, Gagel, governs order, bonds, and magic. A young god, named IonisH, represents the domains of water and healing. An elderly goddess, Bul, is the deity of the earth and the harvest. The cheerful Mishudo is the goddess of light, wind, love, and whimsy. The elegant Herulfa is the goddess of light, love, and beauty. She explains that the divine beast Rish has lost its power over ice and darkness. As Vavin boasts, the boy grows irritated and tells the ball of light to be quiet. He notices that some of the gods' domains seem to overlap. Ruardal explains that many beings come here. Only the strong are called gods. He is asked the final, life-altering question, "Who will you choose?" He looks at the assembled deities and asks if he can choose all of them. Gagel warns that their combined powers might not be enough and could cancel out. The gods admit they don't get along, so the result would be chaotic. He reasons that powerful magic is useless if he lacks the skill to wield it. Mishudo tries to explain the nuances of love, fondness, and obsession. Her complex, philosophical explanation leaves him completely lost and confused. Gagel advises him to consider what he truly wants to do in this new world. He ponders the simple, yet profound question of what he truly desires. He wants to live comfortably, he decides, free from the burdens of others. His most fervent wish is to have absolutely nothing to do with his sister. He wants to travel freely and, above all, stay far away from the hero. He recalls his sister, who wields her so-called justice as a weapon against others. The god Gagel explains their divine power grows stronger, a justification he finds hollow. A horrifying thought strikes him. His sister received powers too. What did they give her? All magic and domination. He knows he must stay as far away from her as possible. The old god extends his hand, ready to bestow upon him his chosen abilities. He is granted a vast array of skills, from magic and crafting to mental fortitude. Gagel confirms the grim, final request for Hero Killer. The boy agrees without hesitation. The pact is sealed under the silent watch of the starry night sky. He receives the Zamitsuken, a divine sword that can cut through nearly anything. The goddess Ruardal provides him with a heavy pouch of gold for his journey. He is given magical powder to accelerate plant growth, another gift for his new life. The gods thank him, alluding to a kindness he is about to show. His gaze falls upon the small, weakened divine beast, Rish, lying nearby. He asks to take the creature, though the goddess warns it is now blind and powerless. He understands he cannot gain power from Rish, but he can offer it companionship. The small beast accepts him, and a new bond is quietly forged between them. Rish gives a soft sound of consent, sealing their newfound partnership. Ruardal begins the final incantation, promising a safe home but warning him to be cautious. He arrives at a grand mansion, his one desire echoing in his mind, to live peacefully. Looking upon his new home, he is left utterly speechless by its magnificence. The estate is nestled in a breathtaking landscape of snow-dusted fields and majestic mountains. Despite the wintry scene, the air is surprisingly warm, a gentle welcome to this new place. He takes in the scale of his new home, realizing it is more of a mansion. Inside, he catches his reflection and is shocked to see a completely different face staring back. He touches his face in disbelief, questioning the sudden, handsome transformation. He deduces the gods altered his appearance, wryly thanking them for the unwanted makeover. With a click of the handle, he opens a door, venturing deeper into the house. He stands in the spacious entryway, overwhelmed by the quiet grandeur of the interior. A wide staircase leads up to the second floor, promising more wonders to explore. The living room is fully furnished, with a comfortable chair waiting by the hearth. He discovers a modern kitchen, complete with a large brick oven for baking. He wanders into a vast library, marveling at how spacious and quiet everything is. He opens the pantry to find a miracle, shelves magically stocked with endless food. Cradling Rish, he gazes at the fully stocked pantry, thinking it is like a dream. He discovers a barrel filled with live fish, recognizing species from his old world. The familiar fish make him wonder if this place is somehow connected to Japan. Seeing such bounty after his ordeal on the island makes his stomach ache with hunger. He decides to eat, but realizes he must first wash away the months of filth. A long, contented sigh escapes him as he sinks into the steaming hot water. He closes his eyes, feeling a profound sense of bliss in the simple act of bathing. A practical thought arises. He needs to learn how to mill rice and test his skills. Now clean and dressed, he stands before the large water mill, ready for the task. His eye glows as he focuses his mind, activating his powerful appraisal skill. He instantly understands the machine's mechanics, knowing now how to make flour. The heavy stone mill groans to life, beginning to process the grain. He finds Rish sleeping peacefully in a small basket, a bowl of water nearby. He feels a new sense of purpose, to protect and provide for this loyal companion. He promises the sleeping divine beast a proper meal of meat once it has recovered. In the kitchen, his hands move with practiced ease, shredding cabbage for their meal. He seasons a thick cut of sirloin with freshly ground pepper before cooking. The steak sizzles as it hits the hot pan, filling the room with a wonderful aroma. He smiles, thinking that sirloin and cabbage is a strange but welcome combination. The intoxicating smell makes his mouth water, a sensation he hasn't felt in ages. He lifts the lid off a container, revealing a portion of steaming, fluffy white rice. The finished meal sits on the table, a simple yet perfect feast for a survivor. He brings his hands together, offering a quiet, heartfelt prayer of thanks. His knife cuts into the perfectly cooked steak, releasing a wave of savory steam. He takes his first, long-awaited bite of real food since coming to this world. His eyes widen in shock. The flavor is more delicious than he could have imagined. He savors the perfect harmony of juicy meat, crisp cabbage, and warm rice. Sitting alone at the vast table, he is struck by the profound truth. He survived. He sinks into the impossibly soft bed, the mattress sighing under his weight. He can finally sleep without worrying about the fire going out or beasts attacking. This grand mansion, nestled in the mountains, is the stage for his new life. The bed is so comfortable after so long that he finds he cannot fall asleep. The new day dawns on his new home, where his quiet life can finally begin. A week has passed since he arrived in this new world. He spent most of that time in a deep, healing slumber. His body was reacting to the trauma he endured on the island. He walks through his new home, reflecting on his amazing God-given abilities. Using appraisal on ingredients conveniently floods his mind with possible recipes. He decides to make ramen, a nostalgic dish from his home world. He quickly realizes, however, that his ingredients aren't properly prepared yet. The biggest problem is that he must first mill the whole wheat. Defeated, he settles for a simple meal of fish, rice, and soup. In the end, he had to postpone his ramen plans for another day. He resolves to go shopping for tools to process his wheat and ingredients. Unfurling a map from the gods, he wonders where to begin his journey. His eyes quickly land on the location the gods had recommended to him. With a destination in mind, he activates his powerful teleportation skill. In a flash, he materializes outside the stone walls of a medieval city. He recognizes the place from the map, the frontier city of Kuzum. Kuzum is a bustling hub for adventurers, right on the edge of a monster-filled forest. At the main gate, he presents his identification papers to the city guard. He immediately feels the stares of others, wondering why he stands out. He suspects his new clothes or divinely altered appearance is attracting attention. He buys a simple, dark, hooded cloak, hoping to finally blend in. As he browses the market, he notes the poor quality of the local fabrics. Now less conspicuous, he continues to explore the various shops and stalls. He buys a small treat, thinking fondly of his companion, Rish. He reflects on the considerable fortune the gods provided him for his new life. His attention is suddenly caught by an ornate bottle in an apothecary's stall. It's a healing potion, just like in a video game, but incredibly expensive. He decides to use his appraisal skill to learn its ingredients later. He turns his attention to a food stall, eager to try local cuisine. But an appraisal of the sausages reveals they are teeming with bacteria. He is then impressed by the sight of a well-kept general store. Admiring a magnificent grapevine trellis, he considers buying some farming tools. The thought of new tools for his estate solidifies in his mind. In the general store, Jean asks to purchase a pitchfork from the kindly woman. He forgoes his change, asking instead for a simple vine, which the kind shopkeeper grants. His next stop is a weapons shop, and he hopes to find a good recommendation. A kindly old woman notes his new face and wisely advises him to buy armor. He shudders, imagining how unbearably hot metal armor would be in the summer sun. He thanks her for the wise counsel, and she cheerfully waves him on his way. Entering the armory, he feels as if he has stepped into a fantasy game world. He tests a long sword, finding its balance perfect and the easiest for him to wield. After a quick appraisal, he decides on the sword, a belt, and 2 handy knives. Now fully equipped, he sports new leather armor, a pouch, and a monster hide sack. As night falls on the inn, a weary sigh escapes him after a long day. He decides against teleporting, knowing it would be a hassle if anyone saw him use it. In his modest room, he worries for Rish and considers returning to his true home. Under the starry sky, he resolves to visit the Adventurers Guild on the morrow. The next morning, he stands before the impressive half-timbered Adventurers Guild building. Inside the bustling hall, he approaches the counter to register as a new adventurer. Offered a choice, he immediately opts to pay the registration fee rather than take a quest. While waiting for his tag, he makes one additional request of the kind receptionist. He pulls a heavy, leather-bound tome from a dusty shelf in the guild's library. He learns from a book that monsters are animals possessed by corrupted, evil spirits. The book is a treasure trove of information on the forest terrain and its creatures. A booming voice greets him as a muscular adventurer approaches him from the side. The adventurer asks if he's the novice who requested a quest to learn the basics. He had hoped for a safe party to learn from, as this is his first time. Dine introduces himself as a silver rank adventurer, declaring Jean the final member he needs. Jean thinks that a silver rank adventurer should be more than enough help for him alone. He introduces himself as Jean, nervously agreeing to join them for the day's quest. He panics, realizing he's been swept away by Dine's pace when a sharp voice interrupts. A girl with twin tails angrily scolds Dine for recruiting a stranger so carelessly. Dine dismissively tells her to be quiet, reminding her he won't be her partner. Jean looks on, thinking this guild's preference for nobles is nothing but trouble. Another party member apologizes for the scene, asking him to wait while they sort out. The two siblings bicker loudly, their argument echoing through the crowded guild hall. The girl glances over at him, and he returns her look with quiet confusion. Dine insists he wants to be out adventuring, not stuck behind a guild desk. He complains about being tied down, noting the lack of other silver rank adventurers. She asks for his help, but he feels she just wants him to leave them alone. A new girl, Amel, steps in, telling Chris to stop acting so spoiled. Chris looks shocked, recognizing the newcomer and calling her by name, Kana. Kana thanks Dine for his help, then chides him for spoiling his sister so much. She tells Dine he can refuse the request, as the guild has other options. Jean approaches the third party member, apologizing for the embarrassing scene he's witnessed. The scene triggers a painful memory of his own sister, confirming his deep aversion. He tells the shocked Dine that he is withdrawing his request to join their party. Chris's face immediately brightens, and she thanks him with a wide, cheerful smile. She chirps about finding a better party, completely missing the reason for his departure. He formally withdraws his request, telling the receptionist he no longer needs an escort. Dine calls out after him, his face a mask of frustration and confusion. The third girl apologizes for the trouble and offers to refund his request fee. He refuses the refund, asking instead for the adventurer's handbook as compensation. He steps out of the guild building, leaving the chaos of the party behind him. Walking down the street alone, he lets out a long, weary sigh of frustration. He vows not to endure the same kind of family drama he escaped in his old life. Suddenly, the goddess Mishido appears, asking why he hasn't used his unique skill. He's startled, but she reassures him that only he can see her ethereal form. She explains he can speak to her simply by thinking, just like any other spirit. He questions the simplicity, but she confirms that conscious thought is all it takes. She playfully suggests he can think naughty thoughts too, an offer he flatly refuses. He reflects on his sever ties skill, meant for his sister but with limitations. Miss Shudo explains the skill makes her stronger, but its effect weakens over many targets. He confirms with her that the power of the ability really does become weaker. She explains how it isolates a single target, but is ineffective on a large group. She winks, playfully reminding him to remember and use this powerful, subtle tool. After a moment of thought, he offers her his sincere, quiet gratitude. She beams with a happy, radiant smile as she begins to fade from his sight. With a gentle gust of wind, the beautiful spirit goddess completely vanishes. He wonders if she came out of curiosity or genuine concern for his well-being. With his plans changed, he heads for the gate, resolved to enter the demon forest alone. The gate guard checks his new adventurer's tag and grants him passage out of the city. Outside the massive city walls, he stands alone, ready to face the wilderness. He consults his handbook, learning that the monsters are most active before nighttime. He recalls from his reading that the monsters in this forest are distinguished by horns. The book shows two rabbit monsters, a horned Tsunowari and a weaker Tsunonashi. Alone in the woods, he decides now is the perfect time to test his true power. With a flash of light, the divine sword Zanmitsuken materializes in his waiting hand. He had hidden the divine blade in his storage, and now wonders at its power. A sudden rustle in the tall grass breaks the silence of the quiet forest. He whips around, sword ready, as a large white rabbit emerges from the undergrowth. The rabbit freezes, its nose twitching, clearly startled by his sudden appearance. He relaxes, seeing it's just a normal rabbit, but another one quickly takes its place. This new rabbit is different. It leaps towards him with menacing, darkened eyes. Startled by the sudden aggression, he instinctively takes a defensive step backward. He sees its tiny horn and the dark, sunken pits of its malevolent eyes. He realizes with a jolt that this is the monster known as a Tsunonashi. His survival instincts take over as he swings the Zanmitsuken in a powerful, clean arc. His eyes widen in disbelief at the result of his effortless, powerful strike. He looks down at the felled creature, amazed that he killed it in a single swing. He bags his kill, wondering if the mundane sword from the shop would have worked. A blur of motion catches his eye, another monster appearing with startling speed. He muses that even a normal blade would have sufficed for such a weak monster. With his first monster dispatched, he scans the forest for new opportunities. He finds a useful herb, appraises it, and places it into his magical storage. He finds wild raspberries, delighting in how much richer this forest is than the island. He marvels at the incredible convenience of his appraisal and storage skills. His pleasant foraging is interrupted by a strange, swirling vortex of energy. He recognizes a cluster of mushrooms, the same kind he saw on the desolate island. An appraisal confirms they're edible, filling him with regret for his past ignorance. A sudden, intense chill runs down his spine as he senses a powerful presence. He senses a monster nearby, something much, much larger and more dangerous than a rabbit. He turns abruptly, his face a mask of alarm as the presence grows stronger. A massive, horned bear emerges from the trees, letting out a low, menacing growl. A monstrous, horned bear emerges from the forest, roaring with primal fury. Gene's face contorts in terror as he recognizes the massive, hostile creature. The scene shifts to the quiet forest canopy, the unseen battle already concluded. He stands in the aftermath, his expression dazed and confused by what transpired. Looking at the fallen beast, he can't believe he defeated it so easily. The goddess Mishido suddenly appears, startling him with a question about his magic. He tells her not to pop in so unexpectedly, and she giggles apologetically. He admits that, in the heat of the moment, He completely forgot about magic. Miss Shudo suggests he should try searching for monsters to test out his skills. She playfully prompts him to use his search ability, one he had overlooked. He realizes he was given so many powers that he couldn't keep track. Focusing his mind, he activates the search skill for the very first time. His vision gains a targeting reticle, locking onto a distant, horned rabbit. He sighs, thinking how much easier things would have been if he'd used it sooner. Miss Shudo begins her lesson, telling him to visualize the magic he wants to use. She lists the elemental attributes he now commands, gifts from all the gods. A horned USA charges towards him, giving him a perfect chance for practice. He closes his eyes, concentrating and imagining a powerful blade of pure wind. With a powerful shout, he unleashes a wind slash from his open palm. The magical attack strikes true, felling the horned rabbit in a single blow. He stares at his hand in awe, amazed at the power he now wields. He turns to the goddess and sincerely thanks her for the invaluable lesson. Miss Shudo waves goodbye, reminding him to be careful as magic users are very rare. In a small, swirling vortex of wind, the goddess vanishes from sight. He decides to take his spoils to the guild, planning to teleport nearby. Kneeling beside the bear, he wonders how he will transport the massive carcass. The scene shifts to a timber-framed building, a material processing shop in Kuzum. He approaches the shopkeeper, asking to have his haul appraised for purchase. He drops the enormous sack on the counter with a thud, shocking the man. The shopkeeper asks if he brought it himself, amazed by his apparent strength. Jean recalls how cleanly he dispatched the monster, a testament to his new skill. The shopkeeper leads him into a back room filled with processed monster parts. He reflects that his mental resistance allows him to endure such gruesome sights. Thanks to this skill, he could butcher the bear, unlike the fish on the island. The shopkeeper praises his strength and skill, impressed by his professionalism. The man mentions the Adventurers Guild pays more, but Jean insists it's fine. He wants to avoid the Adventurers Guild because of the annoying siblings there. He asks the shopkeeper if he knows where he might learn to make potions. The man explains recipes are guild-controlled, but offers to check his own records. The shopkeeper leaves to check, telling Jean he will handle the sale. He returns, having successfully procured a scroll containing a potion recipe. Jean is surprised to see the scroll contains many recipes, even for bricks. He thinks to himself that making a potion seems surprisingly simple now. He resolves to pretend to use potions, hiding his own powerful healing magic. He agrees to the sale, ready to leave with his earnings and new knowledge. The shopkeeper stops him, saying he found a magic stone in the monster. Jean is intrigued, recalling reading about magic stones in his adventurer's handbook. The man holds out a small, sparkling gem, a rare prize from the bear. He identifies it as a valuable red spinel and congratulates Jean on his luck. Jean offers a slightly confused thank you, not used to such earnest praise. He asks if the shop will buy the stone, thinking a fire mage could use it. He decides to sell it, knowing he can use magic without needing such an item. The scene transitions to the bustling streets of Kuzum, lined with quaint houses. With his business done, he decides to walk around and eat before night falls. He looks around the lively town, taking in all the new sights and sounds. He wanders through the market, a sense of quiet wonder on his face. One stall is piled high with various wheels and blocks of artisan cheese. Another displays an array of cured meats, including salami and links of sausage. A baker's stall is stacked with fresh, rustic loaves of delicious-looking bread. He observes the local food, noting that sandwiches are a common and simple meal. He uses his appraisal skill on a grill of sausages sizzling over coals. Confirming they are well cooked, he politely orders one from the street vendor. He takes a large, satisfying bite of the grilled sausage on a stick. He notes the food is high in calories, perfectly suited for an adventurer. He moves on to another stall selling a wide variety of colorful dried fruits. Holding a small paper bag, he pops a piece of fruit into his mouth. His face scrunches up in surprise. The fruit is shockingly and intensely sour. He thinks the sugary fruit could be used for both sweets and meat dishes. He spots another vendor and wonders if they are selling lumps of brown sugar. He admires the old-fashioned, retro-style balance scale the vendor is using. He catches the scent of alcohol and wonders about the drinking age here. Walking through the market, he feels a simple, profound sense of joy. His attention is caught by a large crowd gathered just down the street. He peeks around a corner, curious to see what has drawn so many people. He sees a whole pig being roasted over a large pit of hot coals. His eyes light up with excitement at the sight of the magnificent feast. The vendor asks if he would like the delicious roasted pork in a sandwich. Jean eagerly accepts, buying a freshly made sandwich from the smiling man. The sandwich is packed with succulent meat and looks absolutely delicious. He takes a huge, enthusiastic bite, the taste immediately impressing him. He exclaims with delight that this sandwich is a definite winner, a great find. He decides to buy the rest of the roast a portion out and save for later. He looks to the starry sky, resolving to acquire more pork in the future. The scene shifts to his grand mansion, nestled peacefully beneath the mountains. He quietly greets Rish, who is curled up asleep in its woven basket. He wishes he could have eaten more varied, delicious food back on the island. The divine beast lets out a soft whimper as it dreams in its basket. He reaches out a hand, a soft, ethereal glow of magic forming around it. He knows healing magic is ineffective, but he tries to help Rish anyway. He looks at his companion, sincerely hoping for its swift and full recovery. He wishes his new home good night as a sense of peace settles over him. The next morning arrives, the sun shining brightly through the forest trees. He sits down to a simple breakfast of grilled fish, rice, and soup. As he eats, he recalls that the quality of fabric in Cousin was poor. Now that he can understand all languages, he wants to read this world's books. He finishes his meal, deciding that today he will go to the royal capital. He arrives, marveling at the sheer scale of the capital built into a mountain. He asks the city guard if there is a map or a guide for newcomers. The guard offers to sell him a simple, hand-drawn map of the sprawling city. He also suggests the Merchants Guild can provide a proper guided tour. He decides that if he goes to the main plaza, he can find a local to guide him. Jean thanks a city guard, pressing some coins into his hand and telling him to keep the change. As Jean turns to leave, the guard calls out to him with a suggestion. The guard tells him to find a man with ashen blonde hair named Leon near the plaza's well. With a grateful smile, Jean thanks the guard for the helpful information. He walks through a narrow stone alley, reflecting on his decision to come to the capital. Jean observes the city's architecture, finding it surprisingly narrow, with buildings connected to each other. He emerges into a wide plaza, identifying it as the place the guard mentioned. He recalls the guard's words, looking for the well and the man with ashen blonde hair. He spots a figure sitting on the edge of a stone well, wondering if that is Leon. Jean politely asks if he is Leon, and the figure turns with a palpable wave of hostility. Jean flinches, completely startled by the stranger's aggressive energy. A close-up reveals Leon's eyes, narrowed in a fierce and intimidating glare. Leon confirms his name curtly, and a frightened Jean stammers his request for a city tour. Internally, Jean can only think about how terrifying his potential guide's face is. He explains that he came here after a guard recommended Leon's services for a tour. The mention of a guard only seems to make Leon angrier, and Jean is scared. Jean panics, wondering if he was tricked by the guard or has found the wrong person. Resigned, Leon sighs that it must be fate and agrees to show him around. As they begin their walk, Jean asks if there are any must-see sights in the city. Leon flatly states the only thing worth seeing is the view from the fortress. He then adds that commoners are forbidden from entering, shocking Jean. Jean wonders which part of that suggestion was supposed to be helpful. He tries again, asking for recommendations for clothing shops or restaurants. Leon's face darkens menacingly as he explains he has acquaintances who can assist. Jean is bewildered, wondering why his guide makes such a scary face. Their footsteps echo on the cobblestone as they walk through the city streets. Jean's attention is once again drawn to the city's unusual architecture. He asks why the walls of the houses in this city are all connected. Leon explains that sharing walls is a common way to reduce property taxes. Curious, Jean asks what other kinds of taxes the citizens have to pay. Leon lists off a citizen tax, a traffic tax, and also a glass tax. Jean is surprised, realizing that a tax on glass marks it as a rare luxury. Jean contemplates the city, realizing he hadn't seen many glass windows in Cusum. He asks about a large building, which Leon identifies as the spirit branch. They enter a beautiful courtyard where spirits dance around a flowing stone well. Jean realizes that in this world, spirits are a subject of religious faith. Suddenly, his guide, Leon, comes to an abrupt and tense halt. Leon looks back, apologizing for not showing Jean a place like this sooner. Jean smiles, saying he will visit later, thinking Leon isn't such a bad person. Leon's face contorts in pain as a voice cries out for the young mistress. The urgent cry, "Young mistress," hangs in the air, full of panic. An elderly butler rushes to their side as Jean and Leon turn in surprise. The butler expresses his immense relief that the young mistress is unharmed. Jean is utterly bewildered, sweating as he wonders who this man could be. He questions the man's formal attire and why he called Leon young mistress. Leon explains that Note has been a butler for his family since childhood. Ignoring that, Leon angrily demands to know why the butler is even here. Note's expression turns grave as he warns that their pursuers are closing in. A stern woman in a military uniform appears, ordering a swift departure from the city. As Leon says her name, Lilas, Jean realizes yet another person has joined the chaos. Lilas motions to a nearby carriage, telling them to get in immediately. Leon, however, stands his ground, stubbornly declaring he has no reason to flee. The butler, Note, tries to placate his master, calling it a strategic retreat. But as Leon begins to argue, a sudden, sharp pain makes him clutch his chest. He lets out a pained grunt, his body collapsing forward into Lilas's arms. Note supports the ailing noble, warning Lilas that they are out of time. Lilas looks on with concern, apologizing for her own injuries. She demands to know why Leon isn't using a potion to heal himself. Note quietly explains that Leon refuses to use any of his family's wealth. Leon's hand grips his stomach tightly, a silent testament to his agony. Jean is completely lost, wondering what on earth is happening around him. Lilas urges them to move quickly before their commotion draws a larger crowd. Jean steps forward, offering a small vial he retrieved from his pouch. He offers the potion, a prototype he brewed and confirmed was safe. Lilas looks at the stranger with surprise and suspicion, asking who he is. "My name is Jean," he explains. "I was just having Leon show me around the city." The older butler clarifies that they were on their way to a shop named Teams. The knight, Lilas, pauses for a moment, her expression thoughtful and calculating. With a sudden, firm grip, Lilas grabs his wrist, commanding him to get in the carriage. Inside, the frantic butler tends to the unconscious youth, calling out to his young mistress. He carefully helps the unconscious noble drink the healing potion Jean had provided. The potion works. Color returns to the young noble's face as their breathing steadies. Jean is relieved, but feels uneasy having used an untested potion on another person. Lilas and the butler express their profound gratitude, thanking him for saving their master. Overwhelmed, Jean thinks that he doesn't care about clothes and just wants to be let off. The young noble's eyes finally flutter open, their expression weak but conscious. Confused, the youth asks where they are, and the butler explains they are in a carriage. Leon angrily confronts Lilas, stating that though banished, he is no wanted criminal. Lilas replies sadly that his younger brother is deeply unsettled by the fact he is alive. She reveals the brother has framed him for a crime to secure his own position. Jean is horrified, realizing he's been dragged into the exact family drama he despises. The butler urges a retreat, while Leon demands to know why he is called young mistress. Their carriage comes to a stop outside a stately building in the royal capital. An older man at the door greets them, calling out in surprise to Lady Adelheid. Leon, recovered, instructs the man to arrange for a new set of clothes for Jean. He apologizes for the interrupted tour, but Jean thinks he has bigger problems to worry about. Jean urges him to leave, telling him to go on ahead while he handles the arrangements. As they prepare to part ways, Lilas formally introduces herself to Jean. She offers him an ornate ring for aid, but warns him to stay away for his own safety. Jean accepts the ring, figuring it might be useful to hold on to, just in case. He finally asks the question that has been bothering him. What about young mistress? Lilas reveals the stunning truth. Leon is a woman, and her real name is Adelheid. Jean is left utterly speechless, his mind reeling from the impossible revelation. Lilas explains that Adelheid's flat chest and strength cause many to mistake her for a man. With a final, knowing glance, Lilas excuses herself, leaving Jean to his shock. The butler apologizes for the trouble, while Jean thinks he has no one to tell anyway. He steps into the tailor's shop, where a polite attendant in a maid's uniform greets him. Before he can react, he is swarmed by 3 attendants, all eager to take his measurements. Jean's face falls in annoyance as he realizes this is a custom-order shop. After a long day of errands, Jean lets out an exhausted sigh. He finds a secluded back alley, thinking this spot should be perfect. With a flick of his wrist, his purchases vanish into his convenient storage. He remembers Note's advice to get a meal before leaving the capital. At a quiet tavern, he enjoys a simple dinner of meat and bread. He browses a local bookstore, adding to his collection for his mansion's library. Teleporting back to his grand estate, he quietly announces that he is home. He finds the divine beast, Rish, sleeping soundly, and gives him a gentle pat. Standing beside his bed, he decides to settle in with one of his new books. He sits by the large window, the room lit only by a single candle. As night falls, he realizes the dim candlelight makes reading difficult. He briefly considers the challenge of crafting a proper oil lamp from scratch. Then, he recalls the goddess Mishudo's simple lesson on how to cast magic. He raises a single finger, focusing his intent on the command for light. A brilliant, sparkling orb of pure magic blossoms into existence at his fingertip. Ooh, this is convenient, he says, impressed with his newfound ability. He smiles, reflecting on his hectic but productive day and his many accomplishments. His thoughts drift to the troubled, stern-faced young noble he met, Adelheid. Leaning against a balcony, he wonders what became of her, praying for her safety. Back at his mansion, Rish sleeps peacefully, curled into a ball in his basket. The divine beast's eye twitches as he begins to stir from his long slumber. Several months have now passed since Rish first awoke, and he is full of life. His recovery is complete, his fur is healthy, and he no longer struggles to walk. Rish now trots happily beside Jean as they walk through the sun-dappled woods. Jean has been busy putting up jars of preserved food for the coming winter. He has spent months learning farming, livestock care, and cheese making from the locals. He plans to build a smokehouse before winter so he can be comfortable. He stops, noticing a small sapling he had purchased some time ago. He remembers the cork tree seedling and decides now is the time to plant it. With a soft pawn, he places the tiny plant into the prepared soil. He pulls out the small bag of magical growth powder he received from the gods. He carefully sprinkles the sparkling dust over the top of the young plant. With a sudden jolt, the sapling begins to grow at an impossible speed. Whoa! Jean exclaims as the trunk rapidly expands right before his eyes. He stands back in awe, looking up at the magnificent, fully grown tree. He notes the powder's amazing power, having also used it on his grapevine. Thinking it will make good material, he plans a trip to Kuzum to sell his goods. He arrives once again at the gates of the bustling frontier city of Kuzum. He muses that getting in every time is a hassle and considers renting a house. He stops, noticing a dropped handkerchief on the cobblestone street. He looks up and sees Chris, thinking with a weary sigh, her again. Chris mutters to herself about her party's troubles and Jean's recent potion sales. Jean walks right past her, completely ignoring her presence, much to her shock. He decides he needs a plausible excuse for being in the city, like renting a home. With a determined look, he resolves that, yes, he will rent a house here. A property agent shows him a sturdy old building, asking what he thinks. The agent explains that it's a new listing, cheap, and in a safe area. Jean inspects the building, noting that old houses here are surprisingly well made. He agrees to rent it, planning to learn local skills while he's here. He soon finds himself working alongside local carpenters, learning the trade. He also spends time at a nearby farm, learning the art of cheese making. He even helps a local craftsman, learning how to properly plaster a wall. He feels a familiar gaze and sees Chris spying on him from behind a wall. The seasons begin to turn, and the distant mountains are touched with cold. Jean notes the chill in the air as Chris shivers nearby, wondering what to do. She clutches her stomach, lamenting that she is short on money and feels troubled. Jean silently approaches her from behind as she stands by a market stall. She turns and calls out to him as he begins to walk away from her. She asks if he's going to the demon forest, warning him it's dangerous now. He thanks her coolly, stating that he is well aware of the risks. She pleads with him not to push himself, saying his life is more important. He assures her he won't, but her stomach suddenly growls with comical loudness. Startled by the sound, she loses her footing and trips on the cobblestones. "Ouch, I fell," she says, sitting on the ground and winking through the pain. She looks up at him, her eyes sparkling with unshed, theatrical tears. Jean stares down at her blankly, wondering why she isn't getting up. He turns to leave the city, only to be stopped by another familiar face. Dine appears, and Jean lets out an internal, exasperated sigh. Now it's the brother, he thinks, trying to excuse himself and walk away. Dine recognizes him, remembering their tense encounter at the Adventurers Guild. He bows his head deeply, clasping his hands and sincerely apologizing for his behavior. He explains that he was being blamed by a woman named Kana at the guild. He admits the real cause was his frustration over losing adventurers to the Merchants Guild. Jean listens, unimpressed, as Dine says he knows that he was in the wrong. Dine confesses that his bad mood was caused by the pink-haired girl's party. He tells Jean that he has a condition for his forgiveness. "What is it?" Dine asks, his expression earnest and ready to comply. Jean demands that he keep his sister away, to not even let her look at him. Dine is shocked, but agrees, though he has one question for Jean. He asks if Jean is really sure, boasting that his little sister is very cute. Jean is horrified by the brother's delusion, thinking he has a serious sister filter. Dine asks what his type is, if not a girl like his sister, Emil. Jean thinks of someone quiet and unassuming, the polar opposite of his own sister. He reconsiders, admitting that a little bit of feminine charm would be nice. Relieved, Dine offers to show him a place where rare and unusual plants grow. Jean is intrigued, as he was planning to gather herbs anyway, and readily agrees. Dine gives a cheerful thumbs up, happy to have finally made amends. Jean thinks that Dine is a normal guy, as long as his sister isn't involved. They venture into the forest, walking beneath a thick canopy of green leaves. Dine points out a particular plant with long, blade-like leaves. He explains that it's kinka grass, an herb used by the rich to flavor drinks. Jean wonders if it tastes earthy, while Dine says it's just for impressing people. Dine suggests they hunt some rabbits for lunch, and Jean agrees. Jean realizes he can't use his teleportation or storage skills in front of Dine. They roast chunks of rabbit meat on skewers over a crackling campfire. Jean comments that Dine's fighting style has improved, becoming more efficient and focused. Dine brushes it off, saying Jean is the truly strong one for hunting bears. Jean demurs, claiming his own strength is nothing more than simple brute force. Dine hears the words brute force and immediately thinks of a physical challenge. Jean grimaces, recalling his younger self, a scrawny boy desperate to grow bigger. A sudden noise in the forest puts the adventurer, Dine, on high alert. He immediately drops into a defensive crouch, his hand on his sword. The sound of rustling footsteps draws closer through the tall grass. A figure emerges, asking if they caused a commotion. Jean and Dine are both shocked by the unexpected arrival. Jean recognizes Adelheid, wondering why his former guide is here. She explains she was hunting a bear and came to the stream for water. Jean realizes he must not use her real name in front of this stranger. Dine asks if the two of them are acquainted. She introduces herself by her alias, Ash, requesting their cooperation. Dine introduces himself, and Jean is relieved he kept her identity secret. Ash promises to repay Jean for the healing potion he gave her. She seems flustered when Dine interrupts, offering her a skewer of meat. He grins warmly, telling her to just eat and forget about the debt. The three strangers form a temporary truce around the crackling campfire. Ash explains her inn is expensive, which is why she must hunt a bear. Jean is stunned to learn her room costs a full gold coin per night. They realize she's staying at a terrible inn with only a bed and desk. Ash says the pink-haired guild receptionist recommended the place. Jean and Dine immediately picture the bubbly but clueless receptionist, Amel. Dine passionately defends his sister, blaming the greedy innkeeper instead. Jean thinks how strangely illogical Dine becomes when his sister is involved. Dine insists he must help his cute sister because she tries so hard. Adelheid realizes with dawning understanding that Dine is Amel's brother. Dine grows uneasy under Adelheid's sudden, intense, and frightening stare. She says that a spirit was lingering near Dine's sister, Amel. She then tells Jean a mark of that spirit's influence floats over Dine. Dine is confused, unable to see anything, while Jean looks closer. Jean focuses his unique sight, confident he can perceive any spirit. A single, ethereal white flower suddenly pops into view on Dine's head. Jean puffs his cheeks, trying his best not to laugh at the sight. Dine, unnerved, asks why Jean is staring at him so seriously. Jean thinks the strange apparition looks like an artificial flower. "Excuse me," Jean says, reaching out toward the confused adventurer. He plucks the ethereal flower from Dine's head with a soft sound. The flower vanishes into motes of light as he holds it. Jean then punches Dine, knocking him out cold before offering a quick apology. Adelheid explains the flower was a seed of control. Now its influence is broken. Jean recalls that his own divine beast, Rish, is also a spirit he can see. He muses that Rish usually remains invisible so as not to cause trouble. Adelheid reveals he is the first person she's met, besides her father, with this sight. Within her entire clan, only she and her father can perceive spirits. She gives him a solemn warning. His rare ability is coveted and dangerous. Jean nervously agrees that he will be more careful in the future. As Dine groans, Jean briefly wonders if this is how he'll be silenced. He thinks about leaving Dine there, turning the whole thing into a joke. He wonders if Adelheid already knew he could see spirits all along. She asks if Dine is his friend. Jean admits this is only their second meeting. Adelheid's expression darkens as a grim thought occurs to her. She realizes a bear could find Dine, their shared thought process unnerving her. She sighs, accepting her misjudgment and the complicated situation. Jean thinks to himself that she seems to be a magnet for bad luck. After a quiet moment, Adelheid decides to ask him something important. She asks Jean if he can also see the spirit that is attached to her. He looks and is shocked to see a tiny bird pecking furiously at her temple. Jean is horrified, thinking she must be getting pecked relentlessly. The ethereal bird continues its assault, pecking at her head. He asks if it hurts. She admits it is a constant, dull ache. Jean winces, thinking it must be a rather sharp kind of dull ache. He leans in for a closer look, and the bird momentarily pauses. He spots a shimmering collar of light around the tiny bird's neck. To understand its nature, he activates his appraisal skill. It reveals the spirit, Lu, was bound to her by her father to make her manly. Jean asks why the spirit was attached, wondering about the chronic pain. She explains it was to make her a fine heir, prompting Jean to ask about a brother. She clarifies her father had a daughter later, and Jean thinks it sounds like a home delivery. Her family serves through martial skill, and the spirit was meant to hide her gender. Jean finds this strange, questioning how being manly would increase her strength. Adelheid is confused, wondering if he doesn't understand the curse's function. Jean apologizes for meddling, but says the suffering spirit should be freed. Adelheid looks down, quietly agreeing with him. She was meant to be freed 2 years ago, but the caster fell ill. She looks at Jean with pleading eyes, asking if he can free her spirit. He thinks he can handle the collar and suggests they try back in town. Adelheid agrees, promising to reward him whether he succeeds or not. Jean asks how she'll afford a room. She says she'll hunt a bear. He remembers with a start that he came here for the exact same reason. A voice suddenly calls out from behind them, offering a sincere apology. Dine is awake, explaining he was being influenced by a spirit's resentment. He says the flower mark appeared on men who spent time with his sister, Amel. He apologizes again to Jean, who tells him not to worry about it. Dine says he will take Amel to the spirit branch to be cleansed. Jean recalls the spirit branch from the capital, wondering if Cosum has one. Adelheid says she doesn't know, so they should keep quiet for now. She explains that spirit branches are places in every city where spirits gather. Jean announces he is returning to the city to make arrangements. Dine suggests he hire a transporter for the bear he plans to hunt. Adelheid explains that a transporter is someone who hauls adventurers' kills. Dine hands Jean a slip of paper with the transporter's information. Jean hesitates, about to say something more. Dine gives a thumbs up, promising to keep their secret safe. Jean realizes Dine knows he can touch spirits and waves goodbye. Suddenly, they are ambushed by a pack of wolves and stand back to back. Adelheid draws her rapier, her form sharp and ready for battle. Jean draws his own sword, his expression one of deadly focus. A wolf falls to the ground, killed in a single, swift motion. Adelheid praises Jean's fighting style as fast and brutally efficient. He explains he's just using his skills to imitate her perfect form. The transporter, seeing the dead wolves, screams that he won't take them. The men refuse to load the carcasses, saying it's a rental and they must carry it themselves. The journey back to Cosum was a heavy one, burdened by their unconscious friend. Though they failed to find a bear, Adelheid noted their wolf hunt was profitable. Adelheid apologized for the trouble, but Jean was more concerned about her lodging. She worried Dine might be out for days, leaving her stranded in the city. Jean then asked about the whereabouts of her ever-present butler, Note. She explained he was on another mission, his return time completely unknown. Seeing her predicament, Jean offered her shelter at his own rented house. He led her to the modest but sturdy home he had recently rented. Inside, he welcomed her and gestured for her to take a seat. Adelheid looked around, complimenting his taste and the repairs he'd made. Jean suddenly became flustered, realizing he reeked of their recent wolf hunt. He quickly offered her a bath, a suggestion she gratefully accepted. He told her to wait a moment while he made the necessary preparations. He drew fresh water, explaining the local steam baths were often unsanitary. He presented a clean wooden tub heated by a roaring hearth fire. He directed her to the facilities upstairs, and she thanked him for his hospitality. While she bathed, he decided to change his clothes and prepare a guest bed. He thought to himself how nice it would be to install a proper bathtub here. He returned downstairs, having prepared tea and some simple biscuits for them. The polished metal kettle reflected the quiet, domestic scene. Now refreshed, he told her it was time to begin addressing her curse. She nervously asked him to proceed, bracing herself for what was to come. Jean focused his gaze, a single bead of sweat betraying his concentration. The spirit bird materialized, pecking aggressively at Adelheid's temple. He noted that the bird itself seemed unable to control its own actions. He identified the glowing collar as the source of the magical binding. With a touch, the magical collar shattered into motes of brilliant light. The bird flew free, but the sudden release of magic overwhelmed Adelheid. She began to collapse, and Jean quickly moved to catch her. He caught her just in time, her unconscious form held securely in his arms. Her hand fell limp, the strain of the curse finally taking its toll. He noted with detached surprise that her chest was so flat he felt no thrill. He gently laid her on a bed, the now peaceful bird resting beside her. He looked at the bird, asking if its long, forced duty was finally over. He gently stroked the small creature, telling it to get some well-deserved rest. The two of them, master and familiar, finally slept peacefully side by side. Jean watched over her, thinking the curse had been surprisingly easy to break. He wondered how long she would sleep, planning his next move as a host. His duties as a host temporarily complete, he went about his own errands. He brought fresh water to her bedside, ensuring her comfort. He spent some time in study, seeking to learn more about this world. His thoughts then turned to his companion, Rish, back at the mansion. He teleported home, apologizing to Rish for his recent absence. The divine beast nuzzled into his hands, enjoying the affectionate scratches. As he thought of Adelheid, his surroundings suddenly began to shift. He found himself in a strange, ethereal space, a familiar voice calling his name. It was the goddesses, their expressions far more serious than usual. "It's been a while," he said, surprised. "Why are you here?" Ruardile apologized for the intrusion, stating she had an urgent request. The elderly goddess asked if he would name the spirits seeking refuge with him. Mishido explained his sister was using magic recklessly, blind to the consequences. Ruardile grimly added this behavior would likely continue for at least a year. This borrowed power came at the cost of consuming countless lesser spirits. He asked what Namina was, a term he did not yet understand. He suddenly realized they were talking about Vavin, the god of fire. He realized with disgust that the god was not trying to stop this power grab. Mishido worried that if his sister could see spirits, she would cause chaos. Ruardile complained about the noisy spirits, wanting to be rid of them. The old goddess explained they couldn't simply restrain the hero's actions. Mishido then told Jean he should see the spirits for himself. "Look out the window," she urged, a command that confused him. He closed his eyes, focusing his mind as she had instructed him to. His eyes snapped open as a horrifying vision flooded his consciousness. He saw an endless, writhing mass of spirits packed behind a window. "Are these all spirits?" he gasped, utterly horrified by the sight. He was glad he couldn't see this before. It was better not to know. Mishido explained his sister's power was drawing them all to him. The only solution, she said, was to give each and everyone a name. By naming them, he would form a bond and set them free. He looked at the endless horde, daunted by the impossible scale of the task. Ruardile told him not to overthink it. Simple numbers would suffice. The spirits could even choose new names for themselves later on. He mused on the strange logic of the spirits' affections and loyalties. She explained the named spirits could borrow his power. He agreed to it. Mishido cheerfully told him to begin, reminding him they couldn't enter his home. He sat at a desk under the stars, preparing for the monumental task ahead. With a quill in hand, he began the monotonous process of naming. Yellow 1, red 2, blue 1. The list grew slowly but surely. An hour later, he had barely made a dent, reaching yellow 52. Exhausted by the sheer monotony, he collapsed onto the table for a break. A tiny spirit gently nudged his cheek, trying to wake him. He sat up abruptly, deciding he needed to check on his patient. With a flash of magic, he teleported away, escaping his duty. He landed back in the familiar quiet of his rented house in Kuzum. His escape was short-lived. Mishido was already there waiting for him. He asked why she had followed him, but she only offered a playful giggle. Just then, Adelheid's newly freed spirit familiar flew into the room. "That child is a spirit," Mishido confirmed as the bird landed on his shoulder. She then gestured towards the bed, where Adelheid was still sleeping soundly. The goddess explained Adelheid was recovering from the shock of being freed. Jean looked at the goddess, processing the gravity of the situation. Mishido's face suddenly filled with alarm. "A maiden's in a pinch," she cried. She floated over the sleeping noblewoman, repeating her dramatic declaration. Jean was confused, knowing the goddess could clearly see she was a woman. She playfully warned him not to take advantage of the situation. "Or am I wrong?" she asked, giving him a mischievous wink. She then closed her eyes, her hands glowing with a gentle, divine light. She placed a hand on Adelheid's forehead, casting a blessing of peaceful rest. "She'll sleep soundly until she needs the toilet," the goddess chirped happily. She figured Adelheid would likely awaken sometime the following night. The goddess Mishido asks Jean what name the small bird on his shoulder bears. Jean recalls that his appraisal skill had previously identified the spirit as Lu. Mishido explains that the old contract is broken, allowing him to forge a new one. The little bird puffs its chest, as Mishido confirms it wants Jean to name it. He jokes about its fluffy feathers, admitting he has no talent for naming things. His thoughts turn to its beautiful, azure feathers as he searches for a fitting name. He looks at the bird and tentatively suggests the name AZ for it. The newly named AZ happily nuzzles his cheek, showing its immediate approval of the choice. He explains with a smile that the name comes from the Italian word for blue. The bird chirps happily, as if testing the sound of its brand new name. He looks at Adelheid, thinking she would be lonely without her constant companion, AZ. He tells Mishido he is ready to return and continue his monumental naming duty. Back in the divine realm, the night sky glitters above the ethereal structure. He is surprised to find that the gods Gadel and Inish have also arrived. He resumes his tedious work, naming the endless stream of corrupted spirits one by one. Exhausted, he learns this tedious task will need to be repeated every single month. Ruordile holds up a hand, instructing him to wait before he casts his light spell. An overwhelming, blinding flash of light erupts from his hand, flooding the divine realm. He shields his eyes from the intense light, while Mishido marvels at his power. Ruordile looks on sternly, reminding him that she had explicitly told him to wait. As the light fades, he slowly opens his eyes, still dazed by the blast. Inish explains that all the small light spirits nearby had lent him their power. The elder goddess warns him to learn control by conveying his intent to the spirits. He remembers Mishido's previous lesson about visualizing magic, finally understanding his mistake. His magical training is suddenly interrupted by the loud growl of his hungry stomach. Realizing it is time for dinner, he turns his attention back to the gods. The assembled gods look on, awaiting his next move in the ethereal space. He offers with a polite smile, asking if any of them would like to eat. Their bizarre, simple requests make him realize they are all incredibly picky eaters. He prepares a proper meal for himself, a simple spread of fish and soup. He savors a mouthful of the delicious pork soup, finding comfort in the taste. A small, contented sound escapes him as he enjoys the comforting, warm meal. The goddesses Mishido and Ruordile happily enjoy the food he has prepared for them. The elder gods also partake in the meal, enjoying the simple tea and snacks. He watches the bizarre scene unfold, thinking to himself how surreal it all is. The god Inish happily crunches on a spoonful of salt, a strange choice of food. Jean asks if he is okay eating only salt, but Inish seems perfectly content. The thought suddenly occurs to him to ask if spirits are even able to eat. Mishido explains that human-like spirits can eat, but they are unable to taste. She clarifies that other spirits subsist on things like dew, fire, and scents. He thinks he understands, just as Rish pops up beside him at the table. He gently scolds Rish, reminding the divine beast that he is still eating. Ruordile reveals that Rish was once her master, the fearsome wolf of dark ice. Jean looks on in confusion, trying to understand her ominous words about Rish. Mishido giggles, remarking that Rish is now too cute for anyone to approach. She apologizes, admitting that she still feels a little bit suspicious of the creature. Jean looks between the two goddesses, completely lost by their strange conversation about Rish. Gadel explains that before losing his power, Rish was a destructive god of chaos. Rish's past is described as one of selfish desire, ignoring all who stood against him. Jean stares at his companion in utter shock, exclaiming that he was an alpha. Mishudo looks on with a confused expression, unfamiliar with the term alpha. He explains that an alpha is a leader, and conflict arises without a strong one. He states that for a peaceful life, animals must learn to follow human rules. Gadel reminds him that Rish is a wolf spirit, not just a simple wolf. He asks if wolf spirits are different, but Ruordile offers only a silent stare. Gadel warns him to be careful, as Rish's high intelligence and memories remain. He looks at Rish, thinking that for now, all that matters is that he's cute. He thanks the gods for their concern, promising that he will be careful. Mishudo takes his hands, playfully calling him her precious and important caterer. As the divine beings begin to fade away, he offers them a quiet thank you. Mishudo waves goodbye, asking him to take good care of the spirits for them. Ruordile offers a final, silent wave before disappearing along with the other gods. Rish pants happily at his feet, the very image of a friendly, harmless pet. The divine realm vanishes in a shimmer of light, returning him to the real world. He muses on the term a proud wolf, still struggling to connect it with Rish. Rish rolls playfully on its back, and Jean thinks it's a very convincing act. His divine duties concluded, he decides it's finally time for a bath and sleep. The next day, he walks through the bustling streets of town on a new errand. He has come to the pottery district to place an order for a custom bathtub. He sits with a pot of tea, deciding to buy new tableware while he's here. He arrives at the potter's workshop, its large kilns smoking in the background. He introduces himself to the potter, Malcolm, and presents his bathtub design. Malcolm looks at the plans, recognizing it as an idea for a new product. Jean listens intently, holding the rolled-up schematics for his custom bathtub design. Malcolm mentions a noble from a nearby country has requested a similar bathtub design. Jean instantly realizes that his sister and her party must be behind the request. Malcolm, excited by the challenge, eagerly asks Jean to help develop the new design. He reflects on the strange ways he is still connected to his sister's party. Back at his rented house, he hears a sudden noise from Adelheide's room upstairs. Adelheid stirs in her sleep, finally beginning to wake from her long slumber. He enters her room with AZ on his finger and quietly asks if she's all right. Her eyes snap open, startled and alert at his sudden appearance in her room. She thanks him for his help, and he asks if she is feeling any pain. She admits her back is a bit sore, likely from having slept for so long. She looks out the window, wondering if it is morning or evening after her rest. He calmly informs her that she has been asleep for 3 full days, shocking her. She feels she's been a burden, but he insists he simply let her rest. He informs her that while she was asleep, he gave the little bird a new name. She asks what name he chose for the bird as it gently pecks his finger. He looks at her and simply states the new name he has chosen. Izzy. A beautiful, genuine smile spreads across her face as she calls it a good name. She explains that the spirit accepting his name is a sign of its affection. He is stunned by her transformation, wondering who this beautiful person is without her frown. She notes that AZ seems to have grown quite fond of him, much to his surprise. She teases him, calling him a beauty that women would not be able to ignore. Flustered, he asks if he's going to be tricked and taken to bed. She looks at him with genuine confusion, asking if he thinks she was tricked. He looks back at her, still flustered by her teasing and the strange situation. He insists he wasn't tricking her, but was worried about himself instead. He offers her soup and a place to stay, a simple gesture of kindness. Adelheid, in her guise as Ash, tells Jean she won't throw him out tonight. Jean thinks to himself that he needs her to recover so he can get his money back. Adelheid insists Jean must pay for his lodging, and he agrees, calling her a stickler. The scene shifts to the half-timbered exterior of a bustling city tavern. Inside the lively establishment, Jean spots the butler and calls out to Note. Note turns around, startled, but visibly relieved to see Adelheid is safe. Jean watches as the loyal butler bows deeply to his mistress. Adelheid observes that while spirits sometimes follow people, she's never seen a man with the flower affliction. Just then, Dine appears with a grin, happy to have finally found them. Dine insists on buying Jean a drink as an apology for all the trouble. Adelheid introduces Note, explaining he was a butler before becoming an adventurer. Jean observes the group, thinking that whether it's 2 or 3 people, it's all the same. 2 large, frothy wooden mugs of ale are placed on their table. Dine's mood turns serious as he explains he needs to talk about his sister, Amel. He says Amel works at the spirit branch, but people she helps have been collapsing. Dine admits his sister is too stubborn to listen and won't return her old post. The nature of spirit pranks is explained. They can be fixed if unintentional. Adelheid warns that this is more than a prank and questions the grand measures taken for Dine. Dine understands she is needling him about his own recent spirit possession. Adelheid reflects that her mind is sharp, but those around her seem oblivious to danger. Dine changes the subject, saying he will handle Adelheid's payment later. He offers to find Jean a good inn, since he's now staying with his sister. Dine asks Note to find a 2-room place for a short stay, which the butler accepts. Jean sips his ale, thinking that while legal at 15, the taste is just so-so. Dine calls out Jean's name, grabbing his attention from his thoughts. He offers to introduce Jean to a reliable, mid-rank adventurer he knows. He describes this adventurer as strong and dependable, though not flashy. Jean sees the value in this and agrees that it would be a great help. Dine sets the time for the introduction. Same time, same place, tomorrow. He hesitates for a moment, adding that there is one more thing he must say. He warns both of them to be careful, as they seem to attract a strange crowd. He points at Adelheid, telling her not to frown so much or her pretty face will get wrinkles. Jean silently agrees with the sentiment about her frowning, as Dine looks flustered. Dine shouts that their good looks attract weirdos, while Chris spies from a corner, annoyed. A new chapter begins as Jean awakens peacefully in his bed at the mansion. He sits up, wishing his divine beast, Rish, a good morning. He lifts the now healthy and incredibly fluffy Rish, surprised by his recovery. Looking out the window, he sees the mountains are dusted with white. It's snowing. In the kitchen, thick slices of bacon and an egg sizzle in a hot pan. He stirs a pot, preparing a warm and comforting breakfast. The full meal is a picture of luxury: toast, bacon, egg, and coffee. He takes a satisfyingly crunchy bite of the thick toast he has prepared. He savors the delicious combination of plum jam and cheese. Sipping his coffee, he quietly reflects on the arrival of winter. The cozy scene reminds him of the terrible, desperate winter he spent alone on the island. His plate is now empty, and he offers a quiet word of thanks for the meal. He stands, remembering he must get ready to meet the adventurer Dine has found for him. He teleports to the familiar, bustling streets of the frontier city of Kuzum. Dressed in his cloak, he stands outside his rented house, waiting for the others. Adelheid and her butler, Note, arrive to meet him as planned. Adelheid immediately brings up the matter of the potion, wanting to settle the cost. Jean waves it off, saying he wasn't looking for payment, but she remains insistent. Her expression is firm, a silent declaration that she will not back down. Jean proposes they discuss it after she has found a stable place to live. Note smoothly intervenes, accepting Jean's reasonable terms on Adelheid's behalf. A voice calls out Jean's name, and he sees Dine waving from across the way. Dine waves cheerfully, calling them over to where he is waiting. He introduces a rugged, bearded hunter as Rhett, then introduces Jean to him. Rhett greets him gruffly, saying he prefers to keep things casual. Jean agrees, thinking this must be the solid adventurer Dine had mentioned. Rhett turns to Dine with a deadpan, unimpressed expression. Both men get right in Jean's face, commenting on how his good looks will attract women. Dine winks, admitting he's broke and not as careful as Jean seems to be. Jean internally blames the goddesses for his refined features, which attract so much trouble. He snaps the dazed Rhett back to reality by calling out his name. Rhett, flustered, quickly changes the subject, suggesting they get going on their hunt. Dine watches them leave, asking if Rhett is just going to do his usual requests. Dine asks Jean if he has a complex about his face, a suggestion Jean quickly denies. Jean narrates that his first official request as an adventurer's companion is about to begin. Their boots crunch in the snow as Rhett explains their main objective for the hunt. Rhett says that this season, he hunts rabbits for their valuable pelts. He explains that horned monsters have tough meat, but their strong pelts sell well. Jean casually mentions that the price of bear pelts has dropped recently. Rhett gives him a knowing look, suspecting he and Ash are the cause. He begins the lesson, explaining how to read the bent grass to track prey. Jean is genuinely impressed, thinking Rhett is a true professional. He kneels, examining a set of rabbit tracks left in the fresh snow. He then points out another set of tracks, noting a fox walks in a straight line. Based on the prints, he correctly identifies the prey as a horned USA. Amazing, Rhett. He explains his deduction, pointing out the faint impression of claws in the snow. Rhett is impressed, saying if a fox is hunting it, the fox must be a monster, too. Jean reflects that he is relying on his search skill, hoping Dine doesn't notice. Rhett knocks an arrow, explaining his short bow is useless against a monster's hide. He draws back the bowstring, his focus absolute as he takes aim. The arrow flies from the bow, a silent, deadly projectile streaking through the woods. It finds its mark, striking a rabbit, whose eyes spin with comical shock. Rhett notes that monsters are easier to hunt since they come to you. Jean is impressed. The hunter promises to show him how he hunts the more difficult foxes as well. Back at the guild, a woman compliments Rhett on his clean kills as he gets paid. Jean watches the easy interaction, impressed by Rhett's high social skills. The successful day of hunting concludes with celebratory drinks at the tavern. Jean thanks Rhett for the valuable lessons he learned during their hunt. Rhett calls Jean a strange guy for being interested in his simple hunting style. He adds that Jean's slender build is better suited for his methods anyway, flustering him. Dine laughs, telling Jean to drink up, insisting that the round is on him. That night, Jean is back in his mansion, the snowy peaks looming under a starry sky. He rolls up his sleeve with a look of firm determination. He struggles through push-ups while Rish watches, resolving to begin muscle training. The next day, he is back in the city, making his way to a local craftsman's shop. He greets the potter, Malcolm, asking how his project is coming along. His newly commissioned bathtub gleamed, a masterpiece of pottery. "How's this?" Malcolm asked. Jean thanked the craftsman, who then asked how he planned to move it. A bead of sweat appeared on Jean's face. He had completely forgotten. He couldn't possibly use his storage skill in front of these men. He quickly claimed to have arrangements, so Malcolm offered to wrap it. The potter and his assistant carried the heavy, wrapped bundle to a quiet street. Jean waved them off, waiting until he was completely alone with his prize. He glanced around nervously, ensuring no one was watching his next move. With a shimmer of magic, the massive tub vanished into his dimensional storage. Later, back at his rented house in Cusum, a gentle snow began to fall. He got to work, carefully laying new tiles for the bathroom floor. Outside, he dug trenches by the well, preparing for the new plumbing. With practiced hands, he laid bricks, building a sturdy new wall. He stood back, hands on his hips, admiring his progress with satisfaction. "It's done," he declared, standing proudly beside the perfectly installed bathtub. Just then, a sharp knock on the door broke the quiet of the house. He opened it to find Adelheid, holding a small gift as a greeting. She explained she had come with a moving-in present for her new neighbor. Jean was delighted, asking where in the city she had found a place. She simply pointed outside, stating that her new home was right here. He looked to see her pointing at the house directly next door. He remarked on how close they were, and she offered a quiet apology. She explained that Note found the place, though she never gave him Jean's address. Jean wondered if it was a coincidence, but figured it was his own fault. Adelheid admitted her guard was down because she was so happy talking to him. Her uncharacteristically open admission left Jean flustered and speechless. He quickly invited her inside to escape the cold, and she gratefully accepted. Inside, he offered her a cup of hot tea to warm her hands. She thanked him as he eagerly prepared to open her thoughtful gift. He unwrapped the package to reveal a beautiful and delicious-looking fig tart. He took a large bite, the sound of his enjoyment filling the quiet room. He declared it the most delicious sweet he'd eaten in the entire city. She credited her capable butler, Note, for the excellent recommendation. Her expression then turned serious as she prepared to change the subject. She asked what he had been making, and he feigned a moment of confusion. He simply answered that he was building a bath, which she found puzzling. In her mind, she pictured a simple wooden barrel, not a proper tub. Deciding it was easier to show her, he invited her to come and see. She let out a gasp of pure awe upon seeing the magnificent bathroom. She asked if it was truly a bath, and he confirmed it was. She marveled at its beauty, admitting she had never seen its like before. He told her she could try it once the plaster on the walls dried. He then suggested she should invite her butler, Note, to see it as well. Sometime later, the scene transitions as the new guest arrives. The butler, Note, arrived at the door, politely announcing his presence. Adelheid proudly showed him the beautiful tub, which even impressed the butler. She told him Jean had promised she could use it, shocking the proper servant. Jean panicked, realizing his casual offer was a major breach of etiquette. Note, however, adjusted his monocle, admitting his own professional interest was piqued. Adelheid asked him to inspect the kitchen as well, and he obliged. Note was impressed by the house, noting the complete lack of any foul odors. He marveled at the advanced plumbing, asking which workshop had built it. Jean hesitated for a moment before admitting who the craftsman was. He pointed to himself, leaving the butler completely and utterly stunned. Note exclaimed in disbelief that Jean had done all the work himself. He asked if the techniques were registered with the guild, which they were not. The butler insisted he register them immediately, seeing a fortune to be made. The scene shifts to the snowy wilderness, where Jean shivers in the cold. He stands by a frozen lake, commenting on how brutally cold it is. He came for feathers for a futon, but now realizes he needs a coat. He decided to hunt the horned geese quickly and return to the warmth. He cast a spell, his hand glowing as he prepared for the hunt. Drawing his bow, he cast silence to ensure his prey wouldn't be startled. The arrow, trailing a thin line, flew silently through the air toward the birds. It struck one of the geese with a splash, a perfect clean shot. He smiled, satisfied with his successful hunt in the harsh conditions. As he began to reel in his catch, he sensed something was wrong. The scent of blood attracted the rest of the flock, which swarmed him. Before they could attack, he activated his magic and teleported away. He landed in a heap back home, admitting the experience had been terrifying. The fire in his hearth crackled, a welcome and comforting source of warmth. He sat with Rish, waiting to warm up before venturing out again. A sharp knock at the door interrupted his quiet moment of recovery. It was Note, checking to see how Lord Jean was settling in. Adelheid thanked Jean, saying the move went smoothly because of his help. She mentioned that merchants were already coming to study his renovations. Jean presented them with his housewarming gift, a large, light bundle. He explained it was made from horned white goose feathers, shocking Note. Note exclaimed that it was a priceless luxury item of the highest quality. Adelheid protested that the gift was far too extravagant for the occasion. Jean sheepishly admitted he hadn't known the feathers were so valuable. Adelheid, noting they couldn't cook yet, asked if he would share a meal. She invited him to eat with them, but Note prepared to excuse himself. The butler insisted he could not possibly dine at the same table as his master. Adelheid overruled him inviting Note to join them as well, which Jean seconded. Later that evening, the three of them gathered for dinner in Jean's home. He laid out a magnificent feast of roasted goose and hearty stew. For dessert, he presented a fig tart he had baked, inspired by her gift. Note identified the main course as the roasted white goose, another luxury. The three of them offered a quiet prayer of thanks before the meal. Adelheid took a large, satisfying bite of a piece of the roasted goose. Her eyes widened as she quietly declared the food to be delicious. Note was equally impressed, praising the exquisite smoked soup and cheese. Jean noted that despite her stern face, she couldn't stop eating. He smiled, realizing he was beginning to understand her a little better. He commented on her happiness, and she admitted that good food brings her joy. As he moved to serve the tart, Note suddenly called out his name. A small, fuzzy black spirit shot across the room like a dark comet. It slammed into the tart, which erupted in black flames, startling Jean. Adelheid's expression hardened, her eyes fixed on the malevolent fire. Jean is suddenly startled, his eyes wide with surprise as he wonders what is happening. Chris Leeds narrates that he recognizes the two spirits Jean has named, but not the black one. Jean realizes with a jolt that Ash is feigning ignorance to test his abilities. He sweats, hoping he can somehow bluff his way through this tense situation. He feigns concern, offering to get Adelheid a towel for the sudden temperature change. Jean quickly exits the room, his back to Adelheid as she watches him leave. The butler, Note, observes the scene with a silent, calculating expression on his face. In the pantry, Jean wonders how to contain the spirit, recalling they can't pass through metal. He plunges the dark spirit into a crock, declaring it will receive the pickle punishment. Relieved, he's glad he brought the enamel pot from Cusum, confident it will hold. He winks at his familiar, Rose Corn, promising to prepare her favorite things later. The butler's voice cuts in from behind, formally addressing him as Jean Sama. Jean turns with a calm smile, asking the butler what he can do for him. Note confesses the spirit was his and apologizes for it having ruined the tart. He asks if Ash knows about spirits, noting his familiar usually avoids people. Jean places a hand on his pack and lies, insisting that Ash knows nothing. Note explains his family is a branch of Adelheid's and can't outshine the main house. He remarks that Jean's gray hair and amber eyes are similar to Ash's. Jean is shocked, realizing there is no way Adelheid is unaware of his powers. He decides to stay out of the master-servant drama, wanting nothing to do with it. He tells Note to use the front door next time and prepares to bring the new tart. Note observes the contained spirit, noting its unique smell is like a pickled salt. Jean sighs, knowing they share a mutual secret about their respective abilities now. The scene shifts to a peaceful, starry night sky above the silhouetted trees. The story moves to a bustling port town, with ships docked along a wooden pier. Jean walks through the lively market as a fishmonger calls out a welcome. A small white cat tries to snatch a fish, only to be shooed away. Jean smiles at the lively, chaotic scene, taking in the bustling atmosphere. He recalls that his sister's party is also in this country gathering information. A diagram explains how magic weakens spirits, who then possess animals out of resentment. Jean is certain that his sister's reckless magic use is causing these problems. He wonders how to find out, overhearing fishermen complain about rivals from Shuram. He turns, listening as other adventurers grumble about skirmishes forcing them home. They complain bitterly that the so-called heroes and saints are the cause of all the trouble. One muses that if a demon lord appeared, they might actually have to ask for help. Suddenly, a pickpocket tries to steal his coin purse, but Jean grabs his wrist. He twists the thief's arm, forcing him to drop the stolen purse. Jean calmly retrieves his money as the would-be thief makes a hasty retreat. He concludes that his sister must not be here, as her situation seems to have changed. He turns back to the market, deciding to simply buy seafood and return home. Snow gently covers the roof of his rented house in the city of Cusum. A delicious feast of raw and grilled oysters is laid out on the table. Jean brings a plump, raw oyster to his lips, savoring the fresh taste. He thinks how delicious they are, glad his appraisal skill ensures they are safe to eat. He enjoys a grilled oyster, noting the wonderful aroma of uni and white miso. He decides to preserve the leftovers in oil, as his companion Rish looks on. He turns to the divine beast with a smile, asking if it wants to play. Rish pointedly turns its nose away from Jean's outstretched hand. The divine beast lets out a puff of air, completely ignoring his offer. Jean wonders if Rish dislikes the smell of seafood as the creature backs away. Noticing the room has grown dark, he decides to summon a magical light. A brilliant, overwhelming flash of light erupts from his hand, filling the room. He covers his face, groaning as the intense brightness momentarily blinds him. He resolves to master his magic, planning to train at the guild the next day. Standing at the edge of the deep demon forest, he announces his training has begun. He hears a low growl as a horned rabbit monster emerges from the trees. With a look of intense focus, he thrusts his hand forward and casts Fireball. The monster is immediately engulfed in a powerful, swirling vortex of flame. The rabbit lies on the ground, knocked unconscious with spirals in its eyes. Jean realizes his own power is far stronger than he thought, and he must learn control. He practices, blasting a horned wolf with another powerful fireball. Next, he unleashes a sharp wind slash at a horned rabbit. Finally, he conjures a water bullet to strike down a horned fox. As night falls, he reflects that he has improved his magical control significantly. He scratches his head, looking at the piles of slain monsters, wondering if he overdid it. Deciding to use his storage skill, he summons a small orb of light to see by. The scene shifts to show the timber-framed exterior of the Adventurers Guild. Jean enters the guild, planning to check the request board for seasonal needs. Chris's voice cuts in, insisting they must investigate the deep forest again. She anxiously reports that the forest felt unsettled, and they didn't see the Mitsuno. Dine worries, stating that expeditions that deep only happen once every 2 years. He clenches his fist, exclaiming that the Mitsuno are formidable even before corruption. A flamboyant man declares that waiting for the monsters to grow stronger is too late. Jean stares blankly at the elegantly dressed newcomer, having no idea who he is. Adelheid informs Jean that the man is Chris Sleeds, a name that sounds vaguely familiar. Jean turns to see Adelheid and note have arrived with a large bearskin. Chris Leeds greets Jean with a grand gesture, acknowledging him as the bear hunter. He tells Jean to follow the guild's decision, also calling him the bear hunter. Jean recognizes the man's blonde hair from Dine's earlier complaints at the guild. Chris Leeds calls Jean a troublesome man, and Jean bluntly agrees that he is. The guild master smiles, musing about the beautiful Lord of the Dark Iris. Jean is confused, while Adelheid drily confirms that he is, in fact, that person. Chris Leeds introduces himself as a silver rank adventurer with 3 stars. He shakes Jean's hand, telling him not to change his hair and eye color. The guild master looks at him thoughtfully, a small, knowing smile on his face. He formally invites the Lord of the Dark Iris to hunt the Mitsuno with him. Jean is stunned, realizing with a jolt that he has been dragged into something big. The title page shows Chris Leeds extending a hand, inviting Jean to the hunt. Jean's shocked face fills the panel as the reality of the situation sinks in. Dine confronts Chris Leeds, reminding him that Chris said they didn't see any Mitsuno. Chris Leeds agrees, but says the unsettling atmosphere of the forest still worries him. With a sparkling flourish, he declares that this is a job for Chris Leeds. Dine is shocked, asking if Chris is working as his assistant now. Chris Leeds confirms it, and Dine clutches his head, wishing he'd said so earlier. Dine complains about the hassle, asking if they can make it in time for spring. Note whispers to Jean, wondering why they are suddenly agreeing with this man. Jean quietly explains to Adelheid that Chris Leeds has spirits with him. A small fairy appears on Chris Leeds' shoulder as Jean explains he has revelation. Jean understands that since few can see spirits, this gift is widely known. He concludes that Chrysalide's blessings include good physical ability and resistance to sunburn. Dine considers the upcoming mission, stating that to fight a three-horned Mitsuno, they will certainly need two silver-rank adventurers like himself. The guild master, Chrysalides, slyly reminds Jean that he owes the guild a favor and cannot refuse their request. The guild is recruiting experienced parties for the two-horned monsters, but only one is needed for the rare Mitsuno. Dine is shocked to learn that the guild is even bringing in gold-rank adventurers from other cities for this quest. With a sudden seriousness, Chrysalides states that the atmosphere pervading the entire forest is anything but normal. Adelheid, her expression grim and shadowed, agrees with a single, heavy word: chaotic. The three adventurers stand in a tense silence, the gravity of their mission finally settling in. Dine approaches Jean with a desperate plea, asking him to join the spring expedition and reminding him of his debt. Jean immediately holds up a hand, flatly trying to refuse the dangerous offer without a second thought. Dine insists Jean can just carry their luggage and can even run away if a battle starts. Jean hesitates, admitting that he is personally curious about the state of the spirits deep within the forest. With a quick wink, he agrees to the request, much to Dine's surprise and immense relief. Jean adds that it would be best if Adelheid, another who can see spirits, came along as well. Dine agrees, saying they must wait for the snow to clear and that he will make the request through the guild. Snow gently covers the roof of Jean's grand mansion under a quiet, overcast sky. Sitting by the fire with Rish, Jean suspects his sister's reckless magic use is the true cause of the forest's corruption. He resolves to venture into the deep forest the next day to investigate, tired of cleaning up his sister's messes. A title card appears over the stark, snow-covered trees, announcing their location, the deepest part of the demon forest. Jean walks through the silent, snowy woods, deciding it is time to check on the local spirits. As he focuses his sight, the world around him erupts in a swirl of countless glowing, ethereal beings. He sees healthy spirits, like a tiny, joyful fairy and a small, floating sprite, flitting about. An ethereal fox, another healthy spirit, drifts peacefully through the air, surrounded by light. In stark contrast, a dark, smudgy spirit appears, its form corrupted and slowly dissolving into nothingness. Jean observes the scene, noting that while many spirits are healthy, there are tattered black ones and others simply fading away. Suddenly, a bat-winged black spirit lunges at a weaker white one with a terrifying, silent roar. The black spirit bites down, its shadowy form beginning to absorb the smaller, now dead spirit. Having consumed its prey, the black spirit grows larger and more solid, its presence more menacing. Jean grimly realizes they consume others to regain what they've lost, a sight he wishes he hadn't witnessed. He knows his healing magic is useless. He must form a contract and bestow a name to save them. With a sharp, sudden movement, he reaches out and snatches a small, black, octopus-like spirit from the air. Holding the startled creature, he calmly gives it a new identity, Black One. He continues his solemn duty, catching another small, dark spirit and naming it Black Two. He gently scoops up a corrupted black rabbit, cradling it as he names it Black Three. He holds a shadowy squirrel in his hands, its form unstable, and calls it Black Four. Letting out a weary sigh, Jean decides he has done enough for one day, his breath clouding in the cold. He reflects on the tiring work of chasing and naming the spirits, resolving to continue his task tomorrow. The sun shines brightly through the canopy of a lush, green tree. Jean walks through the snow, leaving a trail of footprints as he approaches the Dinoso farmhouse. He cracks open the door, peeking inside and wondering if the family is home at this hour. The father and his 3 children spot him, their faces lighting up as they joyfully shout his name. The father, Dinoso, pulls him into a powerful hug, welcoming him warmly, an embrace Jean is still not used to. Jean presents his gifts of wine and cake, and Dinosso's face breaks into a wide, ecstatic grin. The three children stare at the cake with eyes full of pure, unadulterated happiness. They immediately swarm Jean in a group hug, thanking him profusely for the wonderful gift. Dinosso smiles gratefully, apologizing for always being on the receiving end of Jean's kindness. Shiva, the mother, thanks him as well, saying they will all share the cake he brought. Dinosso is nearly brought to tears by the gift of alcohol as Jean asks what he's been doing. In the winter, Dinosso explains, they do indoor chores like shelling beans and mending farm tools. Jean offers to help, and Dinosso gratefully accepts, saying his assistance is a great help. Shiva returns with a warm smile, announcing to everyone that the cake is now cut. Jean and the boys happily eat the cake, all agreeing that it is absolutely delicious. The young daughter, Tina, suddenly makes a bold declaration. She is going to be Jean's bride. Shiva playfully agrees that he would be a good, capable husband, while her father furiously objects. Dinosso protests that he always said Tina would be his bride, as Jean tries to explain he isn't ready for marriage. The father angrily asks what's wrong with his daughter, while Jean is baffled by his possessiveness. Not to be outdone, the two young boys cheerfully announce that they will be Jean's brides, too. They tackle-hug Jean again, who looks on, bewildered by this strange form of affectionate restraint. Dinosso watches in horror, feeling as though he is about to lose all of his children. "I'm coming too," he yells, lunging to join the pile, while Jean shouts that he doesn't want him. Watching the chaotic family pile up, Shiva and Tina can't help but laugh heartily. Jean allows a small smile, thinking how nice this normal, happy family atmosphere is so different from his own. Time passes, and spring finally arrives. The day of the expedition has come. Chris Leeds greets the party, dramatically welcoming Jean with a new, strange moniker, Lord of the Moon. Jean looks utterly confused by the new title as Chris Leeds shakes hands with Adelheid. The rugged hunter, Rhett, now sporting a beard, calls out to Jean. Rhett greets him, warning him to be careful now that Chris has dragged him into this mess. He expresses his concern about bringing the inexperienced Kana along, suggesting they should be hunting bears instead. Adelheid simply agrees, leaving Chris Leeds and Rhett looking at her in confusion. Chris Leeds points at Jean, announcing that the famous new bear hunter everyone is talking about is, in fact, him. Jean realizes he hasn't been to the guild recently, as the others look on in stunned silence. Chris Leeds laughs heartily, finally understanding the situation and the source of Jean's reputation. Jean wonders if the spirit's blessing is the reason he was chosen for this important quest. Chris Leeds chuckles, revealing that Chris's spirit has been buzzing about Jean for some time now. A beautiful, pouting fairy sits on Chris Leeds' shoulder, and he tells her not to look so serious. Kana addresses the entire party, politely asking for their cooperation on the mission ahead. She bows deeply to Jean, thanking him for his previous help and telling him not to worry about her. She nervously asks if he would be willing to look over the specifications for her gun when they return. As a parting gift from the guild, she presents the party with a potion for their safe journey. The party turns and departs through the stone archway of the city gate, sent off with a formal farewell. As they walk, Dine comments on Jean's impressive bag, asking about the rolled-up leather item on top. Jean explains it's a futon he made himself, a statement that leaves his companions utterly baffled. Adelheid and Dine question its practicality, worrying it will be too heavy and cumbersome in a fight. Jean calmly demonstrates the quick-release buckle on his pack, showing he can drop it in an instant. Chris Leeds dryly remarks that their own luggage might prove to be more of a hindrance. He looks at his pouting fairy, telling her to stop making such a serious face because it makes him laugh. The party walks in a tight formation, venturing deeper into the shadows of the forest. Chris Leeds keeps a watchful eye, his hand resting near the hilt of his sword. Dine spots a fox darting through the undergrowth, a sign of life in the woods. He waves to the others, announcing that it's time to stop and make camp for the day. They set up by a river, noting that the good weather has helped them make excellent time. Jean immediately gets to work, pulling a large, cast-iron cooking pot from his bag. He hangs the pot over a fire, adding dried meat, onions, and shiitake mushrooms for a hearty stew. The stew bubbles away over the crackling flames, soon ready to be served. Jean then pulls out another bundle, this one wrapped in a simple white cloth. He reveals a large stack of perfectly made, glittering sandwiches, ready to be eaten. Dine, drooling, tells Jean his lunch looks incredibly delicious and asks if he can have some. Before Jean can answer, a flurry of hands from the entire party descends upon the sandwiches. Chris Leeds takes a bite, his eyes widening as he marvels at the incredible softness of the bread. Rhett and Dine agree that the meat is delicious, and Rhett asks what the crispy coating is. The butler, Note, looks up in surprise, correctly identifying the ingredient as panko, or breadcrumbs. Jean explains the complex cooking process for tonkatsu to a very impressed Note. Adelheid, in her Ash persona, holds a piece of fried chicken, finding it delicious. Jean elaborates on the marinade, while Note takes mental notes and Adelheid eats. With their satisfying meal concluded, a voice declares it's time to resume the march. The party's boots tread through the grass as they continue their journey. Jean notices his own boots are caked in mud, blaming his inefficient stride. By contrast, Note's polished dress shoes remain impossibly clean and sparkling. As Jean resolves to copy Note's walk, Chris Leeds warns of wolves ahead. Chris Leeds explains that while weaker than bears, wolves hunt in dangerous packs. Jean and Adelheid give a simple, unified acknowledgement of the impending danger. Jean thinks to himself that Dine's sister, Chris, is annoying but a good person. Suddenly, a pack of snarling, horned wolves emerges from the dense undergrowth. Dine and Chris Leeds immediately move to intercept the charging pack of monsters. The wolves completely ignore the frontline fighters, focusing their attack solely on Jean. He wryly concludes they're targeting him because he looks like the weakest link. Unfazed, he plants his foot firmly on the ground, preparing for the onslaught. Jean leaps into the fray, his massive Zametsuken raised for a mighty swing. His expression is one of calm focus as he poises the broadsword for the strike. In a single, devastatingly fluid motion, his blade cuts through the entire pack. The hunter Rhett can only stare in utter shock, stammering in disbelief. Chris Leeds' face lights up with manic delight, calling Jean the Lord of the Dark Iris. He theorizes that Jean seems unguarded simply because he's not used to being on alert. Dine sighs, admitting Jean's fierce display is making him lose his own confidence. Note calmly suggests they collect the valuable monster horns and move on quickly. Dine agrees, urging the party to leave before the scent of blood attracts more foes. The group of adventurers continues their trek deeper into the demon forest. A title card for Chapter 12 appears over an image of the dense forest canopy. Jean kneels in a clearing, having just finished constructing a simple lean-to shelter. He sits back, satisfied with his work, when a voice calls out to him. Dine approaches, expressing his surprise that Jean is so adept at camping. Chris Leeds observes the shelter, noting how a simple sheet can form a sturdy roof. He praises Jean effusively, who tells him to stop trying to hug him. Jean reflects that his skills were born from months of brutal island survival. Adelheid follows his practical example, gathering moss to use as a cushion. Chris Leeds comments that everyone gathering moss reminds him of a Japanese custom. Jean tells Dine and Rhett to go fishing while he handles dinner preparations. Dine is grateful for the offer of soup, leaving the meal in Jean's capable hands. A large pot of stew bubbles and simmers over the crackling campfire. Jean plans the night's feast, a tomato soup with meat, chickpeas, and fresh bread. Dine returns to the camp, scratching his head as if he's forgotten something. He watches in confusion as Jean begins slapping and kneading a ball of dough. The brawny adventurer wonders if he is witnessing some strange, arcane ceremony. A perfectly smooth ball of dough rests on a floured surface, ready for cooking. Jean sets the dough aside, planning to use it for the next day's breakfast. The starry night sky hangs peacefully over the quiet forest campsite. A magnificent campfire feast is laid out, featuring a mysterious flatbread dish. Jean explains that the dish is a pizza made with wild asparagus and bacon. Chris Leeds is intrigued, admitting he's never heard of a food called pizza. Dine realizes the strange ceremony was just Jean preparing the pizza dough. A hand lifts a slice of pizza, the melted cheese stretching in a glorious string. Dine takes a massive bite, his face lighting up as he exclaims how delicious it is. Note compliments the seasoning, suggesting it would also be wonderful with tomato sauce. The butler asks hopefully if Jean happens to have any tomato sauce with him. Jean is struck by the realization that he has yet to see a tomato in this world. Adelheid comments that the soup is also delicious, especially with the dried tomatoes. Chris Leeds places a hand over his heart, preparing to make a dramatic declaration. He laments that Jean is a man, as he would otherwise make a perfect bride. Dine boisterously asks Jean his type, puffing out his own chest as an example. Adelheid dryly compliments Dine on his magnificent chest, flustering him completely. Note looks on with a pained expression, clearly troubled by the chaotic dinner conversation. Jean quietly admits that he's still figuring out how to properly interact with people. He explains that his past was filled with untrustworthy people, causing his issues. Rhett and Chris Leeds are surprised to hear that Jean has been confessed to before. Dine jokes that it's rude to tease someone after they've confessed their feelings. Jean clarifies that it happened 3 separate times at ages 6, 10, and 14. Dine is shocked that he was rejected 3 times, calling a curse. Rhett reassures him, saying he's just had a string of particularly bad luck. Jean admits with a heavy sigh that his sister was the root cause of it all. He recalls how she was always pulling the strings, manipulating situations from behind. He realized she was just toying with him, treating him like a mere possession. Chris Leeds pats his shoulder comfortingly, thanking him for sharing his story. Adelheid listens to his tale in silence, her expression thoughtful and unreadable. The night deepens, the forest quiet and still under a blanket of stars. Jean sits alone by the fire, taking his turn on watch with a mug of tea. He looks up at the sky, noting the lingering chill of the spring night air. Adelheid's small spirit bird, Izzy, flutters down to land gently on his shoulder. A voice from off-panel tells Jean that it is time to switch shifts for the watch. Adelheid approaches him by the fire, her silhouette framed by the flickering light. She offers him a small pastry, explaining it's a gift of thanks for his help. He tries on the beautifully tailored coat she made, finding it light and comfortable. She shyly explains it's to repay him for the healing potion he gave her. Noticing his quiet expression, she asks if he dislikes the pastry she brought. She thinks to herself that Jean is a good person who deserves to find happiness. He thanks her, brushing off the past confessions as just a string of bad luck. He asks if she's trying to cheer him up after their earlier conversation. He tells her he's working on his trust issues, thanks to some good encounters. She quietly asks if she is included among those good encounters. Jean looks at her, slightly surprised, and confirms that of course she is. Adelheid seems satisfied with his answer and tells him she will take the watch. As he walks away, she thinks how talking to him so directly is embarrassing. She takes a bite of pastry, concluding he is the complete opposite of his sister. Jean thinks to himself that they should rest up and prepare for the next day. The following day, Dine and Rhett feast on roasted game birds by the fire. Rhett remarks that the campfire food is even better than what he eats in the city. Several days pass, but they have yet to encounter their high-level monster targets. Adelheid sips a warm, spiced drink, identifying it by its name, Eanes Red. Note describes its complex flavor profile of ripe berries and spicy black pepper. Jean is confused by the name, wondering if Ean is a type of wine. Chris Leeds is impressed that Jean can bake perfect bread in a simple pan. A narration box explains the bread is served with a savory goat liver pate. He reflected that only he seemed to worry about balanced nutrition on their journey. Chris Leeds, seeing the strange tent, curiously asked if Jean planned to sleep there. Jean clarified it wasn't a bed, but an improvised steam bath he'd constructed. He explained how he fashioned a dome from flexible branches, covering it with a sheet. Inside, Chris Leeds pointed to the fire pit, asking about the pile of heated stones. Jean explained that he would now pour water directly onto the glowing hot stones. With a great hiss, a massive cloud of steam erupted, astonishing Chris Leeds. He mused aloud that after the sauna, a plunge into the river would be perfect. Chris Leeds stared at him, momentarily speechless at his incredible resourcefulness. With a dramatic flourish, Chris Leeds declared Jean's pursuit of comfort was truly unmatched. Jean generously offered that Chris was welcome to use it, an offer Chris Leeds gratefully accepted. Just then, the rest of the party appeared, their faces a mixture of surprise and curiosity. Noticing their arrival, Jean awkwardly asked if everyone else wanted a turn. They all readily agreed, excited by the prospect of a hot bath in the wilderness. With everyone having taken a turn, Jean hung the damp sheet to dry for the night. The quiet of the evening was broken by a sudden splash from the nearby riverbank. The steam had attracted many local spirits, who now gathered around him by the water. He noticed corrupted black spirits among them, a task he knew he must handle in secret. The following day broke, light filtering through the dense forest canopy. The subjugation party continued its trek deeper into the foreboding woods. Dine stretched, feeling refreshed and invigorated after the previous night's sauna. His cheerful demeanor vanished as his senses suddenly went on high alert. He urgently called out for the others to stop, sensing immediate danger ahead. A massive, three-horned lizard emerged from the thick undergrowth before them. Dine watched it warily, noting its three horns were a very bad sign for this area. He explained to Jean that the beast was tough. They must target its spine or heart. Their only chance to strike, he continued, was when it reared its head to attack. Dine ordered a pincer maneuver, and Chris Leeds immediately agreed to the plan. With silent nods, the adventurers moved into their flanking positions. Chris Leeds circled wide, positioning himself for a strike from the monster's side. Dine braced himself, preparing to draw the powerful creature's full attention. He expertly dodged the beast's lunging attack, creating the perfect opening. As the lizard reared up, Dine bellowed the signal for his partner to attack. But it was Adelheid who moved, her rapier a blur of impossibly fast silver light. She drove her blade deep into the monster's exposed throat with perfect precision. The massive creature fell as she landed, her expression calm and utterly focused. Jean praised her magnificent skill, and Note calmly agreed it was to be expected. Rhett reassured Jean, telling him it was natural to be nervous in such a fight. Jean reflected internally that he still needed to learn how to fight within a team. Dine looked around grimly, confirming this was a powerful monster for the area. They discussed how unusual it was to find such a beast after only a week's travel. Jean was stunned, realizing the sheer, daunting scale of the demon forest. Dine declared that regardless, their primary objective had now been achieved. Rhett suggested they press on to the next campsite rather than turning back now. Chris Leeds cheerfully asked Jean to help him butcher the massive lizard carcass. By the river, Jean and Rhett worked together to process the valuable monster parts. Rhett complimented Jean, noting how surprisingly skilled he was at the gruesome task. Jean demurred, explaining that it was just a self-taught skill born from practice. However, his attention was drawn to something else just beyond the firelight. He saw the black spirits had returned, more numerous and larger than before. He wondered if they grew by feeding on more powerful, multi-horn monsters. Jean asked Rhett about their large supply, planning to make fried lizard meat. He decided to go gather wild asparagus while the others were out hunting. Rhett warned him not to stray too far from the relative safety of the campfire. Jean easily foraged, finding edible mushrooms and herbs for their future meals. Before returning to camp, he decided to use his search skill one last time. He activated the skill, his senses expanding to scan the entire surrounding area. His search immediately detected a fox moving rapidly in his direction. He saw it was a two-horn variant, and it was ignoring the fire completely. He realized he must return to the camp immediately and warn Rhett of the threat. He quickly told Rhett about the approaching fox, a formidable predator. He had already used cedar leaves to mask the scent of their kill as a precaution. Rhett gave him a jar of scent killer, telling him to hide downwind. But the fox was already upon them, its speed truly astonishing. Rhett hid, thinking the fox should be an easier kill than the tough lizard. The fox completely ignored the bait and the hidden hunter running right past. Saliva dripped from its jaws, but its eyes were not on the carcass. Its gaze was locked solely on Jean, and Rhett cried out a desperate warning. The massive fox loomed before him, ignoring all others in the clearing. With a powerful leap, the two-horned fox lunged directly at Jean. Jean stood his ground, his expression hardening as he prepared for the impact. But the attack never came. The fox whimpered and curled up at his feet. A stunned Rhett emerged, utterly baffled by the creature's sudden submission. The others asked if he had truly defeated the two-horned beast all by himself. Chris Leeds arrived, his eyes wide as he took in the incredible scene. He grabbed Jean's hands, declaring this amazing feat was worthy of great renown. Adelheid and Note appeared, expressing their relief that he was unharmed. Dine stared in awe, amazed that Jean subdued the beast without a fight. Dine admitted he had thought the lizard was their only major threat here. Dine explained that unlike lizards, foxes are territorial and wide-ranging predators. Chris Leeds deduced that a two-horned fox signals a three-horned one is nearby. Jean listened intently, understanding the gravity of their dangerous discovery. Dine decided they shouldn't press their luck and would return at dawn. That night, Jean once again prepared a hearty meal for the party over the fire. Dine brought back a bird he had hunted, teasing Jean about his love for fried food. Rhett remarked that they ate better in the forest than they ever did back in the city. The sun rose on a new day, marking the start of their journey home. Their return trip through the forest proceeded without any further incident. A new sense of purpose and camaraderie had formed between the adventurers. They finally arrived back at the city gates, their survey officially complete. A guild receptionist greeted them, and Jean sighed in relief to be back. His relief was short-lived as he was told he must report to the guild's leadership. Eager to leave, he asked Note to collect his reward on his behalf. He told Adelheid he would prepare a bath for her upon her return. As Jean tried to slip away, Dine called out, stopping him in his tracks. Dine asked to speak with him later about the spirits, and Jean agreed. He finally returned to the quiet solitude of his rented house in Cusum. Exhausted from the long expedition, he started a fire in the hearth. As the fire roared to life, small, playful fire spirits emerged from the flames. He asked the spirits to alert him when his guests arrived at the house. With a single word, storage, he makes the steaming bath water instantly vanish. He has successfully heated the bathtub for his guest, a simple but welcome luxury. He decides to bathe at his other house, activating his teleport skill. In his mansion, the divine beast Rish sleeps soundly in a comfortable basket. Rish joyfully leaps into his arms as he greets his loyal companion, glad to be home. He affectionately tells the dirty Rish that a bath is needed before they can play. Meanwhile, Adelheid sinks into the hot water with a sigh of weary relief. By the fire, he reflects that it took 3 washes to clean Rish properly. A small fire spirit appears, and he thanks it for its help. Telling the spirit to wait, he teleports back to his rented house in Cusum. Finding the bathwater has cooled, he prepares to drain it using his storage skill. He magically refills the tub with a fresh supply of perfectly hot water. He apologizes to Adelheid and Note for the wait, inviting them in. Note presents him with a pouch of money as thanks, which he gratefully accepts. Jean announces the bath is ready, and Note thanks him before preparing for his lady. Note, ever the dutiful butler, informs his lady that her bath is prepared. As a courtesy, he offers the butler some tea and a simple snack. The impressive bathtub piques Note's curiosity, and he asks where it was purchased. Note deduces its origin, explaining the long and costly process of acquiring one. Jean worries that the high-quality furnishings might reveal his strange circumstances. Note offers to buy the borrowed robe, but Jean generously gives it to them. The butler's demeanor shifts as he prepares to share some serious news. He reveals that both he and Adelheid are now officially joining the subjugation party. Jean realizes this means another dangerous trip, feeling the weight of unspoken obligation. When Note offers more money, Jean politely tries to refuse the payment. The butler's intimidating insistence leaves Jean no choice but to accept the offer. Adelheid emerges from her bath, her long hair now dry and flowing freely. He offers to prepare the next bath, but Adelheid insists on helping him. He playfully calls her my lady, insisting a retainer must handle such tasks. Note departs with the laundry basket, leaving the two of them alone together. Jean brings her a tray with tea, inviting her to relax and take her time. He is struck by her appearance, realizing he's never seen her with her hair down. Adelheid feels a strange sense of nervousness, her familiar perched quietly on her head. Her expression is intensely serious as she broods, lost in deep and troubled thought. He gently teases her, asking why she has her assassin face on again. She cuts to the chase, asking if he encountered any spirits in the forest. She compares their state to a time a powerful court mage lost control. A memory surfaces of Jean walking alone, surrounded by dark, corrupted spirits. He asks what happens when people witness the use of completely unknown magic. Adelheid explains the limits of spirit contracts and the dangers of exceeding them. The grim realization dawns on him. The spirits he saw were being destroyed. She explains that these black spirits resent humans and spread a corrupting influence. He asks if people can also become monsters, and she confirms his fear. He grimly concludes his sister is on the path to becoming a demon lord. She continues her lesson, explaining how spirits recover and stabilize their power. Spirits are happy to help, she says, as long as they are not forced. She looks at her own familiar, grateful it was never tainted by the darkness. She cannot help but compare her healthy familiar to the corrupted spirits. She looks him in the eye and asks if a person caused their corruption. He suddenly stands, telling her to wait, leaving her momentarily confused. He returns with a tray and a warm smile, apologizing for the wait. He asks for her secret help, presenting a tray of exquisite pastries. The plate holds a beautiful assortment of cakes and pastries, a peace offering. Adelheid admits she has never seen such delicate and beautiful sweets before. He humbly says he doesn't know if she will enjoy the unfamiliar treats. He encourages her to forget her worries, saying it's unhealthy to be depressed. She accepts his offer with thanks, picking up a cream-filled choux pastry. She takes a small, hesitant bite, the sweet treat a new experience for her. Her eyes widen in surprise as a blush of pure delight spreads across her face. They enjoy a quiet moment with tea and cakes, a fragile truce forming. She takes another happy bite, her initial hesitation completely gone. The delicious flavor is a revelation, her expression one of pure, simple joy. She praises the food, saying the white cream is especially delicious. Curious about the red fruit, she learns from him that it is a strawberry. He reflects on his own anxiety about serving such a highborn lady. He admits he is not used to comforting others and asks if she enjoyed it. With a genuine smile, she confirms that she was very pleased with the gift. She sips her tea, a look of peaceful contentment on her face. She remarks that she never knew she could be happy so simply. She looks over at her familiar, noticing that AZ seems happier as well. She smiles gently at the small bird, finding comfort in its cheerful presence. Jean returns her smile, a quiet bond forming between the two of them. The most important thing is that she seems to have recovered her spirits. The sturdy old building stands tall under a vast and cloudy sky. Jean runs into Rhett, who tells him his timing is perfect for a request. Rhett asks him to craft a futon, and Jean agrees to take his measurements. He recalls that Dine and Chris also requested futons, though they prefer leather. Red explains that conspicuous equipment can make an adventurer target. Red explains how participating in the quest can earn lower-ranked adventurers precious stars. Jean questions the system, but Rhett clarifies that earning stars is not so simple. Stars are a measure of contribution, making them difficult for unsavory types to earn. This uncertainty means they don't know who their allies will be. A chart illustrates the adventurer ranks, showing where each party member stands. Rhett explains that while others are joining, he has decided not to participate. Rhett playfully asks about the departure date for the dangerous expedition. The start date depends on someone named Amadeo, a name Jean doesn't recognize. Rhett reveals Amadeo is a powerful gold rank adventurer hired for the quest. The fact that Amadeo is a mage immediately captures Jean's full attention. The guild is confident that Amadeo's power will be enough to ensure victory. Jean, his curiosity piqued, prepares to ask another, more important question. Rhett's final revelation is stunning. Amadeo is able to see spirits. That night, the demon forest is alive with the ethereal glow of countless spirits. He ventures into the woods, intending to gather hides for his companion's futons. As he walks, a corrupted black spirit floats ominously into his path. He reaches out and catches the pathetic creature, its form like a broken mask. He performs his solemn duty, bestowing upon it the name Black 95. He releases the now purified spirit, knowing this task is for his own peace. Alone among the glowing trees, he prepares for another long night of work. As a new day begins, a familiar voice calls out to him in Cusum. He turns to find Adelheid and Note, ready to embark on their shared quest. Jean happily delivers the futons he crafted for Adelheid's party, as requested. Note is amazed by the quick work, but Jean waves off immediate payment. He reflects on how his production skill made the task simple for everyone. Jean asks about the quest, and Adelheid explains it awaits the gold rank mage. He recalls Rhett's warning, realizing unsavory characters are indeed gathering in the city. He walks through the streets of Cusum, past its timber-framed buildings. Two thugs corner him in an alley, mocking his looks and demanding money. Jean looks utterly bored by their pathetic attempt at intimidation, wondering why him. Suddenly, one of the thugs is sent flying by a powerful, unseen blow. A voice asks if Lord Jean is all right as he turns to see who intervened. The flamboyant Chris Leeds scolds the thug, who recognizes the powerful guildmaster. The downed thug mentions the black bear, leaving a confused Jean to wonder. At a tavern, Note suggests dinner, and Chris Leeds proposes a celebratory reunion. The entire party raises their wooden mugs in a hearty, celebratory toast. Chris Leeds asks what everyone's been doing. Chris says she's at guild meetings. Dine sputters, admitting he's been dodging work to help his sister gather herbs. When asked, Dine admits he can't judge since he accepted the original request. Chris Leeds asks Dine if he is looking for a new place to live. Dine explains he's staying with his annoyed sister after leaving his family home. He adds that the guild is keeping him close to watch over his sister. Adelheid declares with a powerful aura that she is the unshakable bear hunter. Jean suddenly realizes that everyone has been referring to him all along. He understands he's the black bear they keep mentioning, not just a feeling. Adelheid and Note agree the bear moniker doesn't suit Jean's image at all. Jean thinks Wolf would be a more fitting name, considering his companion Rish. Chris Leeds agrees, comparing Jean's beauty to a dark iris, not a bear. A mug slams down on the table with a loud thud, interrupting them. Dine excitedly suggests a new title, the legendary King Wolf Balmoa. Jean is confused by the name, looking between a proud Dine and Chris Leeds. Dine speaks of the legendary adventurer Balmoa, who has since gone missing. Dine excitedly recounts how Balmoa's legend inspired him to become an adventurer. Jean nervously tries to change the subject before the conversation goes further. He presents new armor he made for Dine, Chris, and Rhett, who thank him. Dine opens the armor case, surprised by the high quality of the craftsmanship. He marvels at the leather lining, but Jean says he just made it sturdy. Note offers payment, but Adelheid says Jean's safe return is all that matters. Note promises a celebratory feast with a whole cow, much to Jean's horror. Chris, Rhett, and Note all eagerly agree to the post-quest celebration. Jean makes a toast, wishing for everyone's safe return from the mission. The party concludes, and they step out into the cool night air. Jean's group leaves the tavern, while Chris leads and Dine stay for another drink. Jean learns Rhett lives nearby, in a cheap room close to the forest. Rhett complains about a rent hike due to new toilets, causing Jean's realization. Adelheid and Note stare at him, and he silently begs them not to look. The group discusses the new, comfortable drainage and toilets, wondering about the source. The next morning, the sun rises peacefully over the distant mountain peaks. Jean wakes with a yawn in his comfortable bed, Rish sleeping peacefully nearby. Over a warm breakfast, he decides to venture deep into the forest again. He uses his teleportation skill, instantly appearing in a forest clearing. He finds more black spirits, resigned to another day of his grim task. He begins the monotonous ritual of naming and freeing the corrupted spirits. He finishes with another spirit, feeling he has made considerable progress for now. He looks toward the camp, eager to observe the gold rank mage's magic. He makes a contract with a small fairy to act as his eyes and ears. With his scouting arranged, he decides to venture deeper into the woods. He consults his map, noting a region where the god's power doesn't reach. He stands at the border of the unknown land and resolves to enter. With a determined step, he crosses the threshold into the uncharted territory. A monstrous, three-horned boar immediately charges at him with ferocious speed. He calmly sidesteps the beast, identifying it as a three-horned boar. He summons his divine sword, the Zametsuken, its power flaring to life. In a single, fluid motion, his blade cuts the massive boar down. He stores the carcass away for later, his immediate task now complete. He turns his attention to his surroundings, spotting some interesting plants. He identifies them as wild asparagus, planning to cook them when he returns. He smiles, deciding he will share his delicious find with his friends. As he forages, he senses another presence and cautiously crouches down. A magnificent, horned snow leopard emerges from the woods, walking toward him. It carries a smaller, injured leopard gently in its mouth, its eyes intelligent. Jean is stunned by the sudden appearance of the majestic sacred beast. He stammers, trying to correctly identify the creature as a snow leopard. The great cat looks at him intently, as if trying to communicate. Jean senses its intent, wondering what the creature is trying to tell him. A voice speaks directly into his mind, stating that it has a request. A white stag appears, asking him to save their friend Magil by contract. Jean is shocked to realize the stag is translating for the snow leopard. He wonders about these strange creatures and their unusual behavior with their young. The leopard clarifies that it is a sacred beast, not a corrupted monster. He asks about Magil, and the stag solemnly explains he is their friend. Jean deduces that their friend Magil has been corrupted by black spirits. In exchange, they offer to create a sacred sanctuary anywhere in the forest. The sanctuary, they explain, will repel all monsters and malevolent spirits. He realizes such a base would be incredibly useful for his spirit-naming duties. He agrees to help, and the leopard instructs him to ride the stag. With a small hop, he mounts the great stag, ready for the journey. The stag's powerful hooves dig into the earth as it prepares to run. He cries out in shock as the stag bursts forward with divine speed. They race through the forest, the world becoming a blur around him. He marvels at the incredible speed, struggling to maintain his grip on the antlers. As quickly as it began, the stag comes to an abrupt, sudden halt. The sudden stop sends him flying, and he lands hard on the ground. Dazed, he sits up and scolds the stag for stopping without warning. The leopard calmly informs him that their friend Magil has finally arrived. A dark horse appears, its mane and tail burning with black, ethereal flames. Magil glares down at them, enraged by the presence of a human. Jean stands, identifying the corrupted horse as Magil and the leopard as Mao. He observes the dark corruption on Magil's body, apologizing for his stare. He looks directly at the horse, asking for its name to form a contract. He knows that a spirit with a name must first consent to a contract. Magil scoffs at the idea, refusing to make a contract with a human. In the deep woods, Jean confronts the enraged horse, wondering how to calm the beast. He shows no fear, his hand held out in a gesture of peace. Magil, consumed by dark spirits, rears up and knocks Jean to the ground. From the forest floor, Jean calmly asks for the suffering creature's name. Watching from afar, the divine beasts comment on the human's impressive courage. The great horse trembles, startled by the human's lack of aggression. It collapses, and Jean kneels beside it, gently asking its name once more. The horse whispers its name is Magil, and Jean prepares to forge a contract. He speaks the binding words, his voice resonating with a quiet, magical authority. A burst of light and energy flows from Jean as the contract is sealed. He feels the drain on his magic, but knows the ritual was a success. The divine stag chides its companion for being so easily impressed by the human. Jean describes his ideal sanctuary, a beautiful clearing with a great tree and a spring. The stag, Castle, tells Jean to climb onto its back to begin the journey. Magil, now calm, notes that it is a great honor for a human to ride Castle. Jean mounts the stag, wishing for a more comfortable ride than a bony back. In an instant, the stag bolts forward with divine speed, catching Jean by surprise. The forest becomes a blur of green and brown as they race toward their destination. The sudden stop sends Jean flying, landing face first in the soft forest dirt. Dazed, he gets up as Castle asks if this location is to his liking. Jean looks around in awe. The beautiful clearing is more perfect than he imagined. The two divine beasts agree that it is time to erect the protective barrier. The horned leopard gathers its power, letting out a deep, ethereal roar. A wave of pure energy flows from the beast, spreading across the tranquil pond. A shimmering, invisible dome forms over the clearing, creating the promised sanctuary. Jean worries that the barrier will prevent his new friend, Magil, from entering. The stag reassures him that any creature he has a contract with can pass freely. With their task complete, Jean thanks the two powerful beings for their help. In a brilliant flash of light, the divine stag and leopard vanish from sight. Jean stands alone in the quiet of his new, protected haven. He pulls out his magical map, noticing a change has occurred. He sees with surprise that the new sanctuary has been added to the chart. He realizes the map updates with places he visits, and perhaps his spirit's travels too. His eyes light up with joy at the prospect of exploring and mapping this new world. He stands in his new base of operations, contemplating how he will use it. His journey takes him to the bustling, seaside commercial hub of Nalfiado. He wanders the streets, studying the architecture to get ideas for his own home. He stops to admire a beautiful window made of many small, round glass panes. Activating his appraisal skill, he focuses on the intricate glasswork. He learns it is made from flattened bottle bottoms, resulting in high transparency. He thinks of the crude, bubbly glass in Cusum, realizing this is a true luxury. He passes a stationer's shop, noting the fine parchment in ornately carved boxes. He marvels at the quality of the goods, from textiles to elegant dresses. He gets sidetracked by a beautiful red goblet and decides he has to buy it. He enters an apothecary, curious about the level of medicine in this advanced city. His eyes widen in recognition as he spots a large bin of cacao beans. The apothecary explains they're a bitter ingredient for an elixir of immortality. She notes that nobles drink it with sugar and milk, and its price is rising. Jean is shocked by the exorbitant cost of the familiar beans. Despite the price, he smiles to himself and decides to purchase the entire stock. He knows the process of fermenting and drying them is difficult but worthwhile. He thinks of the other spices he bought, happy to expand his culinary knowledge. As he walks, a voice calls out, asking for the black-haired man's attention. An elderly, well-dressed merchant approaches, admiring his adventurer's gear. Jean is immediately suspicious, wondering if the man is looking for trouble. The merchant quickly apologizes, clarifying that he has a business proposition. Jean explains his pack is a new, convenient model from the Adventurers Guild. The old man notes that the guild in Ajur is quite a distance away. Jean considers the snowy mountain path, thinking he could craft a better pack himself. The merchant thanks him for his time, apologizing for holding him up. The man explains he needs someone with grit to transport goods from Kuzum to Ajur. Jean is annoyed, having just rented an inn, but sees a lucrative opportunity. With his shopping done, he decides to pursue his main objective for the day. He browses a general store when the elderly owner asks what he's searching for. He tells her he is looking for a book about spirits, but she directs him elsewhere. He clarifies that he seeks a rare tome detailing how to capture spirits. Adelheid appears, explaining that such knowledge is forbidden and not publicly sold. She suggests that if such a book exists, it would be in Alfiato's black market. Jean remembers being told to check antique shops for such unusual items. The shopkeeper adds that nobles often buy books as decorations, contents unknown. Jean politely asks her where he might be able to find a proper bookstore. He arrives at the shop, ringing the small bell hanging on the door. The clerk asks if he wants a decorative book or one with actual content. Jean is confused by the idea of a book that has no content inside. He confirms that he wants a real book, not just a fancy, empty box. The clerk presents two options, a blank book and one left behind by a spirit. The blank one is more expensive, he explains, as it can be written in. Jean focuses his unique sight on the spirit's book, looking past the surface. He sees a tiny fairy sitting on the pages, magically scrambling the text. With a gentle flick of his finger, he shoos the mischievous spirit away. The clerk is surprised, explaining that the book is written in an unreadable script. Jean understands that mages often use ciphers to protect their secret knowledge. He recognizes the text as a complex anagram, difficult but not impossible to read. He has a sudden realization as he looks at the other, blank book. He sees that the covers are two halves of a single design. They are set. The clerk warns him the illustrated book is pricey, but Jean agrees without hesitation. He thanks the clerk for his help and leaves with his valuable new books. The clerk, a powerful fairy in disguise, is pleased the tomes found a worthy owner. His goal achieved and his money spent, Jean decides it is time to return home. He sits by the fire in his mansion, studying his new book as Rish sleeps. He learns the risks of spirit contracts are mostly tied to elemental affinities. While mages can borrow power from any spirit, contracted ones are far more efficient. He considers the high cost of summoning a fire spirit on a snowy mountain. He had thought all spirits were more or less the same, but now he knows better. He thinks of the goddesses Mishudo and Herolfa, both light spirits, yet so different. He mentally dismisses the mischievous fire god Vavin as a strange exception to the rule. He decides it's best not to pry too deeply into the spirit's own private worlds. The next morning dawns, bright and clear, heralding a new day. Jean has prepared a lavish breakfast of meats, cheeses, and croissants for Adelheid. Adelheid closes her eyes in bliss, savoring every delicious bite of the wonderful meal. Adelheid and Note are utterly delighted by the warm and delicious breakfast Jean has prepared. Jean is happy they enjoy the meal, explaining he used up perishables before their trip. He reflects that a hot breakfast is a rare luxury in this world of simple fare. Note curiously asks Jean if Adelheid's quarters also lack a morning cooking fire. Jean explains it's a practical way to conserve firewood for those who work early. An empty bowl signifies the end of a satisfying and appreciated meal. With time running short, Jean asks a curious Adelheid to wait for a moment. He approaches them with a large bundle, leaving Adelheid and Note to wonder. With a heavy thud, he presents them with a large, carefully wrapped package. He warns them of its weight, as it contains provisions for Dine's party too. They thank him gratefully and wave goodbye as they depart for their mission. Now alone, Jean cheerfully announces it is time to gather his building supplies. Dressed for work, he carefully inspects and stacks bricks for his new cottage. He thoughtfully examines various materials, from decorative tiles to buckets of aggregate. He consults with a local craftsman, finalizing the details of his building project. Rish excitedly reports that a safe zone has appeared in the forest. 3 tiny, winged dogs playfully circle his feet with cheerful yips. Jean scoops up one of the creatures, ready to teleport them all to the sanctuary. His boots touch down softly on the grassy floor of the new forest sanctuary. He and Rish observe a small, cloaked spirit as it floats gently past them. The winged dogs suddenly panic, scattering in terror from the tiny spirit's presence. Confused, he wonders if the spirits fled because they were afraid of Rish. Shrugging it off, he lets Rish go, telling him to play safely inside the barrier. Time to prepare the land, he says, using his magic to clear the ground. With a determined push of his foot, he drives a shovel into the earth. He begins digging, planning to build a small, 2-story house on this very spot. He envisions a place for tea downstairs and a room to rest upstairs. He plans a large yard for Rish and his space to continue helping spirits. He reflects on the days spent gathering plaster, stone, wood, and bricks. Leaning on his shovel, he sighs, "I'm tired. Time for a lunch break." He happily calls out to Rish, who is exploring near a small pond. Rish eagerly laps up water from a bowl, his ears perked happily. A delicious bagel sandwich, packed with meat and greens, sits ready to be eaten. Jean enjoys his lunch at a small table while Rish plays in the grass. Rish lowers his head, sniffing intently at a gnarled stick he has found. With a happy crunch, he picks up the stick and begins to chew it. He dreams of a lush garden, climbing ivy, and a siphon for brewing coffee. A heavy thud breaks the silence, catching the attention of the peaceful Rish. A majestic horned snow leopard emerges, startling Jean with its sudden appearance. He is further stunned as a magnificent white stag appears behind the leopard. Finally, a powerful, dark-maned horse joins the incredible procession of creatures. Jean jumps from his seat, shocked that a horse has also arrived unannounced. He realizes their intense gaze is fixed not on him, but on Rish. A telepathic voice fills his mind, asking why the great Lord Rish is here. A bead of sweat forms as Jean lets out a confused, questioning sound. The divine beasts look on in awe as Rish contentedly gnaws on his stick. He looks down at his pet, utterly baffled by the reverent title Lord Rish. The stag explains Rish vanished 5 years ago, lost in a failed hero summoning. Jean thoughtfully strokes his chin, trying to make sense of their words. He bluntly asks Rish if he was once the snow leopard's superior. Rish simply tilts his head, offering only a cute and clueless expression in return. Jean internally debates if Rish forgot, doesn't care, or find a bother. He is stunned to realize his companion is acquainted with such magnificent beasts. He gazes at the forest, wondering if this was once Rish's home. He decides a forest is a more fitting home for a wolf like Rish. The creatures continue their praise, calling him more powerful than any spirit. They add that he is also far more free than any spirit could ever be. The leopard reverently states that Rish's voice can reach the ends of the world. Jean is exasperated as the snow leopard continues its endless fawning praise. He decides to ignore them, recalling a title, Apostle of the Wind. The question makes the great leopard look down, its expression suddenly mournful. Rish strikes a dramatic pose, declaring the situation to be quite a predicament. He remembers reading that this apostle vanished from the world a year ago. He realizes his own home is isolated by a barrier cut off from the world. He wonders if Rish and the forest protector are somehow connected. He turns to the divine beasts, asking again about the Apostle of the Wind. The stag mentions the previous hero, which causes the leopard to begin weeping. Jean fumes, thinking that heroes, both past and present, are nothing but trouble. The creatures explain the old hero built a vessel that travels on water. A shocked Jean realizes they must be talking about an ordinary ship. He suddenly worries that Rish will hate him for his own convenient powers. He collapses in despair, but Rish simply watches him with a calm expression. His worries forgotten, he gives the delighted Rish a vigorous belly rub. The beasts decide the forest, not returning west, is only a minor problem. He reflects on how humans cut down forests to build their towns and villages. He understands that the forest is the domain of spirits and magical beasts. He knows humans expand their domain with no concept of destroying the forest. Magil notes the new summoner is not peaceful, his own body still darkened. The horse thanks Jean for saving him from being consumed by his own kind. Jean says this sanctuary is his payment, noting the leopard seems to disagree. They warn him that a troublesome individual has taken up residence in this place. They describe a weak spirit protected by the hero, who is stronger than Jean. He promises them with absolute certainty that he will never go near her. He thinks he needs to get serious about accumulating more real power now. He knows that without learning how to fight, his divine gifts are not enough. He asks Rish about Magil's memory loss, but his companion is no help. He theorizes his map's reach is defined by the range of his spirits. The leopard admits to Magil that it doesn't know the details of Rish's past. The beasts resume their praise, calling Lord Rish magnificent and compassionate. Flustered, Jean throws up a hand, pleading, Okay, I get it. Stop." The scene returns to the stately upper floors of Jean's magnificent mansion. He sits before a feast of noodles and side dishes, hands pressed together. He happily slurps his noodles, proclaiming how delicious they are. He plans to build his house, while hoping potatoes and tomatoes become popular. He decides to use his appraisal skill to find seeds for his new garden. He realizes that he might even be able to selectively breed better vegetables. He dreams of a day when he can enjoy delicious food from a restaurant. He finishes his meal, grateful for the powers that ensured his survival. A tranquil scene shows twin mountain peaks against a bright, clear sky. Jean is hard at work, swinging a mallet to drive stakes for his foundation. In a quiet clearing, Jean crouches down, a gentle smile on his face. He holds up a tiny, salamander-like spirit, observing it with fond curiosity. As he walks with Rish, he reflects on the progress of his new field. He decides to let the spirits tend the vegetables, saving his magical powder. He daydreams of the coming harvest, eagerly anticipating the fresh produce. Rish nuzzles him affectionately, as Jean briefly wonders about Adelheide's party. Deciding it's time to play, he holds up a rope toy for an eager Rish. He throws the toy, and the divine beast leaps after it with pure joy. With a triumphant snap, Rish catches the knotted rope midair. The proud creature trots back with its prize, looking very pleased. Overjoyed, Jean cuddles Rish, promising to get him a frisbee next time. His expression turns serious. It's time to return for a new experiment. Back in his workshop, his alchemical tools are laid out and ready. He excitedly announces his plan to create a magic circle from his book. He begins by grinding herbs or infusing them with his magic. Adding spirit-infused water, he successfully creates the magical ink. With the special ink prepared, he holds his quill with intense focus. He carefully fills the pen, ready to begin the delicate inscription process. Following the book's instructions, he draws a glowing, geometric pattern. He prepares to add the second symbol, completing the summoning circle. He pauses, contemplating which type of elemental spirit he should call forth. An energetic earth fairy suddenly bursts forth from the incomplete circle. It is immediately followed by a cheerful, wobbling water slime. A pair of fire salamanders skitter out, adding to the chaos. He yells in frustration, telling them he wasn't finished with the ritual. The summoned spirits ignore him, the fairy complaining about the paper. Overwhelmed by the unexpected arrivals, he wonders what to do next. He makes a quick decision, deciding to summon a spirit of ice. Before he can act, Rish leaps into his arms in a furry blur. The interruption sparks a memory. Rish is a being of ice and darkness. He asks Rish to cool a pot, hoping to make ice cream later. Still flustered by the chaos, he knows he must make a choice now. With renewed focus, he decides to summon a spirit of the harvest. He carefully draws the harvest symbol, pouring his magic into the circle. A soft puff of magical smoke signals the summoning was successful. From the swirling mist, the gentle figure of an old woman appears. She smiles kindly and introduces herself as Pal, a spirit of the earth. Pal explains that she governs the land and its bountiful harvest. He is pleased, but a nagging feeling tells him something is off. He realizes he didn't summon her. She was already a contracted spirit. His eyes widen as the full implication of his success dawns on him. Suddenly, a hand points toward his desk, startling him. The god of fire, Vavin, has appeared unexpectedly in his workshop. With a single gesture, Vavin's hand dispels the magical circle. Stunned, he says the circle vanished despite following the book's instructions. Rurdile and Gagel appear, explaining the book is flawed for summoning. A soft laugh heralds the arrival of the goddess Mishido. She floats gracefully, remarking on how much fun Jean seems to be having. His joy is infectious, she says, making her happy as well. He waves his hands, flustered, asking when they all arrived so silently. The gods, Ish and Bal appear, noting the room is full of tiny spirits. Mishido agrees, closing her eyes and enjoying the pleasant atmosphere. Jean explains they are ephemeral light particles that fade by evening. He realizes the entire pantheon of gods has gathered in his workshop. The god Bal offers to teach him directly about the spirits. Jean is shocked, recalling he already received some divine aftercare. Vavin offers to guide him, telling him not to be so hesitant. In an instant, they are transported to a peaceful, divine clearing. Vavin stands ready with his sword, inviting Jean to begin their spar. With a powerful burst of speed, Jean lunges forward to attack. His face is a mask of determination as he swings his greatsword. Vavin effortlessly parries the blow with just one hand, unimpressed. The force of the block sends Jean staggering backward from the impact. He tumbles to the ground, crying out in pain from the fall. Vavin looks down, criticizing him for his sloppy movements. Blushing with embarrassment, Jean asks his mentor what he means. He recalls trying to copy the fighting styles of Dine and Adelheid. He realizes his movements lack cohesion and are poorly controlled. He admits to himself that he hasn't made their skills his own. Vavin asks about his sword's image, saying his initial style was better. Jean closes his eyes, trying to understand what his mentor means. He remembers watching both fantasy films and historical samurai dramas. He admits the samurai dramas left a much deeper impression on him. His current blade, he thinks, looks like a typical hero's RPG sword. He realizes the problem isn't just his style, but the sword itself. Understanding now, he offers the Zametsuken back to its creator. Vavin takes the blade, and it glows brightly, reshaping in his hands. Jean can only stare in disbelief at the magical transformation. Vavin holds a magnificent katana, exclaiming it is an amazing Japanese sword. Jean takes the new blade, looking at it with a sense of wonder. He notes the hilt's unique, fantasy-style silver chain wrapping. Vavin stands with arms crossed, remarking on the blade's unusual form. Jean explains it's a sword from his homeland as he secures it. His thumb clicks the guard, preparing to draw the new blade. In one fluid motion, he draws the katana from its scabbard. The blade crackles with dark power as he holds it at the ready. Vavin asks if he wishes to continue their training session. With fierce determination, Jean eagerly agrees to another round. The sharp clang of steel on steel echoes through the divine clearing. His expression is focused and intense as their blades meet again. He leaps through the air, bringing his katana down in a powerful strike. Vavin calmly parries the overhead blow, his own blade holding strong. He realizes this sword makes it much easier to visualize his movements. A true smile spreads across his face. He's finally having fun fighting. After the spar, he thanks Vavin, who praises his improvement. He learns the Zametsuken has one limit. It cannot harm its creator. He wonders if he might one day become strong enough to defeat Vavin. Rish bounds over, covering his master's face in affectionate licks. The goddesses Mishudo and Herolfa congratulate them on a job well done. Surrounded by goddesses, Jean holds Rish, enjoying a moment of peace. The goddess Ruordile stands before Jean, about to give him his mission. But Jean interrupts, stating that the book they hold is misinterpreted. Ruordile instructs him to travel to the monastery in Termist within 7 days. She shows him its location, on a southern peninsula named Capel. She promises to arrange for him to acquire the book he truly needs. Jean realizes with a stressed smile that he must somehow buy it. He observes the divine garden, remarking on the variety of plants grown there. Luminous magical plants sprout from the dark, fertile soil in perfect rows. The gods Inosh and Baal invite him to join their meal. Jean is momentarily stunned by their simple and unexpected offer. He asks if their diet is just bread and salt, so different from mortals. Inosh explains that for them, flavor is an object of profound interest. Jean realizes this simple meal of bread and salt is destined to evolve. The scene shifts to the bright, bustling streets of the port city Nalfiado. An ornate sign hangs above a doorway, written in an elegant, foreign script. Jean sits alone at a cafe, enjoying a meal with the sea behind him. His table is laden with truffle pasta, steak, and fancy appetizers. He savors a bite, impressed by the sophisticated cuisine of the city. His adventuring partner praises the quality of the fox pelts they've sold. Twirling his pasta, Jean thinks his fundraising is coming along nicely. He browses a weapon shop, examining the swords displayed upon the wall. He muses that he can't find any blades similar to his Zametsuken. His attention is caught by a single-edged sword with a unique design. The shopkeeper offers to show him the rare spirit arms in the back. He explains they are weapons either possessed or crafted by spirits. Jean realizes his own sword, made by a god, is a spirit arm. The man advises leaving weapons in shrines to let spirits empower them. Jean thanks him for the information and waves goodbye as he leaves. He returns to the familiar, comforting sight of his grand mansion. He prepares a scrying bowl, intending to observe the subjugation party. The water swirls with magic, his vision connecting to the distant scene. He sees the party of 4 adventurers standing in a grassy clearing. Sipping his tea, he deduces this must be Amadeo's gold rank party. He thanks the local fairies for helping him get such a clear image. The hunter, Rhett, jokes about being surrounded by women in his new party. Jean eats a snack, noting that Rhett's companions are quite skilled. He observes that all 3 women seem to possess spirit familiars. The hooded woman is likely a mage who commands a light spirit. The archer wields a spirit arm, her bow entwined with living branches. And Rhett's spirit, as he'd heard, is a small prairie dog. Jean wonders where the creature is from, but admits it's cute. He looks into the bowl, trying to locate the other party members. The vision reveals a 5th member, a quiet swordsman standing apart. Amadeo points out the various spirits accompanying the party members. Jean watches a tiny fairy reacting strangely to the scent of boots. The fairy lovingly nuzzles against Rhett's scruffy beard in adoration. Jean sighs, frustrated that Rhett can't protest his spirit's odd fetish. He notes gold-rank spirits are large, lessening the black spirit's influence. In the vision, Rhett prepares to battle a large lizard monster. With a fierce grin, he charges forward, his prairie dog on his shoulder. The hooded mage prepares a spell, intending to fell the lizard instantly. Her lips move as she softly chants the powerful magical words. She unleashes a brilliant blast of light magic from her ornate staff. The spell strikes the lizard, killing it in a single, powerful blow. Jean is impressed by the spirit's immense power against the monster. But something feels wrong. One of the party members acts strangely. The dark-haired swordsman draws his weapon with a grim, determined look. He silently approaches the unsuspecting archer from behind. He raises his sword high, preparing to strike his own teammate. The blade whistles as it slices down through the air with deadly intent. He stabs the archer viciously in the back without a moment's hesitation. She cries out in shock and pain as the sword pierces her deeply. Jean is horrified, remarking on the casual brutality of the attack. The swordsman suddenly collapses, his face contorted in agony. A black, corrupted spirit emerges from his chest. He was possessed. The malevolent spirit floats over his body, free from its host. The black spirit hovers, its simple, jagged face a mask of pure malice. The wounded archer tries to repel the spirit with her own power. A wave of light slams into the spirit, knocking it backward. Jean, watching intently, sees that the spirit was repelled. But the spirit immediately returns, re-entering its host's body. Jean wonders if there are conditions for repelling a contained spirit. The archer, believing she succeeded, states that she drove it back. Jean watches on, a terrible question forming in his mind. He wonders how one is even supposed to defeat these black spirits. He knows spirit arms can work, but how to handle a possession. The archer, her expression grim, draws her bow once again. She takes aim not at a monster, but at her fallen comrade. Jean's eyes widen in horror as he realizes her terrible intent. He slams his hand on the table, the vision ending abruptly. He understood this world was violent, that the value of life was low. But he realizes now just how terrifyingly close death always is. He slaps his own face, forcing himself to calm down from the shock. He takes a deep, steadying breath, trying to process the brutal scene. He recalls that spirits are normally invisible and intangible to humans. He wonders why the archer didn't attack when the spirit first appeared. In the vision, another adventurer arrives, calling out to the archer. The young man's face is a mask of pure panic and disbelief. He rushes to his fallen comrade, who has an arrow in his chest. Jean realizes with a heavy heart that they were all companions. The black spirit seizes its chance, leaving the now-dead body. It flows into the grieving adventurer, possessing him in an instant. The archer and the newly possessed man stare at each other in shock. The archer realizes with dawning horror that he cannot see the spirit. Jean understands that the ability to perceive spirits varies greatly. The possessed man says this is the first time he's seen a spirit. Jean wonders if the body is overflowing from the new possession. He looks at Rhett and the mage, wondering if they can see it. Rhett had said Amadeo could see spirits, but it seems very difficult. Jean wonders what the state of this half-emerged spirit truly is. Jean stands with his arms crossed, thinking that he has no real responsibility to solve this problem. He groans in frustration, knowing that Adelheid and her party are nearby and in danger. With his mind made up, he clenches his fist, resolving to intervene. From a shelf, he takes 2 small glass jars containing spirits of light and shadow. He instructs a fairy to cast a deep shadow over his face and lift him from the ground. He asks another to lift the hem of his robe so that his feet remain unseen. Now fully disguised, he smiles, pleased with his intimidating, otherworldly appearance. In the forest, Rhett's party is in disarray, standing over their fallen comrade. Rhett, his expression a mask of shock and confusion, asks what just happened. The archer, Rosa, stammers that the swordsman suddenly turned on them without warning. Her mind flashes back to the shocking moment of the swordsman's sudden, violent betrayal. Jean materializes behind her in complete silence, his presence startling her. The entire party whirls around, demanding to know who this mysterious figure is. Jean thinks to himself that they wouldn't recognize his name even if he told them. He notes Adelheide's group is present and hopes his disguise is convincing enough. He silently asks the spirits of sound to muffle his voice, adding to his mystique. He points at the possessed swordsman, stating that his only business is with him. The swordsman watches in confusion as the floating, robed figure approaches. Jean's hand passes through the man's chest as if it were smoke. He continues his work, dismissing the strange sensation as his imagination. With a sharp tug, he forcibly extracts the writhing, corrupted black spirit. The now freed swordsman cries out in horror, recognizing the creature as a vengeful spirit. Amadeo, the party's mage, stares in disbelief, realizing his companion was possessed. He wonders aloud if the swordsman had been controlled by the dark entity. He adds that the man had been acting strangely before the sudden attack. The swordsman, now free, looks up at the robed figure in bewilderment. He groans in pain, shocked that he is still alive after being struck down. Jean kneels beside the fallen man, preparing to perform a miracle. He places his hands on the wound, activating his powerful healing magic. The swordsman lets out a soft groan as the healing energy flows through him. His eyes flutter open, his life and body miraculously restored in an instant. Amadeo exclaims in shock, asking if the man has truly regained consciousness. The party stares in awe at the healed man, calling it a miracle. Jean looks on with a small, relieved smile, glad that his intervention was successful. Amadeo is stunned, thinking that recovery from such a state should be impossible. He turns to the robed figure, demanding to know who or what he is. He then asks about the swarm of glittering spirits that surround him. Jean reflects that he usually keeps the spirits at a distance to avoid attention. He looks at Amadeo, now certain that the gold-rank mage can also see spirits. Amadeo thinks that the stranger seems to be aware of the spirits he commands. He realizes that the swordsman was the first one to notice the curse's presence. Jean notices Adelheid and her companions staring at him with intense curiosity. Adelheid, in her ash disguise, feels the heat of her own stare, hoping she isn't obvious. As Jean turns to leave, Rhett calls out, asking him to wait. Ignoring the plea, Jean activates his teleportation skill and begins to vanish. He disappears completely, leaving only a few glittering motes of light behind. Alone once more, Jean holds the captured spirit, hoping the immediate crisis is resolved. He notes that this is the largest and most powerful black spirit he's encountered yet. He recalls his fight with the horse Magil, who had more self-control than this one. He understands now that black spirits regain power by consuming their own kind. He muses that forming a contract can suppress their destructive, cannibalistic urges. He releases the now pacified spirit into the forest, its malice neutralized. Under a starry sky, he decides that his work here is done for now. He thanks the small fairies for their help, and they vanish in a puff of light. Back at his mansion, he looks into his scrying bowl, wondering what happened next. The water ripples, showing him the scene in the forest after his departure. He sees the swordsman and archer bowing deeply in apology to their companions. He finds it strange that they are apologizing, as they were the ones nearly killed. He suspects that the archer, too, was being influenced by a spirit's presence. He decides he will ask Adelheid about it when her party returns to Cusum. For now, he returns to the familiar, welcoming sight of the Dinasso farmhouse. The farmer, Dinasso, screams in protest, telling Jean to stop what he's doing. Jean sternly tells the man to be quiet and take off his filthy work clothes. The Dinasso children peek around a corner, excited by the commotion and eager to help. The two young boys gleefully rush forward to help Jean with his task. Dinasso's dirty clothes are comically tossed aside with a flourish. Shiva, the farmer's wife, arrives with a stack of clean clothes for her husband. She worries he'll get the fine clothes dirty, but Jean promises to wash everything. Dinasso, now bare-chested, complains about the sudden, forceful morning bath. Shiva cheerfully ignores his protests, glad that he is finally getting clean. Jean waves goodbye as Shiva drags her protesting husband away to the well. With the farmer gone, Jean rolls up his sleeves, ready to begin his real work. He reflects on his recent studies with local craftsmen and the things he has learned. He notes the poor sanitation, where filth from the road can wash into homes. He grimaces at the thought of using dried animal dung as a primary fuel source. He observes how the Dinoso family sleeps on a simple bed of hay in the barn. He muses that in this world, many people live only for today, unable to plan for tomorrow. He decides that while he can't save everyone, he can at least help his friends. As he sweeps the yard, he thinks that the Dinoso family are exceptionally kind people. The sun begins to set, casting long shadows over the peaceful farmhouse. Dinoso returns to find his home sparkling clean, the hearth beautifully rebuilt. Overcome with emotion, he declares that Jean must be a genius at cleaning. The family admires the spotless room, and Jean says he will fix the well next. The grateful farmer offers to make Jean a cup of tea for all his hard work. Shiva sends the children to fetch some quail and eggs for a celebratory dinner. The children cheerily agree, raising their hands in excitement. While they wait, the farmer asks Jean if he genuinely enjoys cleaning. Jean bluntly replies that he actually hates it, much to the farmer's surprise. He explains that he simply cannot tolerate unsanitary places and is compelled to clean them. Shiva winks, remarking that Jean certainly has a fondness for beautiful things. She presents the finished meal, a magnificent stew of quail, leeks, and eggs. Jean recognizes the dish as Shiva's specialty, noting how delicious it looks. He thinks that the leeks look especially flavorful and activates his appraisal skill. The skill provides the full recipe, which he immediately decides to add to his repertoire. Shiva smiles warmly, inviting everyone to begin the meal. The family gathers around the table, saying grace before their warm, shared dinner. Jean looks at the happy scene, thinking that this family is his ideal. He wonders if he could ever have a warm, loving family of his own someday. He quickly dismisses the thought, chiding himself for such sentimental daydreams. The scene shifts to a wide, establishing shot of the sun-bleached shores of Termist Island. The island was known for its beautiful lace, but Jean's first stop was the monastery. He remembered the goddess Rurdile had specifically instructed him to visit this temple. The ancient stone monastery rose against the sky, a beacon of history. An elderly priest with a long, flowing white beard appeared to greet him. Jean politely explained that he had come seeking a specific, ancient book. The priest's eyes immediately fixed on Jean's dark hair and unique purple eyes. He confirmed that Jean was the one whose arrival Rurdile had foretold. The goddess, he explained, had sent a divine revelation about his visit. Jean was puzzled, wondering what kind of revelation the priest could possibly mean. He recalled Rurdile's simple instruction, which hardly felt like a grand prophecy. The goddess had merely told him to go and retrieve a certain book. Despite his confusion, he sheepishly agreed that, yes, that was what happened. The old priest beckoned for him to follow, leading him deeper inside. Their footsteps echoed softly on the ancient, weathered stone path of the monastery. Suddenly, Jean stopped, his attention drawn to something in the hallowed hall. He and the priest stood together in the long, sunlit stone corridor. Before them stood a life-size statue of a robed, serene woman. He recognized the stone face at once. It was a statue of Rurdile. The priest warned him he must swear to never speak of what's next. Without hesitation, Jean promised that he would take the secret with him. The priest then turned and placed his hand against the solid stone wall. His fingers pressed a hidden switch, a sound of grinding stone beginning. A section of the wall slid away, revealing a dark, hidden passage. Jean stared in disbelief, whispering to himself about the secret door. Inside the passage, the flickering flame of a single candle cast shadows. A young girl emerged from the darkness, holding the light before her. Jean recoiled in shock, his mind struggling to process what he saw. He thought she had the same aura, an uncanny resemblance to Rurdile. A bead of sweat formed as he stared at the impossible, ethereal sight. The girl met his gaze, her expression serene amid shimmering motes of light. He was captivated by the ethereal glow that seemed to surround her completely. He focused his mind, activating his appraisal skill to understand her nature. His skill confirmed she was a living spirit of immense, ancient power. He realized the floating lights weren't from the candle, but tiny spirits. Even if unseen, this spirit possessed a formidable and palpable power. The spirit girl turned without a word, beckoning him to follow her. She glanced back, as if confirming that he was indeed coming with her. Their footsteps echoed as they walked down another long, secret stone corridor. Jean looked ahead, realizing this was a secret passage within a secret. They entered a vast, circular library, its shelves reaching the high ceiling. She asked if he sought books on magic, spirits, and summoning arts. He thought to himself that yes, he did indeed want to learn more. He also wanted to learn the history of this place, he told her. The spirit girl moved to a shelf and retrieved a heavy, ancient tome. With a quiet reverence, she presented the ornate, leather-bound book to him. She told him to browse the books and find any that he liked. The secret door closed behind him, leaving him alone in the sanctum. The spirit guide gave a small, polite nod before turning to leave. He thought his tour was over, now left alone with a stack of books. He set the books on a table and opened the first one carefully. He learned Rurdile saved these forbidden books from a burning ancient empire. He realized the girl was the library's spirit, explaining her resemblance. He sat at a desk and continued to pore over the ancient texts. A particular passage in another book caught his immediate, undivided attention. It stated the hero possessed the same abilities as someone named Luff. The spirit girl suddenly appeared beside him, offering another book about Luff. He jumped in surprise, startled by her silent and sudden reappearance. He took the book from her, wondering if it was a history of Luff. He opened it to find a beautiful, hand-painted illustration of an ancient queen. The text explained these were the Luff, a people protected by spirits. After their kingdom fell, the survivors named themselves the people of Luff. He learned the Luff royal family was massacred when their kingdom was destroyed. He closed the book, the weight of the tragic history settling on him. The book revealed two Luff lineages, human descendants and spirit-blooded ones. He realized this ancient division was a powerful force in the world's politics. He decided he must return to this library regularly to learn more. His mission complete, he returned to the familiar timber-framed buildings of Kuzum. While reading, he heard a sharp knock on the door of his house. He looked up from his book as the door creaked open before him. Adelheid stood there, calling his name, her face pale and feverish. He welcomed her back, and she confirmed she had returned safely. He looked at her, puzzled by her obviously unwell and exhausted state. He asked if she had taken a bath, noticing her hair was damp. Her bird, Izzy, flapped its wings frantically, upset that she was unwell. The small bird seemed to apologize, wishing it had heated the bath water. She admitted that she felt sick from the unfamiliar luxury of a bath. Jean grimaced, saying he knew exactly how that felt from his past. He remembered his own slow, painful recovery after his ordeal on the island. As they walked, she asked if his butler, Note, had arrived yet. He told her to wait and rest while he prepared tea and a bath. He poured a cup of hot tea to go with a basket of scones. He offered her the basket with a smile, encouraging her to eat. Flustered, she asked him not to come too close, feeling self-conscious. He reassured her it was fine, but he would keep his distance. She then presented him with a heavy pouch, a gift for him. He took the bag, thanking her and asking what was inside it. She explained it was demon steel, used to strengthen his normal sword. He smiled, saying it was a valuable gift he would gratefully accept. She then asked him how his own journey into the forest went. He mentioned seeing someone like her and immediately choked on his tea. He frantically wondered if she had seen him in his robe disguise. She described the figure as kind, someone who was trying to help spirits. Jean blushed, flustered at being called kind for his anonymous intervention. The figure's attribute felt unstable, as if it were constantly shifting. The spirits themselves had worked hard to help him inside his robe. She recalled the subjugation party being lured deeper into the corrupted forest. A black spirit attacked the gold-rank archer, then possessed another man. The spirit's presence was invisible to the mage, Rosa, who saw nothing. The two women, the archer and the mage, were key figures. Jean asked the crucial question, where did that man get the black spirit? Adelheid explains that a war is raging between small nations in the nearby plains. The fighting drove away local spirits, leading to the birth of many black spirits. Jean asks if this means there will be consequences, and Adelheid confirms past damages. Exasperated, Jean wonders aloud if the entire country is populated by fools. Adelheid clarifies the spirits flee, but their absence means Haldia will have no harvest. She then mentions that the archer Rosa was looking for a man resembling Jean. Flustered, Jean quickly denies being one of the Luff people, raising Adelheid's suspicion. The butler, Note, arrives carrying a small wooden tub. He politely asks if the salt he brought will be sufficient for their needs. Jean holds up a bar of soap he plans to use. Note remarks that Jean's home has amenities far superior to those of most nobles. Jean cheerfully tells Adelheid she should take a bath while he bakes some sweets. He plans to make cookies, a meat pie, and a castella pancake for them to enjoy. Adelheid reveals Rosa has a history with the kingdom that summoned the hero. Note adds that Rosa is likely seeking a figurehead to oppose that very kingdom. Jean overhears, thinking her plan is a long shot that might just succeed. He dismisses the idea, stating he wants nothing to do with Rosa or the guild. Note warns him that his spirit-seeing ability will make him a valuable asset to them. Jean retorts that he will simply ask Adelheid for help first, preempting any other requests. He thinks about how much trouble it is frantically denying any Luff heritage. Finding solace in his task, Jean begins to prepare the ingredients for his baking. He carefully pours sugar into a bowl of fluffy, beaten egg whites. With a gentle hand, he folds the meringue into the batter to keep it light and airy. The thick, glossy batter is poured into a pan under the watchful eyes of Rish and a fairy. He places the pan in the hot brick oven, carefully monitoring it to prevent burning. He senses a presence and turns from his work, asking who is there. Adelheid, flushed and fresh from her bath, peeks around the door, asking what he's making. He tells her it's a castella pancake, and that he's also making a meat pie. Her eyes sparkle with delight, and he suggests they eat together once Note is ready. The scene shifts to an establishing shot of the city's timber-framed buildings. With a warm smile, Jean presents the finished meat pie and golden brown pancake. Adelheid and Note stare at the magnificent spread, their faces filled with wonder. A fork sinks into a slice of the impossibly fluffy pancake. Adelheid takes a bite, and a cascade of flowers blooms around her as she exclaims its deliciousness. She gushes to Note about the wonderful taste, and Jean is happy she likes it. At a tavern, the subjugation party raises their mugs, cheering to a job well done. Their table is laden with a celebratory feast centered around a massive roast. The adventurers sit together, enjoying a well-earned meal after their dangerous expedition. Dine tears into a large steak, declaring how delicious and tender the beef is. Chrysledes agrees, noting that freshly grilled food is a luxury compared to their usual rations. Jean looks at the enormous pile of meat with a mixture of awe and surprise. Adelheid asks if there will be meat pie, and Jean realizes how much she enjoyed it. Dine's tone becomes serious as he recalls the high number of corrupted monsters they fought. He describes the black demon monsters, identifiable by the dark corruption around their eyes. He explains that once fully corrupted, they become beautiful but terrifyingly strong. Chrysledes grimly notes the situation is worse than he thought, but the guild likely knew. While eating, Jean casually asks if the archer, Rosa, was a gold-rank adventurer. His simple question is met with a moment of stunned, dead silence from the others. Chris Leeds calls him wild, while Dine says it doesn't suit him. Jean brushes them off. Rhett connects the dots between Haldia's magic and Rose's talk of a hero summoning. Jean has a chilling realization. The hero and the war are creating a disastrous synergy. Rhett announces that the mage Amadeo is assembling a party for a large-scale subjugation. Note asks if Adelheid and Jean were invited to join Amadeo's prestigious party. Dine admits he was invited, but turned it down as it didn't suit his personality. With a dramatic flair, Chris Leeds says he, as a knight, could not refuse the request. Adelheid confirms she was also invited to the party, but chose to decline the offer. Note gives a slight bow, indicating he and Jean have already discussed the matter. Jean turns to Adelheid, telling her he has a favor to ask of her. Rhett sighs, realizing with some disappointment that he was not invited to join. Jean reassures him, saying the others simply don't recognize his true value. Jean speculates that Amadeo is likely only recruiting those who can see spirits. Rhett grumbles that Amadeo and his followers are a pain to deal with anyway. He wonders aloud if Amadeo's followers will find out he declined the invitation. Jean and the others offer him words of encouragement as he sweats under the pressure. When asked if he'll join the next quest, Jean immediately confirms that he will. Rhett reveals that the guild has gifted Jean's party 3 gold rank promotions. A grateful Jean smiles, thanking the gold rank adventurers and the guild for the honor. Later, Jean stands outside a real estate office, politely asking for service. He asks the agent if there are any houses for sale in the Fox's Back district. The agent informs him a house has just become available next to Adelheid's. Recognizing him, she asks if he, the renter, is now interested in buying a property. She smiles warmly and asks him to wait just a moment while she gets the details. Jean thinks to himself that he was only asking on a whim, but he's curious. The agent returns, slamming a massive stack of documents onto the counter. She points at him, enthusiastically asking if he would like to buy the house. He asks if a silver rank adventurer can even buy property without a background check. Jean is surprised to learn his business dealings have earned him considerable trust. The agent offers to sell him his current rental or an even nicer one nearby. Jean decides he likes his current house and will buy it if it's available. The agent explains it will be held for him until the subjugation quest is over. He muses that few people would want to buy a house in such a dangerous area. The agent leans in, whispering that Amadeo may stay in town after the quest. The thought of having the gold rank adventurer as a neighbor is deeply annoying to Jean. He makes a snap decision, declaring he will buy the other house as well to rent out. He walks away, bemused that he has somehow ended up buying 2 houses. As he approaches his home, he stops, sensing someone waiting by the back door. It is Rhett, who greets him warmly after their celebratory party. Jean asks if he skipped the subjugation, and Rhett admits he did. Jean jokes about the nuisance of gold ranks, which Rhett calls a welcome one. Jean mentions that he knows Dine and Chris have been bear hunting nearby. Rhett changes the subject, asking if Jean knows of any rooms available for rent. Surprised by the question, Jean asks if the hunter is planning on moving. Rhett explains that since reaching silver rank, he is finally considering buying a house. Jean is momentarily stunned that Rhett is going through the proper, legitimate channels. The stark contrast with his own situation gives him a moment of shocked pause. An idea strikes him, and he asks Rhett if he is free the next day for a job. The following day, Jean calls out to Rhett, asking for help supporting a wooden beam. Rhett is impressed by the house and asks if Jean rents out any rooms. While plastering a wall, Jean explains his need for privacy to make his medicines. He reflects on his desire for freedom and the complications that come with people. Jean, busy plastering a wall, asks his friend Rhett what kind of house he dreams of. Rhett envisions a 3-story building with a shop where he could rent out the top floor. Surprised, Jean turns and asks what kind of shop Rhett would want to open. Rhett says it depends on his future wife, which makes Jean blurt out, asking if he's married. Jean sheepishly admits his mistake, while Rhett clarifies he doesn't have a partner yet. A tiny, frustrated Rhett complains that getting a house before marriage is the standard way to do things. Jean gets a mischievous look, teasingly asking if Rhett has someone special and if this is love talk. Rhett sharply cuts him off, stating he'd rather prepare for work. The love talk is officially over. The scene shifts to a close-up of a delicious-looking bowl of pasta topped with a rich sauce. As they eat, Rhett praises the food and asks about its sour flavor. Jean identifies the ingredients. Jean suddenly freezes with a panicked expression, realizing he forgot tomatoes don't exist here. He nervously advises Rhett not to eat mysterious foods without knowing what they are first. Rhett is completely unfazed, stating that since Jean made it, he knows it's perfectly safe. Jean is deeply touched by his friend's absolute trust, though he feels a bit embarrassed. Changing the subject, Rhett asks if Jean is facing any troubles of his own. Jean thinks of the gold rank party, dismissing them as a mere hassle he has to deal with. As Rhett eats, he thinks about Jean's reluctance to join the other party. He speculates that if others found out Jean could see spirits, it would be a huge pain. With a weary sigh, Jean silently confirms that Rhett's guess is exactly right. Jean looks up from his bowl, a look of sudden, dawning comprehension on his face. He stares at Rhett in disbelief, demanding to know why he knows his secret. Rhett gazes back calmly, while a caption asks just how much this man truly knows. Jean panics, thinking that if his secret is out, he'll just be a nuisance to everyone. Rhett, his expression unreadable, asks again how Jean knew that he knew about the spirits. His serious demeanor breaks into a cheeky grin as he playfully asks how Jean figured it out. Jean is stunned, realizing that the eccentric Chris Leeds has never once called him by his real name. A montage of memories shows Chris Leeds calling him by various flamboyant titles like Lord of the Dark Iris. Rhett advises Jean to ask Chris to use his real name, assuring him the man is good at heart. Jean thinks to himself that he understands Chris Leeds is a good person, but there's a problem. A flashback shows Chris Leeds explaining he takes on noble requests because Dine dislikes them. In another memory, Chris Leeds is seen being overly enthusiastic, which others find overwhelming. Jean, arms crossed, concludes that Chris Leeds is like a wild beast, completely unaware of his own nature. Rhett thinks to himself that if he revealed his real reasoning, his own secrets might be exposed. Jean is shocked, realizing Rhett doesn't have a secret and was just bluffing the entire time. Rhett bursts out laughing at his friend's gullibility, asking what he plans to do now. As their tiny chibi forms argue, Jean tells Rhett not to enjoy this so much. Rhett strokes his chin smugly, pleased that his hunch about Chris Leeds' naming habit was correct. He kneels victoriously, declaring that he has confirmed Jean's secret, leaving Jean stunned that he was tricked. Jean sighs in resignation, realizing he has been completely played by his clever friend. Rhett stands up, saying he's also worried about the gold rank party and asks Jean for his help. He pats Jean's shoulder, calling him a go-getter, much to Jean's continued fluster. As Rhett walks away, he remarks that this is the difference in life experience, frustrating Jean. A transitional panel simply reads, and so, in a moonlit forest, Jean works, tending to fields and naming the glowing spirits around him. He recalls making a cure for the amber sickness with Adelheid, which surprisingly sold very well. Sitting by his fire, he contemplates the mountain of tasks ahead, including renovating his rented house. He looks over at his companion Rish, thinking first he must continue his impersonation of a luff. Dressed in a dark, hooded robe, he floats silently through the forest like a phantom. He observes that hunting parties from other towns are sharing information using spirits. Realizing misinformation is being spread, he uses his search skill to find the truth. Peeking from behind a large bush, he spots a group of people in the distance. He finds a party of adventurers completely surrounded by a pack of snarling wolves. He correctly identifies the beleaguered group as adventurers from the nearby fortress city. The adventurers are trapped by 2 horned wolves and a vicious 3-horned badger. The monster horde is even larger, including a giant owl and several monstrous bats. A massive, snarling bear joins the fray, letting out a ferocious roar. Jean is shocked by the sheer number of monsters, realizing the hunters have become the hunted. He recalls Kana being worried about the lack of survey teams from that very city. A horned beast lunges at a terrified adventurer, who screams in pure panic. In a blur of motion, Jean dashes forward, a trail of energy behind him. His face set with determination, he moves with impossible speed to intervene in the fight. He appears between the beast and its target, effortlessly deflecting the attack with his arm. The entire pack of monsters now lies on the ground, knocked unconscious in a comical heap. The stunned adventurer leader turns to the mysterious figure, asking who he is. Jean holds out a hand, a magic card for heal appearing as he casts the spell. The adventurer looks down at his now healed body in utter disbelief and amazement. Jean turns to leave, advising the man not to be so arrogant in the future. The adventurer calls after the departing figure, trying to thank the squad leader. His teammates rush to his side, apologizing profusely for their own incompetence during the fight. Jean walks away, thinking this is all too much trouble and he should just go home. He reflects on how often he's had to appear in this strange, hooded disguise lately. He resolves to spread information to guide Rosa's party, using spirits to gather intelligence. A montage shows him diligently making potions with a focused Adelheid. The montage continues, showing him absorbed in his studies, reading a large tome. Finally, the montage shows him in his disguise, continuing his impersonation of a luff. 2 months later, Jean bursts onto a city street, desperately calling for the butler. A close-up shows his determined face as he shouts for note. He bows his head low, making an urgent and dramatic request. "Cut my hair." At an outdoor table, Jean tries to explain his sudden decision to his confused friends. Note, the butler flatly refuses the request, leaving Jean aghast at the rejection. Rhett, concerned, asks if he's okay, offering to lend him money for his haircut. Rhett assumes he's broke, but Jean is just annoyed that asking the butler seemed too awkward. Jean shudders, explaining his reluctance is due to the questionable hygiene of public bathhouse barbers. Adelheid calmly states that Jean's hair is beautiful and it would be a shame to cut it. Flustered by the compliment, Jean touches a lock of his hair, wondering if it's really that nice. Rhett suggests he follow noble fashion and grow it out, but Jean complains that washing it is a pain. A light bulb appears over his head as he gets an idea. He could just become a monk. Rhett offers to cut it for him later, which makes Jean shout, asking how he knew his plan. Jean wonders if Rhett is just exceptionally sharp, or if he himself is just too easy to read. Notes suggest that eventually, he could simply hire a servant just to wash his hair for him. The bell on a nearby tavern door chimes, signaling new arrivals. Dine and Chris Leeds enter, waving cheerfully and greeting their old friends. Rhett smiles, confirming their quest is over and congratulating them on their work. Jean smiles, thinking they're the same loud duo as always, as Dine asks for wine. Rhett asks Dine for his assessment of the gold rank mage, Amadeo, and his party. Dine confirms they are powerful, as expected of their rank, and a well-coordinated team. Chris Leeds sighs dramatically, lamenting his envy of spirit arms and his desire to be loved. Jean and Rhett exchange a bewildered look, completely lost by his strange declaration. A red-haired archer with a glowing bow explains that one must be loved by a spirit arm. Jean looks on in surprise, asking if that is really how these powerful weapons work. Jean makes a mental note to clean his divine sword, the Zametsuken, but a small, nagging doubt still lingers. At the tavern, Dine voices his frustration with the arrogant posturing of other ambitious adventurers. A quiet feeling of relief washes over Jean. He is glad he avoided a direct confrontation at the arena. Chris Leeds leans in to whisper a stunning piece of intelligence. There are 4 summoned heroes, not 3. While Chris Leeds praises his informant, Jean is left reeling from the shocking news of a 4th hero. He flashes back to his sister and her friends, wondering who this mysterious fourth person could possibly be. He recalls his meeting with the gods, now realizing how deliberately vague they were about the summoning's details. An unseen voice explains that new magic users should begin their training slowly, unlike the four reckless heroes. Adelheid, her face shadowed and serious, laments the unfortunate scarcity of spirit seers in the Western lands. A palpable pressure emanates from her as she questions why no one was wise enough to stop the heroes. Jean is taken aback, realizing the rarity of spirit seers is far more extreme than he had previously thought. Note, the butler adds historical context, remarking that the circumstances surrounding heroes are often shrouded in mystery. Dine explains that the current crisis is escalating far faster than the guild had predicted, worsened by recent wars. Chris Leeds dramatically laments how this great danger seemed to appear from nowhere without any prior warning. Deciding to lift the somber mood, Dine declares that they have had enough of such dark conversation. He abruptly points at Jean, challenging him to a drinking contest, much to Jean's utter bewilderment. Dine and Chris Leeds eagerly lay out the terms, wagering introductions to exclusive clubs against one of Jean's secrets. Jean is completely baffled by the strange names of the establishments, a look of deep suspicion on his face. With a jolt of embarrassed realization, he understands they are both high-class, introduction-only brothels. Adelheid coolly ignores the wager, instead insisting that she be addressed properly by her own name from now on. Note, her butler grows visibly anxious, sensing a dangerous and inappropriate turn in the conversation. Adelheid cuts him off with a sharp glare, calling the idea of frequenting such places unrefined and distasteful. Note becomes flustered by her unexpected concern, his carefully maintained professional composure finally beginning to crack. The night ends predictably, with both Dine and Chris Leeds passed out cold on the tavern table. Jean looks over the drunken scene, sighing as he wonders if he should just leave them all there. Note approaches, expressing his admiration and surprise at how well Jean is able to hold his liquor. Jean explains with a confident laugh that his healing skill prevents him from ever getting truly drunk. Note politely asks Jean if he would be so kind as to escort Adelheid home while he cleans up. Jean readily agrees to see her home, but then notices that something seems to be amiss with her. He sees her dazed expression and the faint blush on her cheeks, realizing she is quite drunk. "Is Ash drunk too?" he asks, pointing toward her with a look of dawning comprehension. Note confirms with a gentle, knowing smile that this is indeed a very rare sight to behold. As they begin their walk, he asks if she is all right, and she unsteadily insists she is fine. He briefly wonders if he should have stayed behind, then quickly calls out to Adelheid to get her attention. He reaches out in alarm as she stumbles and walks directly toward a solid brick wall. She sways but again insists she is fine, confirming for Jean that she is, in fact, very drunk. Jean holds out his hand, offering her his support to guide her safely on their walk home. She stumbles and leans into him, and he instinctively puts his arm around her shoulders to steady her. He tells her they should go, and she quietly agrees, leaning into his side as they walk. He smiles to himself, thinking that if he let her go, she would walk in a straight line forever. They walk together down the snowy, quiet street, his arm protectively around her shoulders. Her unsteady steps suddenly falter, and she comes to a complete stop on the cobblestone path. He turns to her, his expression questioning as he asks what could be the matter. She looks up at him with hazy, unfocused eyes and softly, unexpectedly, speaks his name. He is caught completely off guard, a faint blush dusting his cheeks as he stammers in surprise. The scene repeats, her sudden stop leaving him confused and concerned on the empty street. As they continue walking together, he gently prompts her, trying to regain her wandering attention. He asks how she is feeling, but she only responds by saying his name again, her voice soft. She simply hums in response, leaving Jean to parrot the sound back in utter, helpless confusion. Under the starry sky, She calls his name and then, out of nowhere, mumbles the word brothel. She looks away, mumbling non-committally, much to Jean's growing and comical frustration. She leans into him again, this time murmuring something completely incoherent about his hair. He sighs internally, realizing that trying to hold a proper conversation with her is utterly impossible. As he looks down at her, a sudden and startling realization begins to dawn on his face. He notices her features seem softer and rounder, and her shoulders more delicate than he remembers. He sees the drunken haze in her eyes, her appearance startlingly different and vulnerable up close. He says her name again, his thoughts a jumble of confusion, concern, and a strange new feeling. Flustered by his own thoughts, he silently scolds her, thinking that getting this drunk is just dangerous. She looks up at him, her expression a blank canvas of drunken incomprehension, oblivious to his turmoil. She offers one last, quiet hum of agreement to the silent, starry night sky above them. The next morning, Jean is back in his kitchen, his hands expertly kneading a large ball of bread dough. As he works, he finds himself wondering how Dine and Chris Leeds fared after their drunken night. He decides the men can fend for themselves, but resolves to bring something to help with Adelheide's hangover. A short while later, his hand raises to knock firmly on the wooden door of Adelheide's room. He opens the door a crack, peeking inside to check if she is awake and all right. He is met with the deeply unpleasant sight of Adelheid looking pale, green, and utterly miserable. He offers her some food, but she clutches her stomach, clearly in no state to eat anything. Understanding immediately, he cheerfully asks to borrow her kitchen, leaving her looking confused. He soon returns with a steaming cup, explaining that it's a hot remedy of ginger and citrus. She takes a tentative sip, her muddled senses confused by the simultaneously spicy and sweet flavor. He advises her to stay hydrated and rest quietly while the warm drink helps her stomach recover. She thanks him, visibly relieved, admitting that the drink has already helped her calm down. As she gets up to leave, feeling much better, she suddenly stops and calls out his name. She offers to finally guide him to the spirit branch as a way of apologizing for worrying him. He agrees, recalling their original plan and saying he is happy to accommodate her schedule. Note, looking pleased by this development, says he will contact Jean later to arrange the visit. The next day dawns bright and clear over the charming rooftops of the city of Cusum. They walk together through the city streets, and she confirms that she has now fully recovered. He gives her a long, searching look, his eyes fixed on her as if seeing her anew. He notes that her familiar, Izzy, looks particularly happy and puffed up, which must be a good sign. He then dryly observes that Adelheid herself, however, still has the same stern expression as always. She asks if this is his first visit to the branch, and he confirms he has only been once before. She correctly recalls that this was the very place where he helped Dine's sister, Amel, with her spirit problem. Their journey through the familiar city streets finally comes to an end as she announces their arrival. Before them stands a spirit branch, a beautiful stone building that resembles a small, quaint church. Jean observes that the main branch always seems to be the most prominent and impressive building in any city. Inside, Adelheid points out the different sections of the building, leading him toward the back courtyard. As she leads the way, Jean's gaze is drawn past her, his eyes suddenly widening in surprise. He lets out a gasp of pure awe, his face blushing with wonder at the sight before him. The courtyard is a magical oasis, with a bubbling fountain and the air itself sparkling with motes of golden light. He stands amidst the glittering lights, completely captivated by the beautiful and serene magical garden. He sees the gnarled branch in the fountain and asks if this is the source of the magic. Adelheid clarifies that the entire location takes its name from the sacred branch that it houses. He is confused by her explanation, but decides to stay quiet to avoid revealing his ignorance. He reflects that he prioritized studying the history of spirits over the specifics of these sacred branches. Adelheid then reveals a crucial fact. This country doesn't possess a true king's branch. This one is a replica. He pieces her words together, asking aloud if this means the branch is essentially a counterfeit. Adelheid gives him a stern, disapproving look, while AZ grumbles atop her head at his bluntness. She explains the profound and sacred origin of a true king's branch, a gift earned through great hardship. She explains its power to attract good spirits, and Jean panics internally, realizing his ignorance is completely exposed. Jean recalls Adelheid's earlier explanation about imitation spirit branches. The true king's branch is thinner, but has the same powerful effect. Only 3 great nations were fortunate enough to inherit these true branches. Jean asks if the imitation branches in cities like Kuzum are even effective. Adelheid explains the difficult process of using magic stones to create them. Watching a woman approach, Jean thinks it all sounds like a lot of trouble. A woman with a basket offers a polite nod, asking if he's a staff member. She carefully takes a small, glowing magic stone from her basket. With a soft plink, she drops the valuable stone into the water basin. She explains that she is simply dropping magic stones into the water. Jean notes the high cost, wondering how long the spirits feed on them. He asks why they don't just use pure magic instead of expensive stones. She clarifies the imitation branch is needed to dilute a mage's powerful influence. A tiny, curious fairy flutters down from near Jean's ear toward the basin. The fairy is immediately drawn to the enchanted water, hovering just above it. It splashes happily, and Jean understands this is how potion ingredients are made. That night, Jean wishes he could see a real spirit branch at night. Adelheid offers to guide him again sometime, a faint blush on her cheeks. Jean agrees instantly, then freezes as he realizes the implication. Adelheid thinks to herself that their promise feels very much like a date. Her bird familiar, AZ, suddenly takes flight from her head in a panic. The bird splashes into the basin, dousing her face and breaking the tension. They both stare as the fairy plays with a jiggly creature in the water. Jean looks over at Adelheid, a quiet, thoughtful expression on his face. He thinks to himself that even without makeup, Ash is truly beautiful. The scene shifts to the stately exterior of Jean's grand mansion. Back at his own home, Jean tends a small fire with Rish nearby. He carefully pulls a perfectly roasted sweet potato from the warm embers. Holding it, he smiles, pleased with the simple but satisfying meal. He stands proudly in his garden, happy with how his fields are growing. He muses that the vegetables in his magic pantry are all wild varieties. He inspects a vine, wondering how to cross-pollinate the delicate flowers. A tiny, winged sweet pea fairy suddenly materializes among the blossoms. He discovers more fairies living among his cabbage and Italian parsley plants. He marvels that each vegetable has its own unique spirit, then thinks of Rish. He finds Rish digging furiously in the dirt and asks what it's doing. His eyes widen in alarm as he recognizes the plants Rish is unearthing. The goddess Rurdile appears, panicking that Rish is eating onions, then corrects herself. Jean is unfazed, Riley noting that Rurdile seems surprised by her own entrance. He asks if Rurdile, as Rish's former master, still holds affection for him. Rurdile looks away, embarrassed, as Rish gazes up at her adoringly. Jean notices the divine garden and is suddenly struck by a brilliant idea. He sees the god's ball and INSH tending to their lush, magical plants. He politely thanks INSH for watering the garden so early in the morning. The goddess Ball walks gracefully through a patch of blooming strawberry plants. With every step she takes, the plants around her magically burst with fruit. Large, ripe strawberries appear instantly, a casual display of her immense power. Jean is stunned, thinking the scene has suddenly become incredibly fantastical. He asks Rurdile what she's doing, noticing Rish digging behind her. As he watches the gods, a plan begins to form in his mind. He suggests that since they have fresh vegetables, they should all eat together. He thinks that if the gods are interested, He should definitely give it a try. He presents a beautifully prepared salad, inviting the deities to partake. He serves small portions to the three gods, explaining it is just a sample. The goddess Baal takes a bite, a gentle, appreciative smile on her face. The god Iron-Sage tries a strawberry, his expression one of thoughtful surprise. Ruordile closes her eyes, savoring the taste with a look of serene contentment. Jean leans forward eagerly, asking them how they find his cooking. Baal praises the fresh taste, while Iron-Sage notes the strawberry is sweet and sour. Jean is thrilled that Baal and Iron-Sage have finally tasted real vegetables. Ruordile simply calls the salad sweet, making him wonder if Rish influenced her. The story returns to Kuzum, showing the building Jean has been renovating. A knock comes at the door, and Jean answers with a simple yes. He opens the door with a warm, welcoming smile for his visitors. Rhett waves hello, with a stern Adelheid and the butler note beside him. Inside, Jean proudly announces that the renovations on the house are complete. Rhett admits that even with help, plastering 2 of the walls was exhausting. Note offers a formal apology to Rhett for all the trouble they caused. The butler explains he bought the house to provide a safe haven for Adelheid. He had worried her usurper brother might target them, as he did before. Rhett waves off the apology, telling him not to worry about it. He explains that he was well compensated by Jean for the rental. Jean is impressed by the butler's shrewdness in securing the house. Rhett and Jean discuss how property values rose after the last monster hunt. Jean explains he was glad to rent the house cheaply until prices settled. Rhett jokingly asks Jean if he bought the house to find a wife. The hunter scratches his head, admitting he's not ready for marriage yet. Adelheid, overhearing, is shocked, thinking Jean is under a huge misunderstanding. The tour of the house begins, showing off the new clawfoot bathtub. Rhett is amazed that the house has a bath and an enclosed toilet. Jean is flabbergasted, realizing this world's toilets are just pots or holes. He points at Rhett, declaring he must follow certain rules to live there. He demands daily baths, clean clothes, and fumigation twice a year. Rhett, impressed, asks if Jean really did all the renovations himself. Jean thinks about using his storage skill and help from the spirits. He simply tells Rhett that he is confident in his physical strength. They head upstairs, which has 3 available rooms for them to use. Rhett's eyes go wide with joy at the sight of a proper bed. He sits on the edge of the mattress, a look of wonder on his face. Flopping back, he sighs in bliss, exclaiming how much better it is. Jean dryly warns him to air it out occasionally to prevent bug infestations. Adelheid and Note stand before a closet, wondering what is behind the door. Adelheid recognizes it as a closet but finds a sliding door is stuck. With a rattle, she forces the door open and peers inside curiously. She is delighted to discover it's a walk-in closet she can enter. Jean explains the doors are finicky because the house's security is poor. He tells them the house has a partitioned, shared basement for storage. He assures Rhett the locks are safe for weapons, and Rhett thanks him. Rhett declares the tour over, his mind now focused on Jean's cooking. Adelheid and Note agree, looking forward to another of his delicious meals. A young boy with dark hair peeks out from between 2 taller, conversing men. Jean smiles warmly, thinking that seeing his companions so happy makes him happy, too. A delicious-looking meal is spread across the table, featuring stew, sausages, and bread. Dine, his face a picture of pure delight, exclaims how incredibly delicious the food is. Note and Adelheid share a look of refined surprise, both agreeing on the meal's fine taste. Jean feels a wave of relief, admitting he's always nervous about how his cooking is received. The main dish is a gratin made with morel mushrooms, which are poisonous if not cooked properly. An illustration explains the difference between the edible morel and the deadly, brain-like false morel. Jean muses that while Japanese people love eating dangerous things like fugu, this world is also intense. The party enjoys the meal, with Dine loving the topping and Adelheid praising the creamy parts. Jean beams with pride, thinking of the endless, hellish process of making his own consommé. Dine complains that he wants proper alcohol, dismissing the weak wine as nothing more than water. Jean changes the subject, announcing that he has also prepared dessert for them. He presents a beautifully light and fluffy slice of chiffon cake with maple whipped cream. Adelheid and Note are stunned, remarking on the strange, wonderful texture that melts in the mouth. Dine is equally surprised, noting that sweets are usually hard foods made for preservation. They recall being similarly shocked by the texture of castella cake and pancakes. Jean explains that dense pastries like pound cake and cookies are far more common here. Dine adds that such treats are usually made by professionals only for special festivals. Adelheid notes that maple sweets have become quite popular recently in Cusum and Alfiado. Note clarifies that maple is a specialty of the castle city, expensive but worth the price. Jean idly wonders if it would be possible to simply plant sugar maple trees in Cusum. With a bright smile, he offers more of the precious maple syrup to his friends. Dine and Note politely decline, both saying they are perfectly satisfied as they are. Adelheid timidly raises her hand, thinking to herself that she would like some. Blushing brightly, she enthusiastically accepts, declaring that she would love some more. The scene shifts to a forest, where a young girl screams desperately for someone to stop. It is Tina Dinasso, her face filled with terror as she yells not to touch her brother. She stands protectively between her younger brother and two large, menacing thugs. From behind a tree, Jean watches the scene unfold, his expression silent and grim. He takes in the terrible confrontation, a clear indicator that something is very wrong. He wonders what could be happening, as he had only just arrived to visit the Dinasso family. Tina continues to defy the men, while her father looks on helplessly in the background. One of the thugs smirks, reaching a hand out towards the frightened girl. Tina squeezes her eyes shut in fear, bracing for the inevitable. With a sudden, heavy thud, both thugs are knocked unconscious to the ground. Jean stands over them, turning his attention to the children and asking if they are okay. The children cry out his name in relief and rush forward to embrace him. He holds them both, comforting them as he asks what happened to make them cry. Tina tearfully explains that a lot of people came to talk to their father. She confirms that she and her brother, In, were hiding in the barn. While their father was occupied, their mother secretly urged them to run away. In, the little boy, cries out Jean's name, desperately asking what they should do now. Jean pats Tina's head, telling her to be brave and quiet as they go back to her parents. The children wipe their tears, their faces now filled with resolve as they agree. Jean looks on with a complicated expression, a faint, thoughtful smile on his lips. He has a brief flashback to his own sister standing protectively in front of him. His attention returns to the present as he calls out towards the Dinasso farmhouse. He sees the parents held hostage by thugs who demand to know the children's location. Hiding in the bushes, Jean understands that the situation is incredibly dangerous. Dinasso is pinned face down on the ground, gritting his teeth in helpless rage. Shiva is held captive, a sharp blade pressed against her throat. Jean, holding one of the children, knows it will be difficult to neutralize all the thugs at once. A beaten man, Balmoa, lies defeated, thinking that he has made a mess of things. Jean is confused, wondering why the adventurer known as Balmoa is here. He recalls Dine drunkenly bestowing the title Balmoa, the Royal Wolf, upon him. A thug brutally grinds his boot into Dinasso's back, forcing his face into the dirt. Jean explodes from his hiding spot, moving with blinding speed across the yard. He unleashes a flurry of precise strikes, knocking out two thugs in an instant. The leader, still holding Shiva, is stunned, demanding to know who this stranger is. Shiva, no longer appearing frightened, allows a small, confident smile to form. With a calm, my, she prepares to take matters into her own hands. She drives a powerful elbow into her captor's stomach, catching him completely off guard. The man gasps and spits, stunned by the ferocity of her counterattack. In a fluid motion, Shiva disarms him, snatching the large, curved sword from his grasp. A determined, almost predatory smile crosses her face as she expertly wields the blade. She becomes a whirlwind of motion, her powerful slash cutting down another thug. Her long hair flies as she moves with the impossible grace of a seasoned warrior. The remaining thugs and Jean can only stare, exclaiming at her unbelievable strength. She advances on the next man, her expression cold and focused, the bloodied sword held ready. She grabs the final thug by the collar, her grip like iron. The man is so terrified that he wets himself, a dark stain spreading down his trousers. The courtyard is now littered with the bodies of the defeated thugs. Jean stares, his eyes wide with shock, exclaiming again at her incredible power. He can't believe she just impaled the man, ending the fight in an instant. The conscious thugs are in awe, amazed that the woman defeated them all by herself. From the bushes, the children cry out, "Mom! Dad!" Shiva's fierce expression melts away instantly as she turns to her children with a warm smile. She pulls her daughter into a tight, loving hug, her maternal instincts taking over. Dinoso, still tied up on the ground, comically begs Shiva to untie him first. The scene shifts to a quiet view of the stone farmhouse, the danger now past. Jean carefully wraps a bandage around Dinoso's scraped and bruised wrist. He looks at the injuries and remarks that they look painful. Dinoso brushes it off, saying it's not as bad as it looks. Jean simply replies, "I see," his mind still processing the recent events. They sit in silence for a moment on the porch as Jean finishes his work. Dinoso closes his eyes and asks if he can say something important. Jean agrees, asking if it's all right for him to speak his mind. Dinoso sheepishly admits that he completely forgot he had a healing potion with him. He uncorks the small, ornate bottle with a faint, wry smile. Jean looks down, apologizing for getting him involved in all this trouble. Dinoso dismisses the apology, saying Jean looked more like he was about to die. He drinks the potion, noting this is only the second time he's seen someone die. Jean thinks about Shiva's casual violence and the children ignoring the dead bodies. He concludes that this sort of brutality is simply a necessary part of life here. He contrasts Shiva's resolve with his own past fear, admitting he would lose against her. Dinoso tries to get his attention, asking if Jean is listening. Jean snaps out of his thoughts, apologizing and asking what he said. Dinoso's expression becomes uncharacteristically serious as he begins to speak. Jean is taken aback, asking why he suddenly looks so grim. With a grave expression, Dinoso begins to reveal a long-held family secret. He confesses that his young son, In, possesses the rare storage ability. Jean is completely stunned, exclaiming in disbelief at the incredible revelation. Dinoso looks at him knowingly, asking if he is familiar with the power. He confirms that his son has the storage skill, and Jean quietly acknowledges it. From a nearby doorway, the younger children, Tina and her brother, peek out curiously. They rush in, excitedly telling Jean how rare and powerful their brother's ability is. Jean understands the danger. Such a convenient power can be used for smuggling and war. Dinoso explains they have been targeted ever since In received the ability at a shrine. Watching the children pack, Jean wonders if the family is being forced to flee. Dinoso's face hardens with resolve. He declares they are done running and will go to Kazum. Jean is taken aback by this sudden and bold decision. Dinoso winks, revealing that he and his wife, Shiva, are actually famous adventurers. Jean recalls the gods mentioning Kazum was a city free from outside interference. Dinoso blushes, fondly recalling how he met his wife, who was a nobleman's daughter. He clears his throat, deciding to save the rest of that romantic story for later. In a flashback, he explains they quit adventuring 4 years ago because of In's power. He says that adventurers are too easy to find, making their family a constant target. Before they grow too old, they must teach their children how to defend themselves. When asked if they'll return to adventuring, Dinoso winks, saying he still has his skills. He smiles, saying it's time to show his nearly 8-year-old sons a bigger world. Jean thinks Dinoso is a good father, just as the man brings out a pot of money. Dinoso presents the large pot of coins, ready to pay for the recovery potion. He stands up, prepared to settle his debt with Jean. The pot is tipped, and a massive cascade of gold and silver coins spills out. Dinoso asks about the current market price, ready to pay whatever is required. He declares passionately that it is his duty to pay. Jean smiles and accepts. Together, they begin counting the fortune into smaller, more manageable coin purses. Jean advises splitting the money so the children can hire help if they get separated. Dinoso sees the 6 full bags, realizing it is enough to live on for years. As Jean prepares to leave, Shiva calls out, asking him to wait. She wonders if his potion was special, as her old injuries healed so perfectly. Dinoso and a child interrupt, asking for a meal before they finish packing. He agrees to take care of a task outside while she waits for him. Jean considers if he can somehow erase the evidence left by their pursuers. Alone with him, Shiva places her hands on the table, her expression serious. She apologizes softly, knowing their family's secret must have surprised him. Jean blushes deeply, caught completely off guard by her kind apology. He stammers that he was surprised, and she smiles at his honest reaction. Flustered, Jean stands abruptly, offering to cook while they finish packing. He turns back, suddenly remembering to ask for some of their ingredients. He asks her to set aside some of the food they were taking with them. Shiva watches him hurry off, a bit taken aback by his sudden energy. She chuckles warmly to herself, genuinely grateful for his kindness. Jean proudly returns, carrying 2 plates of freshly made, delicious-looking omelets. The table is laden with a beautiful feast, each dish sparkling invitingly. The 3 youngest children stare at the food, their faces filled with pure wonder. Shiva praises the beauty of his cooking, and Dinoso agrees it looks amazing. One of the boys pokes his omelet, exclaiming with delight at how it jiggles. He lifts his plate, a huge smile on his face as he watches the food wobble. His brothers are equally mesmerized, while Jean watches them, his own face warm. Inspired, Tina declares with determination that she will become a great cook too. Her face is a mask of resolve as she repeats her new life goal. She glances shyly over at Jean, as if seeking his approval. Her brother teases that if she doesn't learn, her future husband will be a better cook. Jean smiles, thinking their cheerful banter is heartwarming and that Dinoso is a good father. A final, tempting shot shows the perfectly cooked omelet on the plate. The family eats together, discussing the long, month-and-a-half journey ahead to Kazum. Tina looks at Jean sadly, asking if this means she won't see him anymore. Her eyes well with tears as she leans against him, heartbroken at the thought. A gentle hand comes to rest on her head, patting her hair softly. Jean smiles kindly, reassuring her that they will definitely see each other again. Her 2 brothers, not wanting to be left out, demand head pats for themselves. Jean happily obliges, patting both boys on the head as they grin with delight. Dinoso mentions that after some time in Kazum, they plan to tackle the labyrinth. Jean is shocked, having completely forgotten the gods mention a labyrinth near the city. The family's bags are packed to bursting. There is simply no more room. Jean notices their trouble and asks what the problem is. One of the children complains that his brother Un's storage is already completely full. Jean finds himself wondering about the exact mechanics of Un's strange ability. With a flash of insight, he decides to use his own skill to investigate. He sees a tiny squirrel spirit frantically stuffing items into Un's collar. The spirit shoves another bundle into the boy's clothes with an audible pop. Jean points in utter shock, realizing the spirit is the source of the storage. He then notices Dinoso and Shiva are also accompanied by powerful elemental spirits. Under a wide, cloudy sky, Dinoso announces that it is time for them to leave. Jean offers an escort, but Dinoso declines, saying this is a good chance for a family trip. He asks if Jean will live in Kazum, suggesting he find them at the Luff Palace. Jean is confused, having never heard the name Luff before. Dinoso warns him to be careful, as this remote area attracts suspicious people. Jean wryly thinks to himself that while he may not be Luff, he is indeed suspicious. Dinoso laughs heartily, agreeing with Jean's frank self-assessment. He admits the journey will be hard on the children, but they still have strength to spare. He offers Jean a piece of wisdom. Those with power shouldn't always rely on it. Shiva smiles warmly at her husband's side, adding that they are all friends. Jean blushes, touched by their words, and says it is time for him to go. He calls out to Dinoso one last time as the family prepares to ride off. He tells them to visit a place called Ash Fox Street when they arrive in Cusum. Dinoso smiles, thanking him gratefully for the helpful information. As they ride away, Shiva turns and calls out Jean's name in farewell. The entire family waves, shouting that they will see him again in Cusum. Jean waves back, thinking it feels wrong to use his overwhelming powers in this place. He smiles to himself, already looking forward to treating them all when they arrive. The scene shifts. Jean is now in the southeastern city of Gillock, near ancient ruins. He reflects on his journey here, remembering the many monsters he had to fight. He stands within a massive, ruined hall, wondering if it was once a palace. A disembodied voice whispers a single, chilling word through the ruins: human. More voices echo, wondering how many long years it has been since a human last came. The voices speculate that it must have been 100 or perhaps even 1,000 years. Jean grows nervous, unable to see who is speaking to him from the deep darkness. Disembodied voices echoed in the darkness, whispering of a grim, cannibalistic feast. Annoyed by the unsettling chatter, Jean cried out for light to pierce the gloom. A brilliant orb of magic erupted from his palm, banishing the oppressive shadows. He stood in the sudden light, his eyes widening in shock at the scene revealed. The floor was a moving carpet of enormous, glistening pill bugs. He cried out in disgust and fled, the sound of their skittering filling the air. Catching his breath, he realized the insects were the source of the rustling sounds. He steeled his resolve, knowing he couldn't just hide from the problem. He crouched and poked a bug, which squeaked that it hurt and told him to stop. He sheepishly apologized for his impulse to bully the seemingly weak creature. The bugs were enraged, demanding to know if the human understood his position. He continued to poke them, amused as they defensively curled into little balls. He recoiled with an annoyed shout as the bugs rolled away from his stick. A voice explained they were the remnants of fire spirits, possessing insects to survive. Jean realized these were black spirits that had turned pill bugs into monsters. They threatened to crawl into his ears while he slept to feast upon him. They boasted of devouring the memories and knowledge of others to sustain themselves. With a chilling smile, Jean decided it would be best to simply exterminate them. He asked if there was a representative for their entire group he could speak to. A voice explained they were a hive mind, one whole made of many parts. It clarified that it was the single consciousness that unified the entire collective. Jean was stunned by the revelation of a sentient, hive-minded monster. A single, larger pill bug separated from the swarm, capturing his full attention. He noted its impressive size and glossy black shell, a marvel of its kind. He asked if this creature was the true, central body of the pill bug swarm. The large pill bug confirmed that it was indeed the one. Jean reached out and gently poked the leader, declaring its name, Pill Bug. The creature was utterly shocked by his sudden, unexpected action. He explained that he would form a contract, as it was a shame to leave them. He now understood they were once a single, unified spirit, now fractured. He told them he sympathized with their hunger and wished to help them. The smaller bugs murmured, questioning his motives and the offer. He laid out his terms. He wouldn't stop them from defending their territory. However, he also wouldn't go out of his way to come to their aid. The leader said they would be fine. If one was destroyed, they could multiply. The swarm echoed this sentiment, chanting that they would multiply endlessly. Jean realized with a nervous sweat that they were more troublesome than he thought. The hive mind's voice addressed him simply, calling him human. It asked him to remember them and send magic to sate their constant hunger. The leader mused on its fading hatred, a strange feeling now that its hunger was gone. Jean realized his release skill also purges the deep-seated hatred for monsters. The bugs declared that if they couldn't eat humans, they would eat other monsters. The collective proclaimed its strength and its unwavering intention to multiply. In a soft pop of light, the entire swarm of pill bugs vanished. Left alone in the corridor, Jean muttered that they had all disappeared. He dismissed the strange contract, figuring he would never encounter them again. Back in Cusum, Dine commented on how helpful Jean's well-equipped house was. Jean, carrying a tea tray, asked if that was really the case. The party praised the house, complimenting its comfortable beds and ample storage. Chris Leeds mused that he had considered trying to set Chris up with someone. Jean mentioned that a friend's family was coming and asked for their help. Dine was utterly flabbergasted to hear Jean use the word friend. Jean asked why he was so surprised. Dine admitted he thought Jean disliked people. He clarified that his distrust came from his sister's toxic social circle. Adelheid listened silently as Jean explained the complicated source of his aversion. Chris Leeds declared that Jean was a good person, just selective about his friends. Jean smiled, saying he'd appreciate it if Chris showed the family around town. Note, the butler, suggested they could clear out the third floor for them. A woman with 2 children said that would be fine, as they'd have playmates. Dine worried that the city center was dangerous, though this area was empty. Note observed that many people seek safety closer to the central castle city. The outer walls of the town were shown, damaged, and crumbling from monster attacks. Both Adelheid and Jean offered up their own spare rooms as a safer alternative. Note, stroking his chin thoughtfully, suggested clearing out the house in the back. Dine and Adelheid were shocked by the butler's sudden, grand suggestion. With a sparkling smile, Note clarified that he would simply buy the house. Jean was flabbergasted, asking what the butler planned to do with the back house. He asked if Note truly intended to buy a second house within the city walls. Note confirmed it, stating he would purchase this one since Jean already had his own. The butler leaned in, whispering conspiratorially into Jean's ear. He told Jean that he had a favor to ask of him at a later time. Jean looked on with a cute, star-filled expression of utter confusion. The scene shifts to a grand, towering castle with elegant spires. A bonus story begins, showing a blonde young man named Faden holding a glass of wine. Jean's sister, Yuka, asks where Hisashi is, wondering if he is sulking again. Faden places a hand near hers, telling his princess not to be jealous. He explains that he is simply worked up over his very first love, her brother. Leaning in close, he gently reminds her that she has him now. She dismisses him, stating that she has both him and Faden by her side. She wonders aloud if Hisashi distrusts women, admitting she is worried for him. A flashback shows her telling a young Hisashi that she is the only woman he needs. Faden plays with her hair, saying Hisashi is merely the power his sister wished for. He leans closer, asking her not to speak another man's name in his presence. He calls Hisashi a puppet, reminding her that her real brother is in Japan. Yuka recalls they were summoned because their lives were short, suspecting a traffic accident. She feels a pang of regret, wishing she had waited for Hisashi to cross with her. She realizes that with his youth, Hisashi is now younger, making him her little brother. She gives a small, thoughtful "oh" as she processes this new dynamic. In a flashback to her summoning, a divine being asks the hero what she desires. Yuka lists her demands: all magic, youth, beauty, and the power to rule the world. The being warns her that her lifespan is short and suggests taking mental resistance. With a chilling smile, she coolly declares that she does not need it. The scene is punctuated by a grim, dark splash, like blood on a stark background. In the present, Faden lists the powers Hisashi and Yuka possess from their wishes. The scene shifts to Hisashi dancing with a young, blonde noblewoman. He tells her that he enjoys watching Yuka become progressively stronger. The woman asks if that's all he finds fun, but he seems unsure how to answer. She suggests that he seems to only be fond of himself. A flashback shows her warning Yuka that she should not confess her feelings to Hisashi. In the present, she cries that Hisashi understands nothing, as she is the only one who truly sees him. A beautiful woman in a formal uniform embraces him, promising to set him free. He looks back on this memory with deep gratitude, thanking someone named Yuka. Chapter 26 opens on the house Jean has been renovating for weeks. He sits quietly with a warm drink, taking a moment of peace. He muses on how much time he spends renovating his various properties. A sudden knock at the door interrupts his quiet, solitary thoughts. Dinaso, the friendly farmer, stands at the door with a broad smile. Jean returns the greeting with a casual and welcoming wave. Dinaso's friendly expression quickly shifts to one of complete and utter shock. Jean is caught off guard, letting out a small, flustered sound. A flustered Dinaso quickly ushers his entire family inside, calling for his wife. Shiva calmly responds to her husband's panicked shouts from the doorway. She quickly gathers the children, hushing them and telling them to stay quiet. The door closes behind them, sealing the boisterous family inside the house. The children immediately swarm Jean, bombarding him with excited questions. Dinaso lets out a sigh of deep and profound exasperation. He scolds Jean for not being more careful, but Jean knew it was inevitable. Jean explains that trying to hide from such friendly people is too much trouble. Dinaso looks around the renovated space, asking if this is Jean's home. Dinaso points accusingly at Jean, who looks on with some confusion. Shiva cleverly devises a cover story, suggesting they pretend they met years ago. Jean tries his best to recall the exact date of his arrival. She settles on a new timeline, deciding it has been over a year. The children enthusiastically agree to go along with their mother's new story. Shiva asks if he has eaten, admitting she saved her appetite for him. The children clamor for a taste of Jean's famous and delicious cooking. Dinaso joins in on the fun, requesting some sake for himself. Jean asks about their lodging and where they have stored their luggage. Dinaso says he is at an inn but plans to rent a house. Jean invites him to come and look at the house right next door. He offers a conditional rental, a temporary home for the entire family. He hands Dinaso the key, stunning the man with his preparedness. Jean reveals that he owns the house, making him their new landlord. The children are thrilled to be living next door to their friend Jean. In the kitchen, Jean expertly prepares bite-sized appetizers for his new guests. He lays out a beautiful spread of pinchos and other small, savory treats. The Dinaso family returns from their tour of the new house. He peeks out from the kitchen, welcoming his friends back warmly. Dinaso's face is a mask of utter shock and disbelief at what he's seen. He exclaims that the neighboring house is incredible, questioning Jean's story. Shiva agrees, amazed by the quality of the house and its furnishings. Tina gushes about her new room, calling it incredibly cute and lovely. The boys are thrilled about their new bunk bed, and Jean smiles. Dinaso, however, remains skeptical and unconvinced by the strange situation. He quickly changes his tune, suggesting they all eat and drink together. They gather around the table, and the secret of the house is revealed. One of the boys proudly announces that his clever mother found the place. Jean gives Dinaso a knowing look, who is stunned by the revelation. Dinaso realizes the hidden passage was the condition for the rental agreement. Jean realizes with a nervous smile that Shiva is the family's true power. He explains the passage is a shared escape route for emergencies. A flashback shows Note explaining that he helped create the secret passage. Jean bought the house to make their shared escape route less suspicious. A map illustrates the strategic ownership of the 4 interconnected houses. Jean says he will go and invite the others over to the house now. The scene transitions to the quiet peace of the evening sky. Note and Adelheid arrive, the latter looking completely surprised by the gathering. Dinaso recognizes Note, shouting his old adventurer name, Shadow Wolf. Note acknowledges his old name, as Adelheid questions their prior connection. He confirms it was his name from his adventuring days long ago. Dinaso grumbles about his unpleasant memories of the Duke's family. Note apologizes for being unaware of the outside world's current affairs. Jean wonders about Note's past and his life before becoming a butler. Note formally introduces Dinaso by his legendary title, the Wolf of the Capital. Jean is stunned to learn the humble farmer's true and famous identity. Dinaso claims his new name from his wife is his true self now. He stares intently at Adelheid, who looks back at him curiously. Adelheid realizes he is the Duke her father magically altered years ago. Jean, panicked, realizes she knows the whole story and tries to stop her. Dinaso accepts his troublesome but necessary new living situation with a sigh. Adelheid formally offers her hand to seal their new and unexpected alliance. Dinaso accepts her handshake, finalizing their surprising partnership. He then asks how they discovered the secret passage behind a shelf. Shiva instructs Jean to knock on the back panel of the bookshelf. He knocks, and the hollow sound confirms a hidden space behind it. Shiva knocks as well, confirming the hollow space for everyone present. Note deduces that the hollow space is the source of the draft. Dinaso finds the hidden space odd for what should be an ordinary house. Note confesses the draft comes from his own neglected and dusty attic. Jean inspects the passage, planning to seal the opening to stop the draft. He considers using his magic to make the entrance completely invisible. He speaks to the wall, requesting it to appear normal at all times. A brilliant flash of magic fills the air around the hidden opening. A tiny fairy emerges as the wall magically seals itself shut. Dinaso and Shiva are left completely speechless by the casual display of magic. Jean calmly observes the now solid stone wall that he has just created. Note and Adelheid are equally stunned by his incredible display of power. Jean is surprised by the result, realizing it is more than just sealed. Dinaso wrongly assumes Adelheid performed the magic and scolds her butler. Note: Dinaso questions Jean's secrecy, who confirms he tries to remain discreet. Shiva decides to return to the children, leaving the others to talk. Adelheid gets straight to the point, asking who Jean is hiding from. He thinks of his sister and the divine powers that are protecting him. Adelheid notes that exposure would make it harder for him to keep secrets. He explains his power to be forgotten, asking if she is worried. He calls it a convenient constitution, much to Dinaso's amazement. Adelheid understands the implications, calling his unique ability very troublesome. Note connects this power to Jean's anonymity within the Merchants Guild. Jean admits his own naivety is the reason why he avoids groups. Jean explains his self-aware rule of avoiding group activities from the start. Red observes that Jean's physical abilities have always been strange. He adds that it's also unnatural how spirits actively avoid him. Jean, surprised, asks if the Dinaso family can see spirits. The realization dawns on Rhett's son that Ash, the butler, and his wife can see them. Jean sighs, wondering if he's being targeted because so many seers are around him. The others quickly correct him, insisting that he is the one who needs to be careful. Red explains that spirits would likely flee from Jean's immense power. He reiterates that Jean's physical prowess without a spirit is what's truly bizarre. Note clarifies that adventurers are often liked by spirits, hence many can see them. He adds that those who scorn adventurers often lose the ability to see spirits. Jean thinks of his own companion, Rish, back at the mansion. He decides not to bring Rish to such a chaotic place for his own safety. His thoughts turn affectionate as he pictures his adorable, fluffy spirit. He resolves that he doesn't want strange people touching his precious companion. Adelheid remarks that AZ is fine, but Jean shouldn't be able to grab a normal spirit. Jean makes a face, a new idea clearly forming in his mind. He thinks he will ask Rish later, as the beast may have his own opinion. The scene shifts to the exterior of Jean's stately mansion under a starry sky. Jean arrives home with a bright smile, calling out a cheerful greeting to Rish. With an explosion of happy energy, the small, fluffy Rish leaps to greet him. Jean gently strokes Rish's soft fur as the divine beast nuzzles into his hand. Outside, Jean crouches down as several other small, dog-like spirits gather around him. Rish watches his master for a moment before letting out a happy pant. Overcome with affection, Jean lovingly squishes Rish's cute face. He tells Rish that he is the cutest of all the spirits he has ever seen. A sudden, brilliant idea strikes him as he looks at his companion. In a soft, magical space, he asks Rish if he wants to go outside the mountain. He explains that there will be many people and asks what Rish wants to do. Rish tilts his head, pondering the offer with a happy, panting expression. Jean assures him that he won't force him if he doesn't want to go. He suggests they can just try it out and return if it becomes too much. Rish looks up with a sparkling, happy face, a clear sign of his agreement. Rish makes his grand debut, trotting forward as the new chapter begins. Dine and Chris are immediately captivated, exclaiming how adorable the little dog is. Dine reaches out a hand, wanting to pet the cute creature, but Jean's hand swiftly intercepts his, stopping him cold. Dine kneels, trying to coax the creature over, but Rish just wags his tail. Jean sternly informs a shocked Dine that touching Rish is forbidden. Chris Leeds laments this tragedy, while Adelheid quietly pets another spirit nearby. The group gathers as Jean explains that Dine's party is cooking dinner for them. A firm knock sounds from the back door. Dine mentions the butler is coming for bread, and Jean adds that his friends are here. The heavy wooden door creaks open. Note and the farmer Dinasso enter, looking surprised to see the gathering. Dinasso's face suddenly freezes in an expression of pure, unadulterated shock. Jean smiles, explaining he invited them for dinner to share some mushrooms. Note calmly steps in front of the horrified farmer, disavowing any responsibility. Dinasso panics, clutching his head and wondering if this is somehow his fault. Jean, completely lost, asks what on earth they're talking about. Dinasso points a trembling finger, demanding to know what is at Jean's feet. He asks in disbelief if Jean actually showed the creature to people. Jean looks over his shoulder, confused by the sudden and intense commotion. Note tries to reassure a frantic Dinasso that Ash's group will be fine. Jean, annoyed, asks what the problem is, since he was told not to bring spirits. Dinasso is stunned to learn that the adorable puppy is actually a spirit. He realizes that for him to see it, it must be incredibly powerful. Dinasso can't believe Jean is only just now realizing the implications of this. Jean reflects on how Rish has always been visible, even when he was weak. He and Note agree that walking Rish in town will attract too much attention. Jean gently strokes Rish, adding that his companion dislikes crowded places anyway. Nearby, Dine and another adventurer watch with expressions of desperate longing. Chris Leeds asks Adelheid if he is welcome to stay. Adelheid suggests it might be better if her own spirit, Izzy, left. Jean reassures them, noting that AZ seems calmer when resting on Adelheid's head. Chris Leeds is overjoyed, promising to repay Jean's trust with all his might. Rhett remarks that adventurers often hear tales about powerful fire spirits. Dinasso recalls that Dine has a small dragon or lizard as a companion. Dine is shown with a tiny, delicate fairy flitting around his head. Jean decides it is finally time for proper introductions. He introduces Dinasso and Rhett, earning a glare for calling Dinasso an old man. Dinasso stares at Rhett in disbelief, recognizing the legendary adventurer. He asks if he is Balmoa, and Rhett calmly confirms that he is. Rhett shakes Dinasso's hand, confirming he will return to adventuring tomorrow. Dine is completely starstruck, honored to meet the legendary figure. He enthusiastically introduces himself to a slightly bemused Rhett. Jean teases Dine for his strange, fanboyish behavior. Rhett explains to Jean that Balmoa is a famous hero from his parents' generation. Jean feigns ignorance, claiming he has never heard of such a person. Dinasso smiles, saying that to him, Rhett is just a good father. He hands Jean a bag of fresh bread as a gift. Dinaso sternly warns Jean again not to walk the spirit around town. As the door closes, Dine is still in awe of the legendary Balmoa. Red explains that the guild is too rowdy now for someone like Balmoa. He adds that it is, however, a good place to train the children. Dine is shocked and delighted to learn that the hero has children. Jean teases Dine for acting like a starstruck girl, which Dine vehemently denies. Adelheid quietly observes the Dinaso children are a princess and her twin brothers. A memory shows the 3 smiling children. Red asks about Dinaso's wife, Shiva of the Ice and Snow. Dine is thrilled at the idea of a strong, beautiful wife, and Jean agrees. Jean asks Rish if he likes the family, clarifying that he envies them. He thinks about the warm, peaceful Dinaso family and their loving relationships. Jean resolves to be careful so the children don't get into any trouble. Holding Rish, he bows to the others and asks for their help. He smiles, confident that the 3 of them can handle things better than he could. With their plans settled, Chris Leeds turns his attention to dinner. He asks his loyal butler, Note, to assist him in the preparations. He then turns to Jean, who is lost in thought while holding Rish. Jean muses on the nature of powerful spirits and whether they can be touched. Later, walking through the city at night, Rhett suggests the castle town's blacksmiths. In the city streets, Rhett hands Jean a sandwich while Jean discusses the demon steel. He considers that a forge blessed by a fire spirit would be ideal for the metal. Rhett asks if Jean, a mere adventurer, has the necessary equipment for such a task. I do, Jean replies cryptically, taking a hesitant bite of the street food. A look of pure shock and horror washes over his face as he tastes the sandwich. He notes the unpleasant, gamey flavor, and Rhett sheepishly admits it can be a bit smelly. Jean inwardly wishes for some 7-spice powder, a seasoning unheard of in this world. Rhett muses that Jean's gourmet cooking has completely spoiled his own palate for other food. He even confesses to grilling his own meat now, having given up on eating out. Jean sagely advises him that he should also remember to eat his vegetables. Back at his grand mansion, Jean prepares to begin a new and ambitious project. Inside his personal workshop, he eyes the forge, feeling that his preparations are complete. Dressed in an apron, he calls upon the fire spirits to lend him their aid. With his tongs, he places the glowing ingot of magical demon steel onto the anvil. He hammers the metal with focused intensity, sending a brilliant shower of sparks flying. A small lizard familiar watches the display, impressed by the dazzling, fiery sparks. Jean, beads of sweat on his brow, asks if the little spirit is lending him its power. Surrounded by fluttering, butterfly-like spirits, he smiles and thanks them for their help. He continues his work, finding it fun to have more and more spirits assisting him. Against the night sky, the tip of a newly forged blade gleams with immense power. With Rish at his side, Jean proudly holds up the finished sword, declaring it complete. He admires the blade's beautiful, sunrise-colored sheen and decides he should test it out. He turns to Rish, warning the divine beast to stand back for its own safety. With both hands, he raises the magnificent broadsword high above his head. He swings the blade, unleashing a massive, swirling vortex of pure magical energy. "Whoa!" he exclaims, shocked by the incredible power his creation has just unleashed. For a moment, his face flushes with boyish glee as he thinks how cool it is. A disembodied voice panics, realizing this is the sort of display that gets people angry. His joy vanishes as he stares at the overpowered sword, wondering what to do now. Rish, his loyal companion, simply tilts its head with a look of adorable confusion. Jean is momentarily distracted by the sight, murmuring about how cute Rish is. He snaps back to the present, realizing he must go apologize with a gift in hand. A sharp knock sounds on a sturdy wooden door. Note, Adelheid's butler opens the door to welcome their guest, Jean-sama. Jean frantically thrusts a bottle of wine and a box of sweets forward in apology. Adelheid is baffled, stating she cannot imagine anything he has done that requires an apology. He explains he clumsily used her precious demon steel to forge a useless sword. She reassures him that there is no need to apologize. The gift was his to use freely. Note calmly suggests that Jean, being a blacksmith, can simply reforge the blade. A brilliant idea strikes Jean. He could try melting the demon steel with bronze. His confidence wavers as he wonders if he's actually capable of such a feat. Note watches him in silence, his expression carefully neutral. With a kindly smile, Note suggests they summon the farmer Dinoso to see the failed sword. Jean's eyes sparkle with excitement, completely misinterpreting the butler's subtle threat. Later, the party gathers at Adelheide's residence, ready for the demonstration. A plate of decadent chocolate eclairs is served. Adelheid murmurs that they are delicious. She takes a bite, her cheeks flushing with pleasure at the unfamiliar, sweet taste. Jean smiles, pleased that she seems to be enjoying the pastries he brought. He glances sideways with a knowing look. Dine sits at the table, looking thoroughly unimpressed by the polite conversation. Jean stands, ready for the main event, and tells them he will now bring the sword. He agrees to their request and raises his hand. A swirl of dark, powerful energy begins to coalesce in his outstretched palm. Note, the stoic butler stares in utter disbelief at the casual display of magic. The Zamatsuken appears in his hand. Dine stammers, asking where it came from. Jean calmly explains it's from his storage skill, leaving them both stunned. Dine, sweating under the sword's power, urges Jean to hide such a dangerous weapon. Note notes that the custom scabbard is too conspicuous, so they use the gilds instead. Jean nods proudly, confirming that he has been hiding it properly all along. Dine struggles to hold the sword as its immense power swirls around him like a storm. The raw energy emanating from the blade is almost too much for him to handle. Note his eyes wide with awe, declares the sword is beautiful and cancels the reforging. Adelheid asks if Jean likes the sword, but he admits he has no fire spirits. Her own familiar, AZ, is a spirit of wind and greenery. Dine marvels at the weapon, wondering what such a casually wielded sword is even worth. Note explains its unique forging process, mixing bronze and demon steel. He clarifies that it's a true spirit sword, created with the help of spirits. Dine resolves that it's safer not to use such a weapon in front of people. He yells that this is not a normal way to craft a spirit sword at all. Jean simply states he prefers comfort and dislikes blades that break easily. Note concludes that Jean must operate on a higher cultural plane than they do. Adelheid agrees, observing that what is normal for Jean is abnormal for them. A knock sounds at the door, and Rhett calls out, asking if Jean is inside. Rhett peeks his head in, announcing his arrival. He spots the group and cheerfully greets Balmoa, his new nickname for Jean. An awkward silence descends upon the room as Jean mutters a quiet greeting. Rhett, sensing the strange mood, asks if something has happened. He offers Jean a gift of white asparagus, a peace offering of sorts. With a broad, friendly smile, Rhett tells Jean not to worry and to just relax. Jean quietly accepts his advice. Rhett's eyes land on the eclairs, and he eagerly asks if he can have one. He opens his mouth wide for a bite, thanking Jean as Note watches him passively. He takes a massive bite, guessing the sweets must be from a local farmhouse. Jean internally lists the rare, expensive ingredients: vanilla beans, cacao, and strawberries. Rhett is left confused, wondering aloud if farmhouses can really sell such things. Note lays down the rules, insisting that such creations must remain within the house. Dine agrees, stating that having a reliable sword is a good thing. He decides he will have a new, less conspicuous sword made for himself. Jean nods, understanding his logic. He then offers to forge new swords for the other party members as well. Dine immediately panics, clutching his fist and exclaiming that he has no money. Jean offers to make swords for Adelheid and Shiva first. Adelheid questions his generosity, but Jean remembers she provided the original materials. His thoughts drift to his own future, wondering what kind of spirit sword to make. Back in his workshop, Gene is once again focused on his craft, hammering metal. He holds up a newly finished lantern, a small smile of satisfaction on his face. He is then seen carefully sharpening a simple but elegant kitchen knife. Rhett is thanked for his help with some construction work. Gene, in turn, thanks Rhett for helping him build a new bed. He shares a cup of coffee with Rhett, who thinks he's been useful. Rhett tells Gene he's glad for his help, as things would have been difficult alone. Taking a sip, Rhett compliments the delicious tea he's been curious about for some time. Gene clarifies that it's actually coffee, a bitter drink most people prefer with milk. A sudden idea strikes Gene, and he excitedly tells a confused Rhett to wait. He returns and presents two masterfully crafted lanterns, much to Rhett's surprise. Gene proudly offers one of the lamps as a gift to thank Rhett for his help. He then reveals an assortment of glassware, explaining he made them at the same time. He recommends a sturdy tumbler for daily use, noting it won't scratch easily. With a brilliant smile, Gene asks Rhett to choose and suggests they call note over. Rhett is shocked, exclaiming he's never seen glass of this quality, baffling Gene. Gene insists such glass exists, recalling the red goblet he purchased in the capital. Rhett clarifies that the glass is simply too clear, unnaturally so. Gene quietly considers the layout of his house, thinking about making some improvements. Rhett changes the subject, suggesting they go monster hunting now that Rosa has left. Gene recalls his promise to invite the Dinoso family, which meant constant guild visits. He worries that Amadeo's party might return, drawn by the Balmoa rumors he started. Rhett asks if the Dinosos are planning to go deep into the forest. He then asks Gene about Rhett's own plans, wondering if he'll just be a burden. Gene brightly offers to give him a demonstration of his skills. He suggests they take the Dinoso children USA hunting and babysit together. Gene thinks about the Dinosos' incredible resilience, having crossed a frozen mountain range. Rhett admits that, strength aside, the Dinoso children are probably tougher than he is. He tells Gene that up close, he is far more intimidating than he first appears. Gene believes the Dinosos will want his stomach for medicine, calling Rhett cruel. The scene transitions to a beautiful, starry night sky. The Dinoso children happily rush out of their farmhouse, calling Gene's name. Gene arrives at their home, greeting the family warmly for the evening. Shiva, the matriarch, pulls him into a hug, thanking him for the excellent knife. One of her sons peeks out from behind the door, wondering what she means. Gene tries to play it off as nothing, while Shiva smiles knowingly. He recalls giving expertly forged kitchen knives to her and the butler, note as gifts. Shiva warmly invites him to stay for dinner, as Dinoso has brought home a deer. The children erupt in cheers, excited that they can finally eat the venison. Gene happily accepts, looking forward to another of Shiva's delicious meals. A massive haunch of venison is placed on a cutting board, ready for carving. The meat sizzles, its rich aroma filling the cozy farmhouse kitchen. Shiva asks her husband to carve the roast for everyone. Dinoso looks at the gifted knife with a mixture of awe and terror. He holds the gleaming, impossibly sharp blade, stunned by its quality. Shiva beams, telling him the children are eagerly waiting for their dinner. Gene cheerfully reminds Dinoso that carving is the head of the household's duty. A delicious-looking plate of venison and baked beans is served. Gene takes a bite, savoring the expertly prepared meal. He compliments the tender venison and the perfectly paired cream sauce. Dinoso proudly declares that his wife is, of course, a master cook. Shiva points out the side dish of baked broad beans with cheese. The dish is beautiful, topped with goat cheese that adds a wonderful flavor. Surrounded by the warm family, Gene finds himself wishing he had one of his own. Tina suddenly leaps up, declaring that she will be Gene's bride. Her twin brothers immediately join in, also claiming to be the bride-to-be. Dinoso panics, shouting that it's impossible, while his daughter objects. He insists that it's simply not allowed, but the boys playfully pester him. Gene watches the happy chaos, amused by the family's playful dynamic. He turns his attention back to Shiva, remembering something he wanted to ask. Shiva wonders if Jean was the one who tailored Adelheide's clothes for her. Jean quietly confirms that he did. Adelheid is shown, noting her clothes are looser now that the curse is fading. The next day, Red asks Jean what he was up to. Jean suggests they should invite Adelheid and her party to go monster hunting. Red agrees, suggesting they venture deep into the forest. They decide to depart in 5 days if the weather holds. Jean thinks he should try inviting Dine and Chris again. With a mouthful of food, he makes a bold declaration. Let's go buy a horse. The chapter title page shows a large, sturdy building. Jean is excited about the prospect of riding a horse. Red explains that Adelheid, Note, Dine, and Chris are all excellent riders. He asks Jean if he's unable to ride a horse. The horrifying realization dawns on Jean. He is the only one who can't ride. Red explains that adventurers need to be mobile and that horses are essential. He adds that speed is crucial for profitable quests and gathering information. He asks Jean, incredulous, if he's never even rented a horse before. Jean recalls his wild ride on the back of the great white stag. Red sighs, saying that if he can ride a deer, he can probably ride a horse. Jean considers his options, thinking he could ask for a gentle horse from a livery. The Dinoso twins think it would be cool if their father chose a horse for him. A new idea suddenly strikes Jean with a flash of inspiration. He remembers Magil, the spirit horse, and realizes he has a mount. Red asks what kind of horse would let him ride it. Jean considers that Magil might be reluctant, but he does have a contract. He decides to ask the horse, and if it refuses, he will ask the snow leopard. He reassures Red that the horse's range of movement is within the forest. Red is skeptical, wondering how a horse could navigate the dense forest ruins. Jean playfully offers Rhett some of the wine he brought to persuade him. Rhett reminds him that Dine and Chris will be joining them the next day. Jean beams, excited that he is one step ahead of their unpredictable future. Rhett sternly reminds him that first, he must practice riding. He suggests booking horses for the whole party and starting practice tomorrow. Rhett warns of the painful chafing that awaits an inexperienced rider, horrifying Jean. Jean laments that this ordeal seems even tougher than monster subjugation. The party arrives at a large stable, the horses grazing peacefully in a paddock. Jean, Rhett, Adelheid, and Note walk towards the stable entrance. Jean marvels at the variety of horses available at the livery. Adelheid, an expert equestrian, explains the different breeds and their purposes. The stable master greets them, as Adelheid points out a fine-looking horse. Note advises choosing a docile mount, as war horses can be skittish in the forest. Jean worries about the high cost of renting a war horse. As he contemplates, a horse leans over its stall towards him. It affectionately nuzzles his head, much to everyone's surprise. The stable master rushes over in a panic, yelling that the horse is a runaway. The scene erupts into comical chaos as the adventurers try to get clear. 3 adventurers lie comically flattened on the ground after a sudden, unseen impact. Adelheid cheerfully remarks to Rhett that Jean is well-liked by all sorts of creatures. A large horse affectionately nuzzles a flustered Jean, who finds its wildness problematic. As the horse lovingly butts his head, Jean begs it to stop. Rhett suggests that since the horse likes him, Jean should try riding it. The stable master panics, explaining that this particular horse has never been saddled. Jean asks the stable master about stirrups, wondering if some people ride without them. He muses that they must be like training wheels on a bicycle for some riders. On her own steed, Adelheid explains that stirrups are useful for mounted combat. He asks if she will use them, and she confirms she doesn't always. Patting the horse's neck, Jean decides to name the spirited animal Ruda. He makes a direct appeal to Ruda, asking the horse to cooperate with him. The butler, Note, offers to lead the horse while Jean gets used to it. Note expresses his complete confidence in Jean's excellent physical abilities and reflexes. With some effort, Jean carefully swings himself up onto Ruda's broad back. Now properly mounted, Note suggests they should begin with a slow, gentle walk. He speaks directly to his new mount, telling Ruta that it's time to go. Ruta's hooves begin to move, carrying him forward at a steady, even pace. Jean suddenly urges the horse to go faster, surprising Note with his command. Ruta responds instantly, breaking into a powerful and exhilarating gallop across the field. Adelheid can only watch from a distance, her expression one of utter surprise. He relishes the feeling of freedom, enjoying the high vantage point and good view. With a firm and steady pull on the reins, he brings the horse to a halt. The command to stop is clear and absolute, halting their wild ride. Note gently scolds him for letting the horse have its way, urging proper lessons. The rest of the day passes under a sky filled with soft, scattered clouds. Note compliments Jean on being a fast learner, which Adelheid attributes to the horse. Dine reveals Ruta was wild with others, wondering if Jean has a special touch. Jean, looking exhausted, complains of sore muscles and the need for more practice. Adelheid smiles warmly, suggesting they go for a long ride together the next day. He resolves to wake up early the next morning to prepare a packed lunch. The next morning arrives, bright and clear, with the sun high in the sky. The trio rides together through a vast, beautiful landscape of fields and mountains. Adelheid points to a large tree, suggesting they stop there for a break. She gallops ahead with incredible speed, leaving Jean impressed by her skill. Dismounting, he thanks Ruta for the ride and tells it to graze freely. Jean's attention is suddenly caught by something just out of frame. He approaches Adelheid and Note, announcing that he has brought lunch for them. The packed lunch is revealed to be a luxurious, beautifully prepared feast. He lists the different sandwiches, including katsu, egg salad, and roast beef. He asks their preferences as both Adelheid and Note happily begin to eat. He offers a dry white wine, suggesting it pairs well with her sandwich. Note praises the other dishes, noting the fragrant shrimp and delicious combinations. Jean explains he used local ingredients, except for some special anchovies. He reflects on his cooking, wishing he had tomatoes for his meat-wrapped rice balls. Adelheid happily comments that it is nice to have main dishes that aren't spicy. He recalls seeing tomatoes for sale near Nalfiado, but they don't seem to grow here. Jean lets out a contented sigh, while Adelheid watches him with curiosity. A close-up reveals Adelheid's thoughtful and slightly softened expression. She tells him that he should simply make whatever food he truly enjoys. Her expression suddenly hardens, leaving Jean to wonder why she seems so angry. Jean and Note share a look of mild confusion, but simply accept her mood. As evening approaches, Note suggests that it is time for them to return. As they ride back through the twilight, Adelheid calls out Jean's name. Framed by imaginary roses, she declares she will prepare his favorite food next time. She vows to show him a level of diligence he has never seen before. Jean is completely flustered, shouting at her for her overly masculine declaration. Note weeps with emotion, deeply moved by his young mistress's heartfelt words. This leaves Jean in an anxious spiral, questioning his own strength and place. The story shifts to the bustling port city of Nalfiado, marking a new chapter. A bag is opened to reveal several round, earthy potatoes. An elegantly dressed merchant holds one up, asking if it is a potato. Jean smiles brightly and confirms that his assessment is correct. He explains his purpose, to sell these potatoes to the local merchants guild. He muses that if an ingredient is unavailable, he will simply introduce it himself. A flashback shows him tending his garden, thanking the fairies for their magical help. He pitches the potatoes' strategic advantage. They grow safely underground during wartime. He asks if it is true potatoes are only grown for their ornamental flowers here. The merchant agrees, noting the large size of Jean's crop is remarkable. However, Jean explains that there is one significant obstacle to their widespread use. The merchant elaborates, stating that the tubers are widely believed to be poisonous. Jean clarifies that only the sun-exposed green parts and sprouts are actually toxic. A flashback shows his sister scolding him for this exact reason years ago. The merchant is stunned that Jean, using the alias Soleil, knows this secret. A map clarifies he uses Soleil in Nalfiado and Jean in Cusum. The merchant explains he has grown fond of Jean and wants to protect him. Jean asks for information, saying he will teach him in return under certain conditions. His condition: securing a plot of land for the Arroway family on the island. Nalfiado is a crowded city with no vacant land for sale. The merchant confesses his true desire is simply to know Soleil's address. He laments that this is difficult, as the potato's origin is a mystery. Jean agrees to leave a sample, though it limits what can be cooked. The merchant eagerly asks for more time, and Jean agrees to consult his master. The merchant is overjoyed, realizing he has an exclusive, highly desirable product. He then asks if he might also provide a sample for this master. Jean reaches into his bag and offers something else for them to try. He presents 3 perfectly boiled potatoes, ready to be eaten. Jean laughs, stating he won't give away the valuable seeds so easily. The merchant points to a map, offering him ownership of a nearby archipelago. Jean happily accepts, knowing his teleportation skill makes travel simple. The merchant slides a formal, densely written contract across the table. The contract allows him to use the powerful Arroway family name if necessary. He then explains how to safely prepare potatoes, detailing which parts are toxic. He adds that any bitter taste is a sign of poison and should be discarded. He internally admits he is cheating with his appraisal skill to remember all this. The deal is struck with a promise of more potatoes once the deed is signed. He reflects that this new partnership ensures stability for the next few years. His business concluded, he decides to explore the nearby islands before leaving. Later that night, under the stars, he reflects on the day's events. Back in the tavern, Rhett reveals Adelheide's vow, prompting Dine to question his own strength. Annoyed, the hunter Rhett tells his opponent at the card table to stop being so reckless. Adelheid demands to know what Jean means by the world's standards, as Note explains her sheltered life. Jean calmly mentions he could level the city, which Dine interprets as a deeply unsettling confession. While Adelheid is stunned by the threat, Note just smiles, dismissing it as beyond their concern. In their minds, Jean isn't a warrior, but a simple man who keeps a clean house. Jean sweats, unable to deny their assessment of his domestic nature. He places a small bet, explaining he only fights when necessary, like making bedding from bird carcasses. Rhett checks the bet, musing on the strange and vague reasons Jean has for fighting. Adelheid raises, grabbing Jean's arm and insisting they discuss his destructive plans before he acts. Note calmly calls the bet, remarking on the party's lack of urgency in such a situation. Rhett slams his cards down, revealing a 4 of a kind and startling the others. Adelheid explodes in frustration, accusing Rhett of bluffing with a weak hand as the table laughs. She demands another round, furious at Rhett's victory and her own terrible luck. The game over, Adelheid reminds everyone they must leave early tomorrow, asking if Dine knows. She explains Rosa's party, including the archer Nina, is coming, a name Jean recognizes. Note adds that Rosa's group is the fastest and will likely arrive in 2 or 3 days. Jean understands now. Their own departure is being moved up to deliberately avoid them. Adelheid asks if he knows about the summoned hero, and Jean admits he's close to the source. She leans in, sharing a shocking rumor. 4 heroes were summoned, but 1 is a changeling. Jean is confused by the term, asking her what a changeling is in this context. A flashback shows a younger Adelheid reading an old book about fairies swapping their own infants. The book illustrates spirits with incomplete bodies taking the place of human children to survive. But Adelheid clarifies that the hero's changeling is something far different and far more sinister. It is a magical copy of a loved one the hero left behind in their original world. She explains that these beings, born from memory, are unstable and must consume spirits to exist. Witnesses have seen them feeding on spirits, and Nina's group is apparently hunting this changeling. Jean is stunned, realizing he wasn't the only one caught up in the summoning. A vision of his sister and her two friends appears as he understands who the loved one is. Adelheid asks if this whole hero business is just a nuisance to him. Dine scoffs that for the country, heroes are useful, but for adventurers, they're just a food source. Red agrees, adding that the thought of more powerful monsters appearing because of them is chilling. Note explains that heroes are said to be raised by gods, whose influence is still strong. Adelheid reveals that Rosa and Nina seem to be using the changeling to try and overthrow the monarchy. She thinks it's a desperate plan and wants to avoid getting caught up in their politics. Jean observes that for Dine, family is more important than country, a thought he finds foreign. Red asks if he doesn't understand the love people have for each other. Jean cryptically states that the relationships of the heroes have changed just as he expected. He adds that this time, the central figures are a pair of siblings, just like them. Adelheid leans in, revealing she knows the names of the summoned, Haruka and Hizatsu, and Jean. The name hits Jean with the force of a physical blow. It was his name. The title page recaps the situation. Two pairs of siblings, and one of them is a changeling. Jean points a finger, having a sudden, terrible epiphany about the changeling's identity. He declares that if it's a sibling pair, then the changeling must be the younger brother. Red is baffled, asking how he could possibly know that without ever having seen them. Jean explains that the changeling is a copy of him, created from his sister's memories. He reflects on how she treated him like property, and the thought of an obedient copy is revolting. He finally understands 3 heroes were summoned, and he was the 4th person caught in the event. Red asks if the summoned heroes are 2 couples, but Jean says he doesn't really know. He recalls his sister's friends. The brother was arrogant, the sister quiet and withdrawn. He muses his vain sister would label them with simplistic traits like beautiful or young. Note asks if Jean's abilities are equal to theirs, but Jean says he's on a different path. Red is shocked, realizing Jean must have a blessing from Rish, the god of the forest. A cute image of Rish appears, as if to correct him, stating the blessing is from him. Adelheid warns that relying only on combat skills will make him dangerously strong before he can be stopped. Note asks if Jean is truly content to just leave the heroes to their own devices. Jean places a hand on a book, stating firmly he has no intention of getting close. Rhett worries that letting a few people change the world is a recipe for disaster. Rhett lays down his cards, revealing a strong full house. Note counters with 4 of a kind, explaining heroes are summoned to stabilize the world. Jean reveals a straight flush, noting that the great wind god vanished after becoming a deity. Adelheid gasps as Note smiles politely, his powerful hand soundly beaten. Jean explains that this world civilization seems to exist in a repeating cycle of destruction and rebirth. He states that hero summonings are for the spirit's sake, not humanity's, frustrating Adelheid. He theorizes that when spirits become too polarized, heroes are summoned to cull them and restore balance. A bead of sweat forms on his brow as he realizes the full, grim implications. He thinks to himself that the hero is always forced to play the role of the strong one. But, he says, placing his own cards down on the table. He reveals a royal straight flush, declaring with a smile that today, he is the winner. Adelheid lets out a cry of utter disbelief and frustration at her final, crushing defeat. The group argues good-naturedly, telling each other to stop bluffing and to open a window. Red advises Jean that if he wants to show off, he should start with smaller problems. Jean closes his eyes, a new, far grander idea beginning to form in his mind. He has an epiphany. He can balance the world by simply increasing everything, spirits and matter alike. He recalls the imbalance he saw, with far too many light and wind spirits. To fix it, he can either destroy spirits or create material things. He chooses creation. He muses that this is likely why the long-lived empire focuses so heavily on construction. He remembers a book showing that spirits who grow too powerful eventually petrify into magic stones. The only way to stop this is to accept the influence of opposing spirits, which they can't do. After his research, he decided to create things and leave the spirits to their own devices. He worries about Rish petrifying, but hopes his connection to other gods will protect him. He thinks of the Orb of Light, holding the power of 3 heroes, which is also at risk. Adelheid asks what becomes of a hero after their patron god disappears from the world. Dine shrugs, admitting he hasn't heard much about what happens to them afterward. He can only guess, based on records of them saving people from disasters. Jean smiles darkly, saying their usual behavior is to do terrible things. Rhett looks deeply unsettled as Jean sips his drink, claiming it's just his imagination. Adelheid and Note agree that it's best to leave the heroes alone and avoid direct conflict. Jean concurs, saying he is fine as long as those around him are at peace. Dine suddenly lunges across the table and grabs Jean's face. He yells that Jean's knowledge is too valuable, and that the 3 of them will buy it. He playfully squishes Jean's cheeks, teasing him about his cool demeanor. Adelheid sighs in exasperation, realizing he is not a luff, but a person from another world. Note interrupts the horseplay, addressing Jean with a newfound seriousness. He looks Jean in the eye and asks what his relationship is to the heroes. Jean looks away, sweating slightly, and gives a vague, non-committal answer. The scene shifts to the city at night, as he resolves to keep his past a secret. The next day, at his mansion, he asks Rish if petrification is the first sign. An image of a serene, bearded god appears, tending to a celestial orchard. The god explains that first, the spirit's strange, erratic behavior will cease. Jean looks concerned, asking aloud if the goddesses Mishudo and Herolfa are all right. The goddesses Herolfa and Mishudo watch from the divine realm, discussing Jean's progress. Herolfa appears behind Jean, whispering softly into his ear with a playful hum. She suddenly embraces him, calling him an adorable worrywart as she cups his face. Startled, Jean cries out and squirms away from the goddess's affectionate embrace. Herolfa teases him, asking if he is using the old god as a shield. Gagel observes that Jean's familiars are increasing far beyond their expectations. He explains that this growth will protect Jean from the danger of petrification. Herolfa wonders aloud if the new spirits will become familiars like her own. Jean, ever the pragmatist, asks about the balance of his rapidly growing power. A divine voice instructs him to increase the number of dwellings for the spirits. Gagel advises him to use a special mortar of ash, honey, and flour. Jean remembers reading about using honey and flour as an adhesive in spirit lore. He thinks the spirits will be pleased, but it sounds like a lot of work. Jean turns to the old god and sincerely thanks him for all his teachings. In a flash of light, Gagel disappears, leaving Jean standing alone in the clearing. Jean stands flustered for a moment, a faint blush on his cheeks. Herolfa reappears, gently touching his chin and calling him a wise man. Overwhelmed, Jean makes a hasty retreat, saying he must prepare for his journey. Herolfa is left behind, giggling to herself that her target ran away from her. The scene shifts to the quiet of Jean's mansion under a starry night sky. He decides to make ramen, a final taste of home before the long expedition. With practiced skill, he slices thick, tender pieces of chashu pork for the toppings. He tosses a generous amount of fresh vegetables into a hot, sizzling pan. With a satisfied smile, he prepares the rich and flavorful soup base for the ramen. He proudly presents the finished meal, a perfect and inviting bowl of ramen. As a side dish, he reveals a plate of beautifully pan-fried gyoza dumplings. He puts his hands together in a gesture of gratitude before beginning his meal. He takes a large, satisfying bite of the noodles, savoring the nostalgic flavor. With his cheeks full, he declares that the homemade ramen is absolutely delicious. The rich broth is a perfect blend of pork, chicken, and seafood flavors. He happily enjoys the crispy gyoza that he kept in his magical storage. Finishing the last drop, he leans back with a sigh of pure, simple happiness. Night has fallen on his grand mansion, a peaceful sanctuary under the stars. Inside, he sits by the fire, playing a gentle game of tug-of-war with Rish. Rish growls playfully, biting down hard on the thick rope toy with determination. Gene thinks about the Dinoso family, who were kinder than he had expected. He recalls a voice from his memory, someone calling his name with concern. The Dinoso father had warned him about his unusual power and lack of spirits. The man's concern for his safety had outweighed any surprise at his abilities. Gene resolves to remain discreet, as there are already 3 official heroes. He knows his most dangerous secret is the sheer number of spirits he's contracted. He tells Rish it's time for bed, as they have an early start tomorrow. Rish obediently drops the rope, looking up at Gene with innocent, trusting eyes. Gene gives the divine beast an affectionate pat on the head, praising him. He recalls the god story of how Rish once battled the great god of wind. In that battle, Rish lost most of his power while failing to open a path. A sudden, sharp suspicion crosses Gene's mind as he looks at the small creature. Rish looks back with a knowing, almost clever expression. Did he lose on purpose? Gene sits by the fire, contemplating the quiet, peaceful creature before him. He closes his eyes, convinced that his smart companion acted with deliberate intent. The fire crackles in the hearth as he decides it is finally time for sleep. The next morning in Kuzum, a hand waves as someone calls out Gene's name. Gene turns around, surprised to see who is calling to him in the street. The entire Dinoso family stands there, greeting him warmly, ready for the journey. Gene is completely taken aback by their sudden and unexpected appearance. Little Tina runs forward, throwing her arms around him in a joyful hug. The Dinoso father announces that everyone in their party is present and accounted for. Gene looks on, slightly overwhelmed by the size and energy of their new group. Dine jokes to Chris Leeds that the family looks like a group of Santas. Gene explains that he couldn't just leave them, so he invited them to come along. The Dinoso father claps his hands together, announcing it is time to depart. The unlikely caravan of adventurers and farmers sets off down the city street. Gene holds out a single sugar cube in the palm of his hand. He offers the sweet treat to a horse, knowing it will help earn its trust. One of the Dinoso boys whispers that Gene is bribing the horse, impressed. Gene knows he must be on his best behavior with the children watching him. The father organizes the children, assigning them to ride with the experienced adults. One of the boys gasps, his eyes sparkling with pure, unadulterated excitement. He gets to ride with the dashing Chris Leeds, who accepts the boy's adoration. Chris Leeds strokes his chin smugly, basking in the attention and praise. From his own horse, Gene notices that Chris Leeds' face is turning red. He asks what is happening with the spirits that are currently on his face. Gene focuses his unique sight, his eyes narrowing to perceive the spirit world. He sees a tiny fairy diligently trying to shave Chris Leeds' chin with a razor. The Dinoso father asks Gene why he is whispering and ignoring the others. The father admits he was wary of Chris, but wonders why he calms down near Gene. Gene muses that Chris is probably just used to being pestered by spirits daily. Tina calls out, asking if she can ride with the cool and handsome Gene. Her father immediately roars a resounding no, his face a mask of fury. Tina calls her father a tyrant, while her twin brothers cheer him on enthusiastically. The father sighs that the family's normal dynamic becomes chaotic around Gene. Chris Leeds remarks that being with Gene feels relaxing and lightens his heart. The father wonders if Chris Leeds is simply slacking off from his duties. He mutters that his own worries have only increased. Gene pretends not to notice. They ride on, finally entering the territory where monsters are known to roam. The father explains that this area is home to packs of small ape monsters. His expression suddenly turns sharp as he senses an imminent threat nearby. A pack of snarling, horned ape monsters emerges from the dense undergrowth. "Let's go," the father shouts, drawing his sword and charging into battle. His wife, Shiva, moves with grim purpose to intercept one of the beasts. The father cuts down a monster with a single, clean, and powerful strike. Chris leads moves with elegant precision, slicing a monster cleanly in two. Dine and Chris leads fight back-to-back, a confident smirk on Dine's face. Gene's eyes narrow with focus as he prepares to enter the chaotic fray. He leaps high into the air, bringing his sword down upon a monster's head. The blade connects with a powerful thud, the force of the blow echoing. Two other monsters watch in stunned horror as their companion is effortlessly slain. The remaining creatures turn and flee in terror from the overwhelming show of force. Gene notes that they ran away, and the father agrees their behavior was unusual. The father warns his children to be careful, and they respond with a unified shout. With a soft chuckle, Gene feels a familiar, flamboyant hand land upon his shoulder. Chris leads, asks the Dinosaur children if they know about the monkeys of the South. He winks, explaining that the pale ones can cause a state of confusion. Gene smiles, thinking how effortlessly popular Chris leads is with the children. As dusk approaches, the party decides to hurry toward their planned campsite. Gene kneels by the fire pit, carefully tending to the newly lit flames. Dine suddenly points off-panel, asking Gene what he's looking at. The Dinosaur children are laughing, swinging happily in a simple hammock Gene made. Dine sighs, touching his forehead in a moment of comical exasperation. He turns to Shiva, nervously asking what she is holding in her hand. She holds up a large kitchen knife, calmly asking if he means this. Shiva explains that if she used her real sword, its aura would freeze everyone. She smiles, assuring him it's fine since she won't use it for cooking. Dine flushes a deep red, utterly flustered by her casual display of power. He grumbles at Gene to stop looking, embarrassed by the whole situation. Deep in a cave, Rhett notes the scarcity of magic stones from local monsters. Gene holds a torch, surmising that it must take time for them to form. A voice calls out, announcing that the party will now venture deeper inside. Dine and Chris leads respond with an enthusiastic and coordinated yes. Gene muses that Dine must truly admire Dinosaur to be this cheerful. Rhett agrees, stating that Dinosaur is indeed an amazing and respectable person. Gene remarks that Rhett seems quite normal compared to the others in their party. Rhett smiles, admitting he understands the feeling of being drawn to their charisma. He then holds up a sturdy lantern, suggesting they give it a try. Dine points at the object in surprise, asking what in the world it is. Rhett proudly explains that the lantern from Gene is far superior to a torch. The butler, note, asks if it uses a candle, but Gene clarifies it's rapeseed oil. Chris leads finds the lantern beautiful, and a stoic Adelheid simply agrees. The Dinosaur children stare in awe, amazed by the steady, wind-proof light. Rhett offers to trade the lantern for a child's torch for a moment. The children all clamor for a turn, excitedly arguing over who is next. Gene smiles, thinking that he has plenty of lanterns for everyone in his storage. Dine gives a sly grin, having caught the hidden meaning in Gene's thoughts. He warns the children to be careful of weak ground and larvae ahead. Gene's attention is caught by a strange hole in the cavern wall. Suddenly, a massive creature bursts through the rock with a deafening crash. Gene cries out as a giant, armored grub emerges from the new opening. He stares at the monstrous insect, exclaiming at its incredible size. Chris leads notes its powerful, beetle-like fangs, impressed that Gene broke its hide. Dine speculates that the thinness of Gene's staff was the key to his success. He quickly forms a plan, telling Gene to provoke the monster's acid attack. Dine orders him to make it spit from a distance so they can finish it. Gene taps the cavern wall with his staff, goading the creature into action. The giant grub lunges from its hole, ready to attack its provoker. With a powerful swing, Gene smashes the creature with his simple wooden staff. He proudly asks if that was good enough, as Dine yells at him for solving it all with a stick. Dine sighs that butchering it now will be a pain. Gene looks dejected. The others murmur in surprise, noting Gene's new weapon is a powerful staff. Gene, determined to follow the plan, declares he'll make it spit acid this time. He brings the staff down hard on the creature's soft body. A long, disgusting inner worm is suddenly expelled from the grub's remains. The staff snaps in two, and Jean cries out in disgust and frustration. He looks devastated, while Dine teases him for looking so sad over a broken stick. As Jean laments his lost weapon, Dine tells him to just use his sword. A sudden shout of "Look out!" cuts through the air, startling everyone. Tina, holding the lantern, looks up in terror at something in the darkness. Her brothers stand beside her, their mouths agape, exclaiming at its size. A massive rodent bares its fangs, its whiskers twitching as it growls. The three children are frozen before a monstrous, three-horned rat. Jean stares in shock, realizing the creature is even larger than a bear. Dine leaps in front of the family, shouting that this monster is not normal. Jean yells a warning from behind Chris leads, identifying it as a Mitsuno. With a grim expression, Dine draws his massive broadsword, ready for battle. The blade flares with a powerful, swirling aura of magical energy. He charges forward, unleashing a devastating slash attack at the giant beast. The wave of energy engulfs the Mitsuno, slicing through its massive form. The monster collapses, defeated, as Dine stands victorious over the carcass. Adelheid remarks on his speed, and Dine boasts that he won't lose to the youth. His expression turns serious, however, as he notes the increase in strong monsters. He glances back at Shiva and the others, a silent concern on his face. The children give a salute, cheerfully declaring that the area is now safe. Jean looks at the huge corpse, dreading the difficult task of butchering it. The three parents, Dinaso, Shiva, and Note, confer quietly amongst themselves. Jean and Tina work together, gathering materials from the slain monster. He stands up, having finished his part of the gruesome task. He notices Tina looking around nervously and asks her what is wrong. The children find themselves alone in a dark tunnel, calling for their parents. Jean looks around the now empty cavern, utterly confused by their disappearance. Chris leads and Dine confirm that the parents and the butler are all gone. Red explains that the three of them went deeper into the cavern below. He declares that the rest of them will be heading back up to the surface. Jean, still confused by the sudden split, asks him why they would do that. Rhett forcefully stomps on Jean's foot, silencing him with a sharp jolt of pain. As Jean clutches his injured foot, Rhett sighs, his expression pained. Tina quietly explains that her parents often leave to do dangerous things alone. She begins to cry, her small voice filled with a familiar worry. Adelheid kneels to comfort her, telling her not to cry and attract more monsters. Tina bravely wipes her eyes, trying her best to be strong for the others. Jean realizes their silent departure was an act of protection, not abandonment. Adelheid knows the Mitsuno's appearance signals the presence of even worse monsters. He looks into the dark passage, understanding they went ahead to shield them. Rhett reminds him that even gold-rank adventurers would struggle in the dark tunnels. Jean closes his eyes, focusing his mind to activate his search ability. He sees a vision of the three parents bravely facing a horde of monsters. The two young boys look terrified, whispering for their mother and father. Jean turns back to the worried children, his voice steady and calm. He raises his voice, shouting with absolute certainty, "It's all right." Tina, her arms around her brothers, declares that her parents are strong. Jean looks on, a soft, magical light emanating from his hand as he agrees. Tina smiles through her tears, thinking how lucky she is to have them. A gentle smile graces Jean's face as he thinks of the warm, loving Dinaso family. He reassures the children that everything will be all right as their parents are with them. Standing on the cliff's edge, he prepares to enact his desperate, unexpected plan. He declares he'll be right back, then throws himself backwards into the chasm below. Adelheid and Dine scream in horror, calling him an idiot for his reckless action. Calling upon the wind spirits, he surrounds himself in a vortex, slowing his descent. He lands softly on the canyon floor, the magic dissipating around his steady feet. With grim determination, he holds his divine blade, the Zametsuken, ready for battle. Drawing his sword, he asks the fire spirits for strength, worried the monsters will reach his friends. He knows he must buy time to prevent his companions from being pursued by the horde. Suddenly, his senses flare with alarm as he detects the presence of 3 others nearby. He finds a dark mine shaft and commands his magic to create a guiding light. The brilliant orb illuminates the tunnel, revealing him standing ready with his sword drawn. Kana and Chris Leeds stare in disbelief, recognizing Jean as the source of the miraculous light. He grips his sword, telling them he is likely stronger than they believe, so they must trust him. He blocks a monster's lunge, commanding his friends not to leave him to fight alone.